Good Sunday morning. Getting time we should be started, so let's find our seats, please. All right, welcome all to day 2 of our council meeting. Before we commence with our agenda, I will turn to Executive Director Burden for any opening comments. Executive Director Burden.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Let's see, just one announcement this morning. Yesterday afternoon, we were discussing what to do and how to proceed with the widow rockfish assessment and the prospect of another attempt at a supplemental review. So after consulting with some of my staff and others, what we'll do is we will move the rest of that item to day last, and we'll take it up in the morning. That's just the time when we have room on our schedule. There was some discussion about whether that would affect some of our other groundfish discussions like F3. We don't think that'll affect F3. So that's what we'll plan on, and I believe we can update our agenda so that everybody is clear online that may be looking in when that is going to come up. So happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman. Otherwise, that's my only update.
Any questions on that update? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for that. So we have a busy day ahead. In the sake of being efficient here, agenda item G1, the NIMS report on salmon, we left on the agenda not knowing coming out of the government shutdown what would happen. I'm just going to turn to Ryan Wolf and see if there are any updates. Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Maybe I can set the speed record for an agenda item here. As you all know, we have been shut down for 43 days and just resolved the lapse in appropriations, and it's only been 72 hours. So we are just getting back up and running. We will have more updates in the future, but I don't have anything at this point. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I'll just look around and see if there are any questions from anyone. We have no public comments signed up. Not seeing any. We're going to close that agenda item and move on to G2 then. So I will turn it over to Angela Forrestal. Good morning, Angela.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item G2, the final 2026 preseason management schedule. Under this agenda item, you do have agenda item G2 attachment 1, which is the proposed schedule for 2026 for the preseason salmon management cycle. Included in that are proposed hearings for public salmon hearings that are hosted by council. And we do recommend holding one public hearing in each coastal state to discuss salmon management alternatives that come out of your March meeting next year. The tentative proposal for these hearings is for Monday, March 23rd, a public hearing in person in Westport, Washington and Santa Rosa, California. And on Tuesday, March 26th, an in-person hearing in Newport, Oregon. In recent years, the hearings in Westport and Santa Rosa have been well attended, and we do have kind of that attendee count on the second page of the situation summary. The Oregon hearings have been in person in Coos Bay or online in recent years. The online format has been able to increase accessibility, but there is value in holding meetings in person as well. So currently we are operating on a schedule where every third year the Oregon hearing will be held in person, and the 2 years in between that are to be held online. And this is consistent with some recommendation from testimony at the 2024 Oregon hearing. Under that scenario, we are scheduled for this next 2026 hearing to be held in person. Noting that in March in Sacramento, California, and April, Portland, Oregon, we will be able to receive additional public testimony on the proposed salmon alternatives, both in person and online. Under this agenda item, the council's tasks are to confirm the council staff hearing sites and state intentions for any additional public hearings, and approve the staff's overall proposed schedule and process for developing the 2026 ocean salmon management measures as outlined in your attachment. You do have one report from the Salmon Advisory Subpanel under this agenda item and one individual who has signed up for public comment.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the overview? Not seeing any questions, then we'll move immediately to our reports, and we have the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, Mr. Ryan Johnson. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. The SAS reviewed the options proposed in the 2026 public salmon hearing presented in the situation summary. For Washington, California, the SAS supports in-person hearings in Westport and Santa Rosa. These locations historically have had high attendance. One of the main benefits of the public hearing is that they provide the opportunity for the public and industry members to engage directly with staff from the states and federal agencies, as well as PFMC. We believe this helps strengthen the council process. For Oregon, the SAS recommends an in-person hearing in Newport with a hybrid option. Oregon has been online in recent years, unlike Washington and California, both of which have returned to in-person hearings. This approach would be responsive to public comments requesting remote access for Oregon. Recognizing there will be a need for extra resources required to host this hearing, the SAS would support an audio out only option if that is more feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Johnson on the advisory subpanel report? And seeing no questions, then thank you very much. I believe that is our only report. So take us to public comment. We had one sign up. Mr. Brian McLaughlin.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning to all. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is Brian McLaughlin. I reside in Portland, Oregon. I'm a recreational angler fishing primarily out of the Port of Garibaldi. I have 2 points, two requests to make of the council. The first request concerns the public posting of Preseason Report 2. I see in the proposed schedule that it is proposed to be posted on March 26th. But of course, your proposed meeting schedules for the public meetings are earlier than that, March 23rd and 24th. It seems to me that's kind of putting the cart before the horse. In past seasons, the Preseason Report 2 has come out before, sometimes just immediately before, the public meetings. And I know it contains a lot of analysis that's not necessarily contained in the documents that are available from the STT, for instance, at the March Council meeting. So I've relied on it to inform my testimony at the public meeting. So I think it would be beneficial if you could adjust the schedule so that Preseason Report 2 is posted publicly before the meeting, so that we can use the information in that to inform our testimony. My second point is to request that the Oregon public meeting include a virtual component. I understand the value of having in-person meetings, but I think having a virtual component is even more valuable because it provides even more access to anybody that cannot, for practical purposes, attend the meetings in person. So I think what you should be striving for is a hybrid meeting with both in person and a virtual component. I know for me, going to Newport is a 4.5-hour round trip drive, and I simply won't be able to make it. I have heard that, public testimony is also available at the April meeting to the council. Of course, I avail myself of that opportunity, but I know that the salmon seasons aren't decided on the council floor. They are usually shaped much before that. And by the time you get to the council floor at the April meeting, the cake is usually already pretty much baked. So it's important to have a public opportunity to comment prior to the April meeting. And that would be provided by these. That's the whole reason you provide these, public meetings. So I really urge you to allow and provide for somehow virtual participation, because it's a huge geographic area that you're covering. And I think it's necessary. The other thing I would say is that at this point, all of your salmon advisory subpanel meetings, both in the March and April meetings, are in person only. And as proposed, all of your salmon hearings are in person only. That just doesn't make sense to me. Not in this world in 2025. It is a core competency of public bodies at this point in time to be able to provide for virtual testimony for people to participate. And so I would ask that you would provide that somehow for the Oregon meeting. Thank you so much for your time. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. McLaughlin on his testimony? And looking around the room, I see no questions. So again, thank you, Brian. That completes our reports and public comments. Will take us to council action. And there it is, confirming the hearing sites, state intentions for additional hearings, and the overall proposed schedule. So, anybody want to start this discussion? Kyle Addick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll confirm that Westport continues to work well for Washington for a hearing for the council fisheries. Also confirm on the schedule, there's a reference to north of Falcon Cape for meetings being held between the March and April council meetings. WDFW is working on scheduling our normal set of public meetings for fisheries around Washington waters, as well as working with our tribal co-managers to schedule our state tribal meetings that happen in between those two council meetings. So Westport continues to work well, and stay tuned for the north of Falcon schedule.
All right, thank you. And Washington or Oregon? Oregon, John, you want to go next? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, I don't know, comment and a question. Yeah, I think, we've got some comments over the last couple of months about having a virtual option at the Oregon public hearing, and, I support that if possible. It's a little bit challenging, I think, with the technology and the time frame. We don't have access to like our main high-tech facility due to an evening meeting, so we'll be in a motel. So I guess my question would be to Angela, I guess we'll have to work on this over the next couple of months and see, what the plan is. But have we ever attempted this? Do you have any idea how we might go about pulling it off?
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you. I'm not Angela, but I'll step in anyway. So I guess starting from the top, we're very capable of hosting hybrid meetings as evidenced by this meeting. But putting together the type of hybrid functionality we have here is a very, very large lift, and traveling up and down the coast multiple times a year is a lot to ask of our IT people. And in fact, I don't plan to ask that of them. So we have tried to do a step down from what we do here at these meetings. We've run a few star panels, for instance, from hotels using we call them our puck system. And that has worked. Typically, it's at a venue that we're familiar with. We have confidence in their infrastructure. And sometimes those like hotels will have an on-site IT person that can help on the hardware side. So I think if we were to try this in Oregon, we would be trying to work with you and your staff, Mr. North, to make sure that the hearing location on the ground in Newport is well situated to doing this. Because if we're going to try a hybrid meeting in Newport, we want it to go well. That's the bottom line. And from our office in Portland, it's hard to really make the connection with people in Newport. So we would be leaning on you all to help us do that. If we can sort of keep that conversation going, I think there's a way to figure this out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanting to voice support for the proposed hearing for California in Santa Rosa. That location has successfully drawn a number of participants ranging from the mid-50s to mid-60s over the past 3 years. It's a venue that's worked well. It pretty equally accommodates folks from the far north down to the far south, noting that the drive time is still 5 hours either direction from Morro Bay or Eureka. So it's a big state, but that plan's worked pretty well. Just wanted to flag that I appreciate this discussion on the potential for hybrid meetings, but CDFW would not have the ability to make that in-person meeting a hybrid format at the location, the hotel that we've at least used in recent years for the council-sponsored hearing. However, I just want to note that we are in the middle of planning our annual salmon information meeting that the state sponsors at the end of February each year once we have the information from Pre-1. The dates are tentatively, it will be either the 24th or 25th of February. We always coordinate with Oregon to make sure that NIM staff are able to participate in both hearings and that we're not scheduling over one another. So we do have a room reserved for that salmon information meeting in Sacramento this year. So that will be an in-person opportunity. This is still tentative, but we do have the room reserved. And we do expect that we will have some kind of Zoom out virtual ability at that meeting, but probably not attempt to manage an actual hybrid salmon information meeting. So those are the plans for California, and again, support the proposal we have in front of us in the briefing book and this item. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. So I think we've got confirmation of the hearing sites and the state intentions there for any additional meetings. And the schedule. Corey Writings.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a question for Angela. Under public comment, we heard Mr. McLaughlin talk about Preseason 2 coming out after the hearings, and that's not traditionally what's happened in the past, and I would agree that's probably helpful information to have. I'm not an expert in the scheduling thing, and so is there a reason why that's happening now? Is there a way to possibly remedy that? Curious to get your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ridings, and happy to address this. So this is typically how we kind of proceed with the schedule. The official full Preseason Report 2 does come out. Traditionally, it has been that Wednesday of the hearings week where the hearings do take place Monday and Tuesday. That does give the STT kind of the maximum amount of time to review and edit and make sure it is clean and ready to go. But for those public hearings, we do also always compile a public hearing packet, which does include all three alternatives for the state commercial, recreational, and tribal fisheries. So those tables 1, 2, and 3 that are in Preseason Report 2. It does also include tables 5 and 7, which have the fishery impacts, some economic impacts tables, and the A tables, which we refer to are the California tables. So the plan is to still bring that more streamlined version of Preseason Report 2 to all the salmon hearings this year.
Thank you. Any other questions? And so I'm assuming that the schedule as proposed here is acceptable, no changes to that. So see some thumbs up. Angela, what do we need to do with that? Anything else?
No, the council has confirmed the in-person Westport and Santa Rosa hearings for 2026, and we will be in coordination with ODFW to plan for a hybrid Newport, Oregon hearing, and we will work on getting those publicly noticed and planned in the coming months.
All right, thank you. And before I close this out, I'll look and see if there are any other comments, questions. And not seeing any, that completes our work on agenda item G2. So we will move into our next one, which is going to be G3. Give Angela a few seconds here. When you're ready, take it away, Angela.
All right, thank you. This is agenda item G3, methodology review results. So this is the end of a 3-meeting process that the council has for the salmon methodology review process, where at this meeting, the council will receive the outcomes of the October methodology review meeting from the Scientific and Statistical Committee and the Salmon Technical Team. Changes adopted by the council at this meeting are typically implemented in the coming season, or if there are any unresolved issues, the council can provide guidance. During each March meeting, the STT will come back to the council and report on the status of all current estimation procedures and models used in analyzing management options and notify the council of any problems or potential model input parameter changes that could occur prior to April. At your last meeting in September, the council did select 2 topics for review, and that was modification to the Oregon Production Index Hatchery Coho Salmon Forecast methodology. And that included the index exponential decay weighting approach that was adopted for use this year, and also a technical revision of the marine survival forecast for the Oregon Coast Natural Coho Workgroup Harvest Matrix. So this review did take place on October 9th, which was during the government shutdown. So members on the SSC Salmon Subcommittee and STT, who are federal employees, were unable to be in attendance. At this meeting, your council tasks are to approve the use of methodology recommendations for the salmon methodology review as appropriate, beginning for use in 2026, and to provide any guidance as needed for any unresolved methodology issues. You do have reports from the SSC, the STT, and the SAS under this agenda item, and 1 individual signed up for public comment.
Any questions on the overview? Not seeing any questions, then we'll move into our reports. And the first one is the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Dr. Jason Schaffler. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer, members of the council. I am Jason Schaffler. I will be reading agenda item G3A, Supplemental SSC Report 1 into the council record. Scientific and Statistical Committee report on methodology review results. The Scientific and Statistical Committee received a brief summary of the SSC Subcommittee report on the 2025 Salmon Methodology Review from Galen Johnson and a summary of the Salmon Technical Team conclusions on the methodology review from Cassie Lehman. The SSC then discussed the two methodology review items, modification to the Oregon Production Index Hatchery coho salmon forecast methodology, and 2025 technical revisions to the marine survival forecast of the Oregon Coast Natural Coho Workgroup Harvest Matrix. The SSC notes that Council Operating Procedure 15 governs the conduct of salmon methodology reviews and currently makes a distinction between methodology changes and data changes, with the latter not requiring methodology review. Both of the items for review demonstrate that this distinction is not always clear and that data changes can have implications that merit scientific review. The SSC recommends revisiting COP 15 to, at a minimum, set clear bounds on when a data change is small enough to not require review, such as truncating a data set to just the most recent observations would likely not be acceptable. There may be a need to remove the data change exemption entirely because data are an important part of the scientific process and data sets are considered scientific information in National Standard 2. Oregon Production Index Hatchery Forecast Modification. The proposed modified OPIH forecast uses the same model algorithms as the approach adopted in 2023, but used a data weighting method in the selection of the model ensemble components and component averaging stage. The change in data weighting was motivated by under-forecast in 2024, concerns about a recent divergence between the Pacific Decadal Oscillation and sea surface temperatures, a record low predicted jack to adult ratio, and a record low predicted hatchery to natural origin adult ratio. In the modified approach, when performing component comparisons and weighting input years are given weights that decay with age. Across a range of different alpha values, performance was optimized with an alpha of 0.25. That is, if the most recent year is given a weight of 1, the second most recent year is given a weight of 0.75, the third year is given a weight of 0.56, and so on. An older year class has less than half the influence of the most recent year class after 3 years, and less than a tenth of the influence after 9 years. This approach sacrifices statistical precision with the hope of reflecting conditions that are changing directionally. The SSC expressed concern as to how long this exponential decay relationship might be expected to hold. The modification yields a slight improvement in forecast to the composite OPIH, but it is not clear whether this corresponds to improved forecasts of the component stocks making up the OPIH and which are actually managed. Individual stocks will make varying contributions to the composite OPIH over time, and rare stocks will make little contribution to the total. Thus, performance forecasting for individual stocks may be unrelated to performance forecasting for aggregate stocks. The SSC noted that the documentation is unclear as to how this approach addresses the divergence of Pacific Decadal Oscillation from sea surface temperature or whether it resolved any of the concerns motivating the modification. The SSC supports the use of the modified data set as consistent with COP 15, but a best scientific information available determination would require more information on how the OPIH forecast is disaggregated into the quantities used in management, as well as clarification on the points raised above. Oregon Coast Natural Coho Marine Survival Index. The two southernmost life cycle monitoring sites used to parameterize the marine survival model predictions that inform the OCN coho allowable exploitation rate matrix will be closed due to budget cuts, and the analysts explored 4 approaches for dealing with this closure. The SSC agrees with the conclusions of the analysts that the interpolation method is the preferred approach given both its performance and its flexibility if the defunded life cycle monitoring sites come back into use. The SSC endorses the use of the interpolation method going forward as best scientific information available in light of the reduction in monitoring. The SSC strongly recommends that the method be re-examined after several years of use, as underlying relationships among sites may change over time. That concludes the SSC statement, and I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. I'll look around, see if there are any questions on the SSC report. John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Schaffer, for the report. I think the SSC, I like the report. I think they made some good points in there, including noting the differences in methodology and data changes aren't always clear, which I agree with. But along those lines, the report also refers to supporting the use of the modified data as consistent with COP15. So does that mean that the SSC considers the decay rate used in the forecast as a data change?
Thank you for the question, Mr. North. Yes, the SSC considers that a data range change that would be consistent as COP15 is currently written.
Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. My question, I'll crib a little bit on Mr. North over there, which is just to say that same sentence says the SSC supports use of this modified data as consistent with COP15, but a BSIA determination would require more information. So I'm trying to get my head around a little bit about what that means, what the SSC was thinking in terms of what we might need to move forward or recommendations that this might need some further work. Can you explain that a little bit more for me?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. Yes, this forecast methodology is currently being used by the council. It's produced outside the council process. This forecast methodology, so what the forecast methodology is predicting as an aggregate is not necessarily the units being used under management. And if we were reviewing how those managed units were being forecast, that's what we would be looking at in terms of a BSIA determination, if that's what the council desired us to look at. I don't know if that's clear or if I could do a better job, perhaps.
Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. I appreciate that. Can you give us just a little bit more? I'm sorry to be dense, but I think this is important for the council to have a clear understanding of this.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. Yes, so the current forecast, because it is an aggregate forecast, the units that would be used in management, we wouldn't necessarily expect those units to behave similarly. There could be small components of that unit that simply do not make any contribution to that aggregate forecast, whereas a much larger component to that aggregate forecast, that could be all that's really being maximized. We don't have that information, so we can't say that those pieces that are used in management are BSIA.
Thank you. Any other questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. Under the OPIH forecast modification, first paragraph, the bottom of page 1, you're talking about the influence of older years, and the influence declines as the data get older. And then you say this approach sacrifices statistical precision with the hope of reflecting conditions that are changing directionally. I guess I'm just wondering, isn't this a relatively common approach that we use in many modeling exercises to kind of upweight more recent data? And then I'm asking if you can tell us what changing directionally means. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Remco. This particular approach is fairly novel, though it's well supported in the statistical literature. Novel in terms of use in salmon, the salmon world. In terms of salmon forecasts in general, Yes, many salmon forecasts are made up on a subset of years that use a much more recent subset of data to better reflect current conditions. So in terms of how this particular approach is working, it would be broadly consistent with many salmon forecasts that I'm aware of. And I believe there might have been a second part to your question that I'm missing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just the phrase changing directionally. Maybe you can explain what that means. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the question, Ms. Urenco. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, as environmental conditions change, using a shorter data set sometimes can better reflect how those conditions are changing. But the problem with using a data set that might be too short, and we're getting into relatives there, you end up chasing noise that isn't necessarily represented in a longer term series. So this is one of those instances where we would be concerned that we could have a concern that you're chasing noise to reflect a better forecast average that doesn't really bear out in terms of its ability to forecast, or in terms of its ability to relate to management advice.
Additional questions? John North?
Sorry, I was multitasking, but I thought I heard something about use of ARIMA models, and I was just going to add that in the Columbia Basin, they pretty much switched to complete use of ARIMA for multiple spring, summer, and fall Chinook stocks. So they've found it to be superior. But.
Thank you. Any other questions on the SSC report? Query writings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks again, Dr. Schaffler. My question, I think, is building a little bit on what Marcy was just asking about, and trying to get clear in my head here. I'm hearing that what the SSC reviewed and we're talking about today is considered, and the SSC would agree, a data update. However, I'm hearing you talk about and seeing in this report that there are some underlying concerns about the model itself, or potentially the approach that's taken by the model. If that is a concern, did the SSC have any discussion about whether this should move forward for methodology review next year, something we should put on our plate in the future? You say here a BSI determination will require more information. Does that suggest that this is something that should come back for a methodology review in the future?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. This particular forecast represents a substantial improvement over what was being used 3 or 4 years ago that the SSC did review. So this is a much better forecast, as Mr. North points out, and the ARIMA modeling itself is well accepted. Whether we would recommend this for a methodology review, there are certain pieces of it that the SSC believes could merit methodology review, such as how those component pieces influence or impact management decisions. And that's something that we would be willing to entertain should that be a request from the council. And of course, should the analysts actually have time to perform those analyses.
And look around here. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jason. Next, we have the Salmon Technical Team report, Cassie Lehman and Candace Morgenstern. Good morning to both of you, and whoever wants to start, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be reading Agenda Item G3A, Supplemental STT Report 1. The Salmon Technical Team, the STT, and the Science and Statistical Committee Salmon Subcommittee, the SSC, held the Salmon Methodology Review Meeting on October 9th, 2025, and discussed the two topics selected for review. One, the Oregon Production Index Hatchery, OPIH, forecast methodology. Two, technical revision to the marine survival forecasts of the Oregon Coastal Natural, OCN, Coho Workgroup Harvest Model. Oregon Production Index Hatchery, OPIH, forecast methodology. Cassie Lehman, STT, MU, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Thomas Buren and Shannon Connolly, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, presented an overview of incorporating an exponential weighted approach within the OPIH Coho forecast methodology at the methodology review meeting. The current forecast methodology is a multi-step process that produces an ensemble forecast utilizing an autoregressive integrated moving average, ARIMA, model structure. The forecast is an ensemble of the top 10 of the 1,485 individual models considered, ranked by unweighted mean absolute percent error, MAPE, over the prior 15 years, where each of those years have equal weight in the calculation. The modification presented calculates MAPE during the process, choosing the top 10 models as an exponentially weighted average, where more recent years receive greater weight than older years within the 15-year timeframe. Results suggest exponentially reducing the weight of each year, the decay rate, by 25% relative to the following year has a MAPE of 33.3%, where the current methodology has a MAPE of 39.4%, suggesting this proposed approach improves model performance. The STT recommendation. The STT supports the use of the MAPE-weighted ARIMA ensemble forecasting methodology. The STT also encourages further investigation of additional ways to refine the forecast approach, including evaluating whether performance could be improved by forecasting individual stock components rather than the total OPIH aggregate abundance. Technical revision to the marine survival forecasts of the OCN Coho Workgroup Harvest Model. Eric Sering and Cassie Lehman, ODFW, presented multiple approaches to calculate the marine survival component of the Amendment 13, A13, OCN Coho Harvest Matrix. The matrix prescribes maximum allowable exploitation rates based on brood year spawning escapement levels and a marine survival index, MSI. Data used for the MSI is derived from life cycle monitoring, LCM sites, for the baseline data, and the baseline data for MSI calculations are updated annually. Due to funding limitations, ODFW discontinued monitoring of the two southernmost LCM sites in 2025, which leaves 3 sites in operation. Given this change in monitoring, 4 alternatives to adjust this monitoring change for use beginning in 2026 were presented. The 4 alternatives included 1, continuing refitting the forecast generalized additive models, GAMS, annually, calculating the MSI from a multivariate state-space model to interpolate missing LCM sites from remaining previous data, also referred to as the interpolation method. 2, continue refitting the forecast GAMS annually, calculating the MSI using the 3 remaining LCM sites, the reduced method. 3, discontinue the process of refitting the forecast GAMS annually and use the 2025 model without annual updates to baseline data to forecast OCN marine survival, fixed method. And 4, reverting to the Oregon Production Index Hatchery Jack to Smolt Survival Index used prior to 2013, the OPIH JAC methods. The marine survival forecasts between the alternatives explored were relatively similar. The fixed method and the OPIH JAX method did not fit the MSI forecast as well as the interpolated or reduced methods. Marine survival forecasts from the interpolation method better represented the observed MSI than the reduced method. The marine survival forecasts of the alternatives explored from 2021 through 2025 always had the same A13 harvest matrix marine survival designation, except for in 2021 forecast from the OPIH JAX method. The interpolation does increase model complexity, but allows for flexibility if monitoring opportunities become available where interpolated data could be substituted for observed data. There are concerns regarding the reduced spatial coverage of the available LCM sites. STT recommendation. The STD supports using the interpolation method for calculating marine survival beginning in 2026. The STT suggests that analysts notify the Pacific Fishery Management Council if it no longer continues to be a suitable approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions on the salmon technical team report? Butch Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
All that. Just proud you know my name, Pete. I have a question that I probably should know the answer to, but I don't. On these sites that are closing, are they permanent in nature, or are these spot near the river that you guys set up counting stations every year, so like semi-temporarily? I just, and if ever Oregon gets the money, could they be enacted pretty easily, open?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Vice Chair. It's my understanding that they are, at like a permanent structure and they are no longer being operated at this time. If funding does appear, those sites would be able to start back up relatively quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report and the work. Just a question, and it may be that the answer is obvious, but the last line in the document says, the STT suggests analysts notify the council if it no longer continues to be a suitable approach. What would be the main determinants if it's no longer suitable? If you don't have the data, you have a new method. What are you evaluating? How well it predicted the fishery? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Lent. This is suggesting, if we use the interpolation into the future, this method, the longer the amount of time passes, the potential for more uncertainty in this method. However, the analysis did look at, a degradation of confidence in using the interpolation for this method, and found that in at least 8 years of projecting, into the future of an exercise of thinking if we use this at least in the next 8 years, we didn't see the interpolations to deviate or cause any, kind of issues of concern. So we have confidence that this approach will be suitable for a good chunk of time. But if you're thinking in, a much longer time period, there's a little bit more opportunity for that data to be a bit more uncertain, and trying to make sure that we just keep tabs on this approach.
Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at the STT recommendation for the OPIH forecast methodology, and similar to sort of a question I had for the SSC, it says the STT also encourages further investigation of additional ways to refine the forecast approach, including evaluating whether performance could be improved by forecasting individual stock components rather than the total aggregate abundance. And I think that's the similar recommendation that we heard from the SSC. Could you talk a little bit about that in terms of sort of its urgency, or why the STT felt that way?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. The analysts that are involved with OPIH forecasting, this is very much sort of at the front of our minds with this approach. Our first priority 2 years ago in 2023 was to improve the total forecast methodology from what was previously used to this ARIMA-based approach. Being able to forecast at a subcomponent level requires much more work and time for us to really think about how we can forecast at that level in a new and novel way. and that work is ongoing but has not yet been completed to be able to really evaluate that in full at this time. And there is the STT's understanding is that by separating this aggregate forecast into components, that there may be opportunity for improvement. But since that work is still ongoing, you know, the level of improvement is unknown, but recognize that, like Dr. Schaffler said, that the current ARIMA forecast that is in use is a much better approach than what was previously used. So we're getting much, you know, closer to a good forecast.
Any other questions? Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer, and thank you, Ms. Lehman, for the report. Ms. Writing's question kind of got at what I wanted to ask. Knowing a lot of work from a group of analysts went into the forecast method that came forward, I believe 2 years ago now, which everyone recognizes was a big improvement. Same group of analysts worked on what was a data change that came forward in March and has now been through methodology review. But just wanted you to confirm that that same group of analysts has this aggregate versus pieces forecasting in mind, and it's not that you're not thinking about it, it's people just haven't had time to do all the work that needs to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Addix. Yes, that is true. This is something that the analysts involved are aware of and are trying to continue to work to refine this forecast and this stock. So it's just a matter of time and being able to piece this out into the different components.
Thanks. Look around. Not seeing any questions. I have one, maybe a simple, and I apologize if you mentioned this. Who funds those LCM, the life cycle monitoring sites? Is that USGS or ODFW?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I'm only an analyst and not super involved with the budget at ODFW. I believe it's through the state, though. I'm not perhaps the best person for that question.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. State general funds.
All right, thanks. All right, not seeing other questions then. Thanks, both of you, for coming. Well, wait. Corey Ridings.
Sorry, Chair. Just a quick question that triggered something for me, which is, you know, we're thinking a lot as a council, and this goes beyond salmon, just what it's meant to have our federal friends on furlough and how that's impacted that work. So I'm curious, I know that kind of we keep hearing from different people kind of about the low capacity of the STT to begin with. I'm wondering if you could share with me sort of, was this when you met, were the feds still on furlough? What did that look like? How's that impacted your work recently?
Thank you for the questions, Ms. Writing. Could you clarify about the STT's experience at the methodology review meeting or here, or just in general in recent times?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just thinking about the report, who was available to be part of that, producing that report, thinking about that, providing this information for us now. And then if you had anything additionally sort of general about the work that you've done in the last 7 weeks.
Thank you for the question. The STT has unfortunately seen a lot of departures from our team, and we have a diminished capacity of people on our team currently. Candace and I are the only STT members in person at this meeting, and we have Mike O'Farrell online with us, and that's not too many folks compared to what our maximum roster could hold, and we're still dedicated to providing the council with the resources and the information that we have. But it's we're very grateful for our support staff that are helping us, and we are feeling the smallness of our group and the amount of work that still remains, is constant within the council process and within the STT. So, yeah, it's a challenging time, but doing our best.
Thanks for that. And just thanks to all of the STT and the state folks in particular who have been doing all that work.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. One more careful look. Not seeing any hands. Thank you. Now we have the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Ryan Johnson. Welcome back, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll read the SAS report on methodology review results. The SAS received a briefing from the STT on the salmon methodology review in 2025. The modified OPI forecast. The SAS supports the proposed revised forecast approach that went through methodology review. This method improves model performance. The SAS further recommends allowing modelers maintain the flexibility necessary to adjust weighting on an annual basis to improve accuracy and assure reliable annual forecasts. For revisions to the OCN forecast, the SAS supports the proposed interpolated marine survival index method for OCNs. This method best represents the survival and maintains flexibility should either site be reopened in the future. The SAS would also like to express concern about defunding projects like the Oregon Life Cycle Monitoring sites on the West Fork, Smith, and Winchester Creek. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. Questions on the advisory subpanel report? There are no questions. Thank you, Ryan. That completes the reports, takes us to public comment. We have one sign up. Mr. Conrad Gowell, can you hear us, Conrad? He is not connected. All right. With an unsupported browser, we will not be able to hear him connect. So we will move on then. And that will take us into our council tasks. On the screen, approve the use of the methodologies recommended from the methodology review and guidance for unresolved methodology issues. See who wants to start that discussion. Is there anything to discuss here? John North?
No, just a note that I support both of the methodology items, and I have a motion whenever it's appropriate.
All right, let me look around, see Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Like Mr. North, I support both of these. Not completely clear to me if the OPI forecast needs a motion. We kind of heard that it's just a data change, not a change to the council approved methodology. If we want to confirm that, yes, we support what we heard and want to put it forward as a motion, I'd support it either way. But I think what we heard was it was a data change, not necessarily a change to the method.
All right, thanks. I'm not sure on that either. I mean, I believe we could do it either way. You should go ahead with your motion, John, and then that can generate some discussion. Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yes, our ODFW motion on this agenda item is I move the council adopt the following methodologies for implementation beginning in 2026 fisheries management. Item 1 is the forecast methodology for the Oregon Production Index hatchery coho as presented in agenda item G3 attachment 1. And item 2 is the interpolated marine survival index methodology for Oregon Coast natural coho as presented in agenda item G3 attachment 2.
Thank you. What I see on the screen appears accurate and complete. Do you agree?
I agree.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Vice Chair Smith. Please speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support using the modified ARIMA and ensemble approach for 2026 and beyond, primarily because it's providing the lower MAPE values as compared to the previous ARIMA model. My understanding is this new weighted approach allows the model to respond quicker to more recent environmental patterns and or relationships, which I think is important to keep up with changing environmental conditions. I do make the motion with the understanding that the decay rate is more consistent with the data input change. So going forward, I feel the modelers then should have the flexibility to adjust the decay rate associated with the lowest MAPE as needed. I know the primary state staff that's been working on this forecasting approach has been pulling double duty with some heavy workload with USV Oregon. They do have other ideas and tweaks that have been mentioned. They just pretty buried right at the moment, but I think they've laid the groundwork to make some to apply it to other substocks, or moving forward we can get even better. On the second item, yes, it is unfortunate that funding issues have resulted in loss of a couple of our life cycle monitoring sites. Those produce some really good data, but I'm relieved that staff is able to identify an alternative here that with the state-based model, and that even though it's more complex, it seems like it allows us to maintain the Marine Survival Index approach, which I think is good. And if we do get funding or can get those sites up and running, we can just plug in the actual data pretty easily with this approach. So of the alternatives evaluated, I think this is the best way to go.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, John. My question is actually, the motion looks great to me. Plan to vote for it. My question is to some of what you said while you were describing it, and you talked about the ability to sort of change the decay rate, and you noted that that was something, I think you said, can be changed by the team or the modelers, perhaps. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch all of that. And just noting that the SSC brought this up as a concern, an important thing, important component of how we're thinking about how far back in time we go when we want to be thinking about how much we're considering in thinking forward and making our harvest decisions. Can you just, and apologies for my ignorance here, can you talk a little bit more about that and how that fits in, and sort of where that responsibility lies to move and change that decay rate?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. And I may have to bring Ms. Lehman back up because she's more involved with this, but that was kind of why I was asking the question of Dr. Schaffler, that if this, if the decay rate is considered a data change, then moving forward, I felt that the team, the OPIT team and the modelers could then, and I should have asked this question earlier, but I think fairly quickly they can analyze that, and because the 25% decay rate may not remain the optimal. Over time, things will change, and it may, at some point they may decide that 30% is better. And I just wanted them to have the flexibility to make that determination in the OPIT setting, where there's like 50 or 60 people around the table. And I think with that flexibility, they can make an informed decision and try and come up with the best forecast, so. But if you need more detail, I might have to have Ms. Lehman come up.
Would you like more detail, or?
Let's spare everybody for now, and I'll have a sidebar. That sound good?
Sure. Okay. Thanks. Any other questions for clarification? Discussion on the motion? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up a bit on Corey's comments here. I agree. I mean, I struggle in these discussions about methods review and what's a data change, what's a methods change. Here we're talking about an exponential decay rate and incorporating it and upweighting more recent data, downweighting older data. In other discussions, in the groundfish arena, we talk about time blocking. We talk about truncating data sets. We talk about catch reconstructions and going back all the way throughout time and history. And I think what I see here, I support the motion, I should say that. But here we have a situation where we've looked at current circumstances and decided that the current circumstances are likely the most indicative for informing a forecast. I appreciate that there's a balancing that needs to happen at too short of a time series. You're chasing noise. And so some balancing must happen. But I'm just flagging that this conversation comes up in harvest modeling, in forecasting, and in determining reference points. And I don't think there's any magic answer here. I think they're important discussions, and certainly not one size fits all. But I don't know that there's a right or a wrong way to do it in any of these circumstances. So I'm just, mindful that here we have a situation that appears to very heavily rely on the most recent data, and for good reason, and happy to support it. But I just would encourage us all to think about that as we take up some of these other topics about forecasting and reference point determinations, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Other discussion? Not seeing any hands, then I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, John. That takes care of the first task, I believe. Is there any other guidance? Sort of a little bit, I don't know if they were unresolved, but there were questions. Query writings? Or?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to speak to the possible need to update the COP regarding this differentiation between something that's a data update and should go to a methodology review. We've heard that there's maybe a bit of a squishy line there, and that in some case that's going to be perhaps a judgment call. But I might suggest that that's something we can talk about, and I stand to be corrected by Angela or Merrick, if that's something that we should discuss later in the meeting. But I am just putting that out there, that we heard from folks that that could be important and could help sort of resolve some of this ambiguity in the future.
Thanks. And I guess that would be my question too. It's a COP issue, but the problem, identification of the problem originated here. If that's clear, then we can possibly bring it up then. Do you want to add anything, Executive Director Burden?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, especially when you look at me like you want me to say something. So, yeah, I think it's very reasonable to consider the COP changes as you've suggested in Ms. Writings. I think I don't anticipate this would be a straightforward COP change. I think the more important aspect of it is probably the dialogue and the cogitation that would have to go into figuring out that where that gray area is and isn't. And I think that's a conversation that is quite a few people would need to be part of that conversation. So all that is to say, yes, I think we could benefit from some COP changes, but I think there's a process behind that that is probably more important than the text of the COP change itself, if that makes sense.
Thanks. Sharon Kiefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, and I can appreciate Corey's suggestion about thinking about future changes to the COP, and recognizing, as Executive Director points out, that may be a deeper dive and not just a surface change. I do wonder, though, relative to just this opportunity to provide general guidance for unresolved, if we are able, and I don't have enough knowledge of the process of just providing the guidance that the Science and Statistical Committee even though it's not an official methodology review period, might kind of provide us some feedback as to kind of the outcome of this decadal as they kind of put that together, whether, just some feedback in terms of that time series, whether it is just kind of something they feel is too short, too long as we move forward, and as just more some general feedback relative to if we do pursue a more specific COP change, which might take a little longer, but in that interim, if the SSC would still be able to provide some general guidance in terms of how that methodology is being applied.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Ryan Wolf, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I put my hand up I wanted to ask a question to Mr. North earlier, but right before the motion, didn't get my hand up in time. I fully support it and glad that it passed. So this isn't about the COP changes, but it was my understanding that the folks that are involved in the OPI forecast, they meet each year to discuss the forecast and the possible improvements. So I guess my question is that still expected to occur ahead of the 26 management season? And do you feel like this is something the OPIT team would review as part of their preseason review?
Thank you for the question through the chair. OPIT meets every year, I think in early February, and goes over the previous year's, runs and harvest and reports on all things coho, and then uses the guidance here from the council, like on this forecasting methodology, and then works through it, with all those that are there. And so part of that process this year will be explaining what happened here and look at the performance of the model and talk about the MAPE. And it's a couple-hour meeting, and I think it's a good process. It's just sometimes it's been, there's been situations where the forecast number comes out and a lot of people in the room, know it's wrong. And, but there's no flexibility to discuss it, because there's a regimented methodology. So a little bit of flexibility to consider, I think, with all those people there in the room that are fairly knowledgeable is a good step forward. And it's not going to change, a lot. This forecast will produce about the same number. Just the adjustment to the MAPE allows for some fine tuning. So.
Thank you. Any other discussion on that? Heard a couple thoughts there. Maybe I'll put it on Angela's shoulders to summarize and see if there's anything we've gathered regarding that or how we're doing on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so it seems like there is support for the proposed methods for use in 2026. Regarding if there's any additional guidance for unresolved methodology issues, there was this conversation about feedback on the decay rating approach, and if I understand the most recent exchanges, that's something that OPIT will consider in their coming meeting as they evaluate the forecast and use it at that meeting early next year.
Cory Ridings?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Angela, for that review. I should have had my hand up slightly sooner. I was just going to voice my preference in thinking about what we heard from Dr. Lehman, and also Kyle noted this as well, I think, and we heard just the concern about in the STT report, the subsetting of the stocks and the need to think about that. And I heard that there was too much workload to get to that at this point, but it's sort of on the docket to be done. And just thinking that if that work is done, or if it's appropriate to bring up for next year's methodology review, I would, if possible, just encourage a conversation between those folks involved, like Dr. Lehman, with council staff, to kind of calibrate that and see if we can bring that next year, if appropriate.
Okay, thank you. So that just sounds like some background work between now and trying to think March or April, whenever we get into our next methodology review process.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, that opportunity to have those conversations, especially noting that SSC's sort of, this isn't a BSIA determination, and recognizing that that's something that folks have wanted to do and is important to do, and make sure that we have that queued up if necessary for next year. Is that clear?
I think so, but I'll check and make sure with Angela first, or John. It's discussions in the background between now and March or April. Angela?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ridings, and I don't want to, we'll definitely let John chime in as well, but I do think there's a lot of conversations that will happen between now and April would be the time that, the council will hear from the SSE and the STT again on discussions that take place when they review preliminary topics for methodology review. So I imagine that those conversations will be captured in those statements the council will receive in April.
And maybe I'll look to John. Is there some process that our expectation we could hear something, or something will be discussed and considered between now and April?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I didn't have much to add to what Angela said, but yeah, I think when we come back with the forecasting, they'll include a discussion of what happened at OPIT and what the data said, and we'll have performance, based on last year's actual run, and we'll know a fair bit more. So,
all right, thanks. Anything else here on this? Not seeing any hands. Angela, are we ready to close it out?
Yes, thank you. I won't review the summary I provided earlier, but council's work on this agenda item is complete.
All right. Thank you all for that then. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and resume our work on G4. All right, get your donuts and coffee and seats so we can proceed. All right, we're going to proceed with our salmon agenda items with G4. So I will turn it back to Angela Forstall for the overview. Angela.
This is agenda item G4, Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fishery Management Plan Amendment, Work Group Report, and Initial Scoping. Just a kind of brief history of the last few years. In 2018, Sacramento River Fall Chinook was declared overfished. And part of that rebuilding plan included a number of recommendations, including reconsidering the current conservation objective. The stock was declared rebuilt in 2021, but the council did continue to note that there was needed improvements and updates to the conservation objective. So in 2022, the council reviewed a literature review on the basis behind the conservation objective, which concluded that the current objective was difficult to reproduce. And both the SSE and STT expressed support for development of a new conservation objective. The council then did form the ad hoc Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group, which has provided 2 reports to the council to date, one in June 2024 and one in November 2024. And at that November 2024 meeting, the council did provide guidance to the work group on what to consider when further thinking about updates to reference points, the conservation objective, and the harvest control rule. Those considerations are included in the work group's report for this meeting. And in April 2025, the council did preliminarily select 2 topics that the work group had brought forward for the 2025 salmon methodology review, but also directed council staff to develop a document that thought about how the steps and sequences for updating the Sacramento River Fall Chinook management framework. So kind of thinking about the reference points, conservation objective, and harvest control rule comprehensively. In 2025, the council did review that document and discussed the potential of transitioning work for updating the management framework into an FMP amendment process, and then did postpone the Sacramento River Work Group's proposed topics for 2025 methodology review, but noted that they would be foundational to the work on an FMP amendment. Under this agenda item, the council does have 4 attachments. 2 are kind of the staff report related to tasking given in September 2026 from the council about additional information it would take to kind of develop this FMP amendment process, the timeline, the steps, and the expertise and input that would be needed. And then there are 2 reports from the Sacramento River Work Group. The main work group report is Work Group Attachment 1, as well as the appendices in Work Group Attachment 2. We do have a PowerPoint that I will go over that goes more into detail of the staff reports. Your tasks under this agenda item are to review the information in the work group report and discuss as appropriate, and confirm that the council wishes to begin an FMP amendment process and adopt the work plan and tentative timeline as outlined in attachment 2. In particularly looking for the council to confirm the formation of a Sacramento River FMP amendment work group and review the draft peer review process proposed in attachment 1, section 2. So in addition, you have those 2 work group reports under this agenda item, and also reports from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, SSC report, an STT report, an SAS report, and 4 individuals signed up for public comment.
All right. Thank you. Any questions on the situation summary before we proceed? And I'm not seeing any, so Angela, I think you have a presentation to orient us.
All right, this is an overview of the information included in Attachment 1 and Attachment 2. So this does include a summary of the components that would potentially be updated through a Sacramento River Fall Chinook FMP amendment and a high-level overview of the progress on each of these components made to date. I will then touch on what is one of the main council decision points for today, which is how the council wants to ensure the scientific components of the FMP amendment adhere to policies regarding the use of best scientific information available and peer review. I will then touch on the expertise that will be needed to develop and analyze an FMP amendment alternatives, ways the council could solicit that input, and a tentative timeline for developing the FMP amendment. And I will then wrap up with a summary of key questions the council should address today that will assist in future planning over the next few months. There are 4 elements that may be updated through the FMP amendment process. These are the FMSY, the SMSY, the conservation objective, and the harvest control rule. Each of these are described within the salmon FMP. An updated FMSY value has already been adopted by the council and is currently being used in management. This is based on the outcomes of a 2024 methodology review. The FMP has not yet been updated to reflect this new value. It still does list the current FMSY value of 0.78, so it will need to be updated through an amendment to reflect the new value. And I do also want to remind the council that when you adopted this value in 2024, you scheduled a review in 2028. So that is kind of still on our radar. The next element to be updated is the SMSY value. The current SMSY value is 122,000 total adult spawners. The Sacramento River Workgroup has previously noted it may not make sense to directly estimate an SMSY for a stock where there are hatchery fish spawning in natural areas, but that instead maximum sustainable production could be estimated. In 2024, an approach for deriving the SMSY value based on FMSY and this maximum production, SMP, was reviewed by the SSC and STT under a methodology review, wherein the SMSY could be determined by multiplying the FMSY and SMP. Based on the outcomes of the review and subsequent council guidance, the Sacramento River Workgroup has been exploring ways to update the SMSY that would be in terms of natural area spawners rather than the natural and hatchery adult spawner total that it is currently in terms of. There are 4 different ways that the council or the work group has been considering this, and these are kind of described in their review materials for this meeting, which we'll let Dr. Satterthwaite cover. The next element is the current conservation objective, which is currently 122,000 to 180,000 adult spawners in natural areas and hatcheries combined. So again, a total value. There has been much discussion about this, and I kind of touched on it in the situation summary. So I won't repeat that here, but the Sacramento River Group does describe in their report one potential approach for updating the conservation objective using a method that would take into account both escapement needs to natural areas and hatcheries combined. The 4th component would be the harvest control rule. The current harvest control rule is structured around the FABC, so the annual exploitation rate associated with acceptable biological catch, the MSST, below which the stock would be considered overfished, the SMSY, and 2 levels of de minimis exploitation rates. The harvest control rule was developed using an SMSY in terms of total spawners, and it has been noted in past reports that if the SMSY is to be modified to be in terms of only natural spawners, there would need to be a reevaluation of the harvest control rule and potential reconsideration of the de minimis. So one important key takeaway I want to highlight here is that knowing the SMSY value and the MSY values can be very helpful for informing any future council discussions about a potential updated harvest control rule. The reference points that are used in management are scientific values, and as such, determining them must comply with policies regarding the use of best scientific information available and peer review. And as we kind of talked about in the previous agenda item, the Salmon Methodology Review is an annual peer review process that does take place and is really the only formally established peer review process for council salmon management at this time. As such, the Sacramento River Workgroup has proposed topics in the past that would support their work to be reviewed through this process. However, there have been previous council discussions that touched on the high importance and sensitivity and interest around updating a Sacramento River Fall Chinook escapement objective, and that the Salmon Methodology Review, which is typically a 1 or 2 day meeting with its primary purpose serving that there are no unresolved issues during the salmon preseason process, may not be the appropriate or adequate review process. So at this meeting, we're asking the council to discuss what kind of peer review process it would like to potentially develop in coordination with NIMS for evaluating a new escapement objective for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The report does describe, in general, 3 different approaches that could be considered, with the role of the peer review panel increasing down the list. The first example is a basic peer review, where the peer review body would be presented with the analyses already developed by the Sacramento River Workgroup, along with any additional methods explored prior to the review. The review panel would evaluate the scientific merits of the proposed approaches and provide independent recommendations. The panel's role would primarily be to receive information and advise, offer feedback based on their expertise. The second example is a more iterative peer review, where the peer review body would be presented with the analysis developed by the Sacramento River Workgroup and actively engage in sensitivity analyses and iterative discussions with the workgroup. The peer review panel's recommendations would be shaped by this iterative exchange and any additional analyses that comes out of it. And then the final example would be a peer review where the peer review body also conducts their own analyses. The peer review body would be presented with the work group's work and evaluate their scientific basis, and if the peer review panel deems appropriate, could conduct additional analyses using their own expertise and experience to develop any recommendations. Under any of these approaches, the peer review report would go to the SSE before being presented to the council. So council staff would consider any discussion the council has today on what this peer review process could look like, and then work with NIMS to develop more detailed terms of reference, coordinate and solicit input from the SSE on these terms of reference, and bring those back to the council for further consideration at a future meeting. I do want to take a moment here to pause and zoom out because we are talking about a lot of potential different groups, some already formed, some not formed yet. And there's potentially a lot of interactions among the groups. So far, we do have our currently established Sacramento River Fall Chinook work group, and they have developed rigorous scientific reports for the council so far. And the STT and SAS so far have interacted with the work group by primarily providing reports to the council based on the work group's work when they have come up for discussion on the council floor. And then we've just discussed the potential of a peer review panel that would be made up of SSE members and additional independent experts. This group would interact directly with, but be separate from, the Sacramento River Workgroup in providing external review of the materials. Exactly the kind of interaction that would occur and tasks of the peer review panel would be developed based on guidance the council gives about what type of peer review approach they may want to consider moving forward. The STT and the SAS would participate in the peer review process by providing technical expertise and advisory input as necessary. And the full SSE, as I mentioned, would review the panel report and provide their report to the council. And then finally, we have the group that I'm going to touch on next, which is the folks that would be developing the FMP amendment alternative and analyzing the impacts. The bulk of this work would take place after the peer review occurs. And this group of people would take the outcomes of the peer review and final recommendations by the SSE and council when developing further alternatives and analyzing their impacts. And this group could take a variety of forms based on council input and capacity. So as I noted, the Sacramento River Workgroup has provided expert scientific analysis so far and could continue to do so by contributing materials to any peer review process. Additional input will be important for analyzing the biological and economic impacts of any harvest control rule and conservation objectives further considered. The council could consider the development of a specific FMP amendment work group. This would cover a broad range of expertise, such as those listed in the slide and the staff report. This would have the benefit of bringing in a variety of input and expertise, but would also require that there are folks available and the time to commit to working on this work group. The group could also include members that are currently on the Sacramento River Work Group, as well as others, depending on kind of how the council wishes to proceed. Alternatively, the council could use approach of an FMP project team that is comprised primarily of NIMS and council staff, and then leverages input from advisory bodies and subsequent council guidance when developing FMP amendment alternatives. Under this approach, public input would be solicited primarily through the existing council process and established council meetings and other public hearings if the council deems appropriate. In September, the council did also request a more detailed tentative timeline for what this FMP amendment process could look like. I won't go over it in extreme detail, but do want to note a few key events. In March, the council would potentially adopt the charge and membership of an FMP amendment work group if it opts to go that route, or indicate that it wants to use a more streamlined project team and leverage input from ABs and the public in other ways. In April, the SSC would review the draft peer review terms of reference developed by the council staff and NIMS over the winter. And in late spring and summer, the group developing the FMP amendment and the Sacramento River Work Group would have separate meetings for the work group finalize any peer review material if needed, and the FMP group to kind of just get initial kind of laying of roles and responsibilities. And then the peer review would be scheduled to occur sometime in June. In September, the council would review a scoping document developed by a peer review team or group and the outcomes of the peer review panel, along with reports from the SSC, STT, and SAS. And in November, the council would review an updated report from the group developing the FMP amendment, and based on the alternatives included so far, could potentially select a preliminary preferred alternative and provide additional guidance. We would then have a break in work in the early part of 2027, recognizing that salmon folks are otherwise very tied up at that time, and then resume with FMP work in summer of 2027. The FMP amendment alternatives and analysis would then be presented to the council at the September 2027 meeting in anticipation of potential final action at that meeting. So the three main questions that we have for the council today is if the council does wish to begin an FMP amendment process, and if so, does it approve the tentative timeline outlined in attachment 2? Does the council wish to form a Sacramento River Fall Chinook FMP amendment work group that has broad membership, or leverage a smaller FMP project team that leans heavily on council advisory and technical teams to develop the FMP amendment alternatives? And if any feedback the council has on the development of an independent peer review process and the scope and objectives for such a review. And that concludes my overview.
All right, thank you, Angela. Any questions on that overview, which covers a couple of the reports in the document? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Angela, for the presentation and the written reports. The presentation, actually, all of a sudden I have a question because of the use of the term FMP project team here in number 2. When I think about that term in other contexts, somehow it triggers in my mind the use of a contractor, council contractor that we often have brought in on special projects to do particular tasks. Looking at your thoughts on what the smaller FMP project team would do and who those folks would be, did you consider the possibility of a contractor to support that work?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Yaromko. I am not equipped to address, the larger council plans for hiring contractors or not, and I think depending on the direction the council goes, we would probably huddle internally and think about resources, but make sure that we could move that direction.
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you. And just adding to Angela's response, which is accurate, I would say, and as you know, Marcy, we do these FMP project team models very regularly. It's usually led by one member of council staff, and there's a couple of NIPS counterparts, and general counsel weighs in with us as appropriate. And a lot of times we're consulting with advisory subpanels and technical teams or management teams or others that are necessary. Frequently, we will have contractors play a role in that. So all of that is really just, it's first a question of who is really owning and driving the process. Is it firmly under the direction of your director with his staff, or is it more in the role of a work group or a technical team? Either model works, but they have different pros and cons.
Any other questions? Danny Evanson and Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcy, were you following up on that theme? Okay. Otherwise, I would have deferred. Thank you, Ms. Forrestal. I really appreciated the report in the record and the presentation. It was clean and clear and help lay out a few things to get this straight in my mind. I do have a few follow-up questions because, I noted, I think it's slide 9, Alaska Department of Fish and Game is mentioned, so I'm going to ask a few. I appreciate that that we're talking about potential peer review process here. This is an important stock and these values for SMSY, as you noted, has an outsized impact and an important stock. And I'm looking at, I think it's slide 9. If I had one constructive criticism, it would be to add page numbers on your slides. So here what you're thinking of a panel composition, and you have laid out 3 potential ways we could go down this path, and you say it could include a designated chair. Likely it will. Members from the SSC, Salmon, the SSC, and additional qualified experts. And I do think independent review when we have these hot button issues is a reasonable approach to tackling these things to maintain scientific integrity and objectivity. So if we flip to, well, the first question I have is what type of time commitment would we be talking about from this type of panel? What would the timeline be? I saw that you were considering an early June review. If you could help me out in addition to that, what type of format? We have Alaska Department of Fish and Game as well as lots of other scientists up and down the seaboard have participated in these things. And oftentimes the format, you get the technical documents in advance and you submit written comments and you get together in a room and you workshop them and you have a report coming out the other end, and just want to see what you're thinking there and the time commitment.
Thank you, Ms. Evison. Yes, I realize early June may be optimistic and aggressive, but we are hoping that, we did need to move on this FMP amendment, and so would require a lot of legwork. I think the exact timeline would depend on the type of peer review process that the council wants to consider moving forward to. I think a basic peer review where essentially the reports have been developed by the work group already could be put on pretty quickly if there's understanding that if we're requiring more from individuals on the peer review panel, we'd have to think about that and the time that they might need to gear up and get ready for that. Scheduling will likely, depending on how far we're looking for folks, require coordinating a lot of schedules and potentially different time zones. But I do agree with your point that, bringing into a room, we're hoping that this peer review panel would be able to take place in person. I think we find a lot of value in those. We have, we wouldn't be structuring this, directly off of the Groundfish model, but that is something that, kind of has come to mind as something the council has used in the past. We would definitely need to adjust it to fit how salmon works pretty heavily, but we do at least have the basis for how we plan and organize meetings a little bit around that already in development or developed that we could lean on. I think some reports that might follow this will speak to the timeline and potential needs that would require depending on how the peer review goes as well. If the peer review process has to take place later, if we need more time to develop that, recognizing that this is really the starting point for the further development of the FMP amendment that could push the timeline for everything out. But that is the important first step that we need to take, and we need to make sure that it's done correctly.
Thanks for that. My biggest concern is, the ask for Alaska Department of Fish and Game representation and knowing what kind of time commitment I would need to get from our staff. Can we turn to the next slide? I think that's 10. So looking at the interactions between these bodies, it strikes me that they're not independent of one another. We have some overlap here. We're having the SSC be part of the peer review panel, and then we're having the SSC review the outcome of the peer review panel. And we have members, I believe, on the Sacramento Fall Chinook Workgroup that are also on the SSC. And, there's a reason we're considering a peer review process. And so it strikes me that we might have some issues with conflict of interest on this process. Recognizing that whether that's real or perceived or potential conflict of interest, do you have thoughts on how we might handle that? That strikes me as something the council would want to consider carefully. Otherwise, why bother going through an independent peer review?
Yeah, thank you again, Ms. Evanson. A very good question. And the idea for this independent peer review definitely came up in the conversations that happened last September when folks were throwing around the idea of maybe we need to bring in outside folks, since exemplified by you seeing 60% of the salmon technical team sitting at the table there that's here this meeting. It's where there's limited capacity within the folks that we typically tap into for these sorts of things. For the peer review panel there, maybe I could have clarified that the expectation is there would be members of the salmon subcommittee potentially that would be on the peer review. Again, thinking about the Groundfish STAR panel process, there's Groundfish subcommittee members on that panel, if I recall correctly, and then it goes to the full SSC for review. That is how we've been potentially envisioning this process, but bringing this forward here today for the council to comment on if there's other ideas that the council have about who might be appropriate to put on this peer review and who may not be in a way to avoid any conflicts of interest, would be welcome to that feedback as we kind of move forward in planning.
Thank you. And if you'll indulge me, Mr. Chair, one further question. Again, it's about budgeting, if I'm going to provide staff to this in scope. Can you help me understand why this is limited to SMSY and if there's any interest in expanding it out to all the additional reference points?
The idea at this time is limiting it to SMSY. That is, we've made progress on the FMSY. We did have used our kind of in-council peer review process of the salmon methodology review to get that FMSY value updated. in the interest of kind of moving forward and progress and not expecting that we're going to reopen that box right now, had limited the initial thinking of the scope of this peer review to just SMSY. I did note that we do have that check-in on the FMSY value in 2028, which would potentially be beyond this timeline that I have sketched out for this FMP amendment process. If that is something that the council wants to expand the peer review to look at, that would be important to know. That would likely broaden, would take more planning for the peer review process, more development of materials. Wouldn't necessarily want to commit the work group to recycling those materials. It may not be appropriate to do so, but I wouldn't want to speak on the work group's behalf on that. However, if the council does want to broaden the peer review to include FMSY in lieu of having a 2028 check-in, that is something that could be considered.
And before you continue, I think Executive Burden wants to add to that.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just add to what Angela is outlining, which I agree with. But maybe for just some additional context of thinking here. So the most recent question, Ms. Evanson, was about whether we could expand this model to include other topics. And I think certainly, but I view the progression here that we're starting to go through in salmon as a series of building blocks. And so if we proceed with this road, we'll be doing something that we haven't done before in this council, and we're going to try it. And I think staying focused on first the objective scientific information, which in this case is SMSY, and focusing on that and figuring out, did we do this process right before we take other steps, I think is an important consideration. And so that's why we've kind of kept it narrow. Your earlier question about some of the overlapping participation that's shown in this diagram here, I think is a very important consideration. Some of the thinking, I guess, from my vantage point that Angela was also touching on is that, and I'm sure you can appreciate as someone who works in many different governance environments, the way that West Coast salmon is managed is, different from British Columbia. It's different from Alaska. The PSC process is different from the South of Falcon process. And so having some connectivity where people in the peer review process understand our way of doing things seems important to make sure that any decisions or recommendations that come out of that process are relevant to what we do. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to have our SSC members also on that peer review process, but we need somebody that knows that our environment, right, and can make sure that the recommendations coming out are relevant to our work. That's the point, I think, and you see that in our groundfish model. That's why we have some of that overlap. So maybe that helps add a little bit more flavor to what Angela already answered, but happy to elaborate also.
Annie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the additional context, Mr. Executive Director. I think that my concern is that we get the best information out of this. And I personally have been involved in independent peer review, and I just don't want to see us teeing up for ourselves up for a situation wherein we have independent scientists that get, it becomes like having a minority report. And so I want to make sure that we're clear on what our objectives are in this, and the council will need to think carefully on how to handle it. There's a difference. There is a role, I believe, for having, recognizing members of the SSC have valuable experience and expertise to bear on this, but there needs to be sideboards on the manner in which they're presented and the manner in which they opine in the peer review part of it, right? And so there's a difference between the presenting of information and the review process. I'm sort of wandering into council discussion, so I'll stand down.
Thank you. I'll turn back to Marcy. I think you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Somewhat relates to the question that Danny just asked, but regarding the peer review focusing only on SMSY, I'm just thinking back to prior discussions on this topic and the council's acknowledgement that these components, when we're talking FMP reference points, all fit together. They all need to fit together. They all need to be operating in the same units. They need to make sense with one another when we're talking the FMSY, the conservation objective, and the harvest control rule. And so what we have here is a proposal to start with the peer review process focused only on the SMSY piece. And so I'm just wondering if we've given thought to the sequence of events that happens thereafter, recognizing, I think, our continued need to make sure that all of these pieces fit together. That was why we wanted to embark on a more comprehensive process. So I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on the focus, exclusively at the beginning on SMSY.
Angela?
Thank you, Mr. Yaremko. Yes, I think the focus for exclusively on SMSY is in recognition that this is a scientific value that should be derived free from policy considerations. And those considerations can come into play when we start thinking about harvest control rules. We can start thinking about the environment and other kind of impacts that different harvest control rule shapes might have. So that's how we've kind of landed at this narrow focus of SMSY and then having those considerations after that takes place.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. That very helpful. I did have a question about the possibility of developing additional alternatives for the peer review process for SMSY. There's some mention of that in some of the upcoming statements. I think there was some interest in possibly developing, right now there are 4 that have been considered by the work group, but I believe there was interest in allowing for the possibility of perhaps developing additional methods that might also undergo peer review in this same process. And so I guess I'm looking to hear a little more about the ideas on how those additional methods would be developed and submitted into this process, acknowledging that the work group is willing or is identified as the lead on the 4 that have already been identified. So maybe you can talk a little more about how that would happen. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Yaremko. And I think this may be an appropriate question for Dr. Satterthwaite too, but I can kind of summarize conversations I've heard in the past in developing kind of the 4 potential options that the work group has right now with their preferred approach. They've kind of based on council guidance to date on, some, like I mentioned, the previous peer review and some other assumptions that have been, going into getting them to where they are and decisions that have been made. This is the 4 possible approaches that they've come up with. From the discussions in the work group, there's, given what we're operating on, what they're operating under as far as council guidance, my recount can be there are no other options to explore beyond the 4. The council, I think, could be a good question for Dr. Satterthwaite as well, if there is anything else that they might be able to develop for a peer review process beyond those 4 is there anything that they could look into between now and June that could potentially be additional material to bring forward? Other options could also be what comes out of the peer review. So if, the idea of bringing in independent experts, I think we heard from Ms. Evanson at a previous council meeting when she asked about, well, how long has this reference point been around, and kind of was shocked to hear the answer to that question and talked about, how often they review their reference points. And, that's a very different management system than what we operate under here. But maybe there's some ideas that could be gleaned from that could develop an additional approach. Whether there's time for those to be explored prior to a peer review or if that would occur at a peer review with the peer review panel itself would depend on the structure that the council kind of gives direction to move forward with.
Thank you. Any other questions? And we just had the presentation, sort of an overview on the reports. So we want to make sure everything's clear. Some of these things we can certainly come back to for discussion. So if there are no further questions for Angela on this, then we'll continue with our reports. And the first one is from the work group. Dr. Satterthwaite is online, and Colin Purdy is online also to assist. Dr. Satterthwaite, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great, thanks a lot. And yeah, as Ryan mentioned, or Mr. Wolf mentioned at the start of the day, have been involuntarily idled for the last 43 days, and then back for 72 hours, about 71 of which it feels like I was discussing widow rockfish with the SSC. But I will do my best to summarize the Sacramento Workgroup report. I think you can also hit on some of the questions that have come up already. And so, yeah, given the furlough, et cetera, did not have time to prepare any sort of formal presentation. So I'll just try to walk through the highlights of the report. The first page and most of the second page mostly just summarizes, what has the work group done to date. So one thing that does sort of touch on this question about, what could we do beyond the 4 options? So recall back in, I believe, June of 2024, the work group's first report discussed, first of all, just the challenges of applying conventional MSY theory to a system like Sacramento River Fall Chinook. We can't pool MSY reference points directly off a spawn or recruit curve, because in a system like this, with so many hatchery origin fish spawning in natural areas, there's no way to set up the whole analysis such that spawners are your only source of recruits. Recruits are your only source of potential harvest. And then unfished recruits are your only source of future spawners. So that's the only way, or only in a system like that, and also when the units are the same for those spawners and recruits, only in that sort of scenario can you directly just estimate SMSY and FMSY using the standard formula. Initially, we had discussed a variety of options of, okay, how might we not try to deal with MSY directly, but come up with some sort of, optimal level of production, or just get a sort of acceptably high level of natural production, things of that nature. And we're basically told, no, we really need a focus on MSY and an MSY proxy as close as possible as we can come to that. And so, with input from the SSC and especially, I think, the STT, the sort of realization was made that since we can estimate production, so natural production as a function of natural area spawners, we can identify the natural area escapement that will maximize production. And then the recommendation of the STT was, okay, let's take that escapement that maximizes production, multiply it by some, and they said, I think, either reasonable or typical ratio between escapement that maximizes yield and escapement that maximizes production. And it just happens to be, mathematically, you can derive from the equations used in a RICR that the ratio between SMSY and SMP, or the escapement that maximizes production, that ratio is FMSY. And so if we have an FMSY proxy, then that is sort of the reasonable ratio to use in that equation. And so given the instruction to use that equation, and given the instruction to base SMSY on natural area spawners, it seems like the only measures of recruits that make sense to be looking at are measures of natural origin recruits. And so perhaps there's some other data source on natural origin recruits that the workgroup's not aware of, but I'm fairly confident that the 4 alternatives we've come up with are sort of the only data sources that can reasonably approximate natural origin recruits in the Sacramento River Fall Chinook system. So, given the guidance we've received to date, I don't see a lot of other options. Certainly, and I don't even see a lot of options other than using a RICR spawner recruit relationship. Certainly we can, and we have explored the incorporation of environmental covariates in that relationship. And I think certainly I would very much love to see some alternative analysis that fits within the guidance the council has given. But I don't think there's a lot new that the work group can do given the guidance to have a natural area SMSY and given the guidance to use this particular equation that uses the FMSY proxy. So with all that, so that sort of gets us through page 1 and most of page 2. Towards the bottom of page 2, there is this acknowledgement that both the SMSY value that comes out of our preferred analysis and the conservation objective, which it sounds like we're focusing on a little bit less at this meeting, both of those are higher than the status quo, are higher than escapements we've observed recently. There's a variety of reasons for that. In terms of recent escapements, it seems totally expected that if our escapement target is lower than these other values, we wouldn't really expect to see higher escapements unless we had strong constraints from other stocks, which goes on every now and then, but not too often. That said, realizing even the potential escapement in the absence of fishing often has not been as high as we might hope. And I'll discuss more the SMSY calculation. In terms of the conservation objective, note that even if we did not change SMSY, there have been, or there are plans to substantially increase hatchery production in California. If those increases are to be realized, the number of eggs needed at the hatcheries will be significantly greater. And so our analysis suggests that the current level of total escapement we're targeting is unlikely to provide enough eggs to those hatcheries to meet those new production levels. The current goals are reasonably likely to meet the sort of historic level of production, but would not be likely to be able to meet the future levels of production. So that's, I think, gets us through mostly page 2. Page 3 does talk about an idea that came up earlier, and I think also came up in the OPIH discussion last item about, was there a regime shift? How do we deal with that? Great topic for fuller discussion in some sort of peer review process. Not a simple question. There's citations there to a few papers by people like Katarina War and Carrie Holt. I very much suggest if people are interested, take a look at those papers. If you have trouble accessing them, email me for help or email those authors. They're both very nice, very helpful people who I'm sure would share their papers with you if you are paywalled. But the sort of takeaway from those papers is, number one, it's an emerging, or it's developing science, but there are a lot of false alarms when it comes to sort of regime shifts, and it's definitely not settled what the best thing to do in any situation is, but a lot of caution is warranted. And then also it's important to think about, if there is a regime shift, is that regime shift in something that affects density independent factors? So the alpha term in the spawner recruit relationship, or things that affect productivity? Or is the regime shift in factors that are density dependent, and that would affect the beta term in the spawner recruit relationship, or that would affect the SMP value? So changes in productivity might be, or changes in density independent factors would really probably affect FMSY more so than they would affect SMSY, or at least they would affect the escapement that maximizes production, or SMP, and thus the SMSY we get given our fixed FMSY proxy. Also, the literature shows that in general, it's hard to do a good job capturing regime shifts or temporal variation or temporal trends in either of those things, but it's particularly hard to capture that in capacity. And there's a particularly high rate of sort of false positives in trying to capture time variation in capacity. I think it's also just important to think about what are the hypotheses for why density independent factors would change. What are the hypotheses for why would density dependent factors change? And if we are focusing on density dependent factors that would affect capacity, is the relevant density there just the natural area spawners or the natural origin juveniles early on when they're just competing with themselves? Or is the relevant density that would be reflected in any change of capacity, does that include hatchery fish? Which then complicates calculation of a natural area SMSY pretty considerably. So I think that covers the first 2 pages. So then, yeah, SMSY, we've identified 4 different data sources that we think would be suitable for, or potentially suitable. And there's a table that goes into the sort of pluses and minuses of each in great detail. But rather than focus on the table, I think, Angela, if you could scroll to figure 1, and if it's possible to make that all fit the screen. So in this figure, we have the 4 different data sources and then the brood years that they can be calculated for. If the cell is white, that means we do not currently have the data to use that metric that year. If the cell is shaded, but not darkly shaded, that means we can apply that method that year, but with some extra caveats that apply just that year. There are going to be caveats for every method. There are some additional year-specific caveats in these lightly shaded years. And so you'll notice, so there's 4 different metrics we considered. There's the cohort reconstruction. There's a index of fry production throughout the entire Sacramento Basin from a paper by Stuart Munch et al. There's a metric based on passage of juveniles at the Red Bluff Diversion Dam rotary screw trap site in the upper Sacramento. And then there's a metric based on taking the Sacramento index that we use in a lot of Sacramento fall Chinook management, which is a composite hatchery plus natural abundance index, and then multiplying that overall index by the proportion of escapement that was natural origin, with the idea that that can sort of crudely approximate just the natural potential escapement. And so the work group has, they identified the Munch et al. Index as their preferred index for a variety of reasons I can discuss, and didn't really rank things beyond that. But I think it's probably fair to say, that the cohort reconstruction is sort of the other metric that probably deserves the most serious consideration among the other alternatives. So, and also, well, I would say the Sacramento index-based index is probably the one that deserves the least consideration. So that's one that we came up with before we had the cohort reconstruction, and we hoped it would be sort of a crude approximation of it. Really, the only redeeming factor that approach has relative to the cohort reconstruction is that it's slightly less demanding of data. We can calculate that for years we don't yet have scale age data. That's why there's a couple more years filled in for that index. But otherwise, it's sort of in every way inferior to the cohort reconstruction. And now that we have the cohort reconstruction, the sort of assumption that the SI relies on, that there's really only one adult age class, that's just really not something we can support now that we have direct maturation rate estimates from the cohort reconstruction. So among these, and then in terms of the upper Sacramento index, note that it covers a pretty similar range of years to the Munch et al. Fry index. It covers a smaller part of the watershed, although it is a part of the watershed that's pretty important to natural production. And so sort of the one merit it has relative to the others, or at least one way it helps complement the Munch et al. Fry index, is the Munch et al. Fry index is, as its name implies, limited to fry. Although, here when we say fry, we mean fish less than 55 millimeters, so not just button-up fry. Also, it should be clear that the Munch et al. Fry index is calculated from sites throughout the river. It's not just the fish that are still fry sized when they reach the estuary. But that said, because of the location of the Red Bluff Diversion Dam screw trap, because there's only one hatchery and only one mark rate to be worrying about, they can subtract out hatchery origin fish of all sizes from that index. And so the Sacramento, or the Upper Sacramento, or the Red Bluff Diversion Dam juvenile index, that one does include all sizes of juveniles. And so it's potentially informative in terms of helping to assess, what are the consequences of limiting the Munch-et-al index to just fry. But I'll mainly focus on the fry index and then the cohort reconstruction. So you'll note the cohort reconstruction has the fewest years available. And technically, probably the last year that's currently shaded, the 2016, technically that should probably get the sort of lighter shading because there was a gap in coated wire tag sampling of ocean harvest in 2020. So that compromised the data on harvest of 4-year-olds for that cohort. Probably not a huge deal, but then that is a concern. So we don't have more recent years in the cohort reconstruction, partly because there are just some scales that haven't been aged yet, or at least weren't aged when we last performed the cohort reconstruction. But that 2017 brood year, that's going to be a brood year that we didn't have full sampling for coated wire tags in the harvest of 3-year-olds. And then as we get to the most recent brood years, there has been a recent move in California hatcheries to be releasing unmarked fish that are genetically tagged but do not have adipose fin clips and do not have coated wire tags in them. And until we have a fully established genetic sampling program, we can't be performing cohort reconstruction for those years either. So note that the cohort reconstruction has the fewest data points and is actually lacking not just some of the older data points, but also lacking some of the newest data points. That said, the cohort reconstruction is a measure of potential escapement in the absence of fishing, whereas the fry index is a measure of juvenile production. Although in some ways, when we have only a limited sample size, and we can't simply average over, a wide range of environmental conditions, a wide range of ocean conditions, it may actually, if we just want to isolate out what's the effect of natural area spawners on natural production, there actually in some ways might be advantages to looking earlier in the life cycle when we don't have a lot of confounding from density independent factors that aren't reflecting, where is it really that the natural production is maximized. But then also, Angela, if you could scroll to the next figure 2. Another big consideration when comparing the cohort reconstruction with the other data sources are the range of parent escapements and then environmental conditions faced by the offspring of that parent escapement that can inform the models we're trying to fit to each of those data sets. And I know that this figure has caused some confusion, so I'll go through it in a little bit of detail. This figure is not meant to show any kind of causal relationship. It's just meant to show how well do the different data sources cover the range of possible escapements and possible flow levels that we would want to have to be able to fit a model that predicts into the future how would escapement and how would flow affect natural production. So on the x-axis, we have spawners, and these are natural area adult spawners. And then on the y-axis, we have an index of flow, and that's flow faced by the offspring of those spawners. So for example, the point that's labeled 2013, it's kind of down near the bottom, kind of near the middle. That has a relatively high escapement and a relatively low flow. And that is because we're looking at the flow from the winter of 2013 until the spring of 2014. We're not looking at what was the flow that gave rise to that escapement. We're saying, what flow did the offspring of that escapement encounter? Okay, in terms of color scheme, the black dots are the dots that we can do the cohort reconstruction for. The red dots are years that predate the constant fractional marking program that we need to do the cohort reconstruction. And so we will never be able to do a cohort reconstruction for those years in red. The years in orange are years we can't do the cohort reconstruction for yet. As I mentioned, a few of those years we might be able to do a cohort reconstruction for once we get these scales aged, but there are also challenges from that gap in Côte tag sampling. And then in the most recent brood years, there are also challenges from those unmarked fry releases. But then just another thing to notice about the orange data is that they definitely add replicates. There's more data if we add the orange, but those orange points aren't really doing much to explore a range of escapements that's beyond the range of escapements we get from the cohort reconstruction years. Whereas the red points really are exploring parts of the space in terms of spawner numbers and flows that we just don't see, at least in those combinations, elsewhere in the data set. So notice there actually are some pretty high flow years in the cohort reconstruction data set among the black points. It's just that we only observed high flows recently in years with low escapement. And just through really bad luck, our highest escapement in the cohort reconstruction year, that's 2013, has the lowest flow for its offspring. Our second highest escapement in the cohort reconstruction years has the second lowest flow. And so even if we put both escapement and flow into our model, when you have that level of confounding between two variables and you only have 10 data points total, the model is going to have a really hard time parsing out the effects of one versus the other. So I think that's all I meant to say about that figure for now. So the rest of the report talks about, we do have these 4 different potential indices. We talk about why we prefer the Munch-et-al index. We talk about, even for the Munch-et-al index, if we want to extend that into the future, we are going to need a way of identifying these unmarked fry, through some sort of genetic sampling. Cohort reconstruction, again, right now, there are, in our minds, 2 big challenges to using the cohort reconstruction. One is just a small sample size period. 10 data points is not a lot to be fitting any kind of spawner-recruit relationship, but then it's a combination small sample size, and within that small sample size, we don't do a good job of covering a range of escapements, and there's really strong confounding between flow and escapement within those years we do have. And then, as I mentioned, the approach based on the Sacramento index was really just kind of a stopgap approach. We thought, might approximate what the cohort reconstruction would give us before we actually done the cohort reconstruction. Now that we have the cohort reconstruction, I don't see much merit in that index. Although, it is possible to extend it to a couple more years, and it might be easier to extend into the future. And then finally, there's upper Sacramento juvenile production. Again, the potential advantage of that one is it does include juveniles of all sizes. Potential disadvantage is it's restricted to just the part of the river above Red Bluff Diversion Dam. So those are the main points on SMSY. I'll try to talk about the other points more quickly since we seem less focused on them today. But so again, for the conservation objective, our task we were given was sort of look at how do we identify a level of total escapement that's likely to achieve this natural area SMSY or a natural area SMSY once we have one, and also provide adequate fish to provide adequate eggs at the hatcheries. And again, regardless of what we do with SMSY, if we want to meet these higher hatchery production goals into the future, we're going to need more eggs than we are likely to get at the current escapement target. I guess the other takeaway from that general model, though, is it's probably not a good idea to simply add together a hatchery goal and a natural goal, because the only way you'll meet both of those goals if you set your escapement equal to their sum is only if the fish distribute themselves exactly the way you want them to across the landscape, which seems a little bit unlikely. In terms of the control rule, I think Angela had a little bit of a control rule update in her slides. We did add some figures that say not just what's the allowable exploitation rate under different forecasts, but also, and then on the assumption that your forecast is perfectly accurate, and on the assumption that your harvest model leads you to plan a fishery that achieves exactly the harvest rate you want to. And on the assumption that there are no mixed stock constraints, we also added graphs that show, okay, what does that control rule mean in terms of what escapement would you get at any particular abundance, and what harvest of Sacramento fall Chinook would you get at any particular abundance. Given that we know forecasts are not perfect, we know the harvest models are not perfect, and we know that there are mixed stock constraints at time, I'll probably not spend a whole lot of time talking about those graphs, but happy to take any questions on them. And so again, those were sort of the main tasks we had been given in the terms of reference. We did discuss a few other things. One was the effect of environmental variables. I think we discussed that some under the non-stationarity question earlier. The work group has looked at a larger number of environmental covariates. We've really focused on this flow index, which again is a metric of flow spanning from the December, the year of spawning, through May of the following year. It's measured low in the watershed. It's correlated with a lot of other freshwater conditions. There's a lot of advice in the literature that if you're going to include environmental covariates, err on the side of covariates that cover a large range and a large period of time, because that's likely to be correlated with whatever sort of more proximal, more mechanistic relationship that there actually is. But that, trying to really finally split hairs on exactly what index to use often leads to overfitting. That said, well, if there's a lot of water in the system, that tends to mean temperatures are good. We certainly realize that capturing everything about freshwater for a year with a single number is, an oversimplification. However, the same could be said for spawning escapement. Certainly the sex ratio of spawners matters. Certainly the age structure of spawners matters. Certainly where in the watershed spawning is happening. Those things all matter. If we're going to fit a spawner-recruit relationship, some simplifying assumptions have to be made. But we do reference there is also some promising work on indicators taking place in the EWG and some people at NIPS. Let's see. Oh, and also just under that sort of environmental umbrella, pretty big blow to the work group that Corey Green has departed NIPS. And so we've lost our member with the most expertise in habitat issues. He was able to continue helping us out in a volunteer capacity for a while, but it's not clear that that can go on indefinitely. We are also now missing our U.S. Fish and Wildlife representative. So again, potentially missing out on a lot of freshwater knowledge that we might be getting otherwise. There was also some assignment under the terms of reference to look at analysis of biological risks and fishery-related benefits. The work group has a few times now proposed review of a paper that offers a way of looking at these sorts of things in the context of a mixed stock fishery. But to date, that review has not happened. And then there was some discussion of, can we do a Klamath style forecast for Sacramento fall Chinook? And in terms of methodologically, we can, once we have enough years from the cohort reconstruction. The problem right now is, the way the Klamath forecast is currently structured, it uses the 10 most recent years to parameterize the forecast. If we only have 10 years of cohort reconstruction data, we can't both train the model and then test the model on additional data that wasn't used to train it. So, we could start applying a model like that if we were applying the cohort reconstruction routinely, but we wouldn't really have enough data to test it until the cohort reconstruction has been done for several more years. I did notice there was a public comment comparing the performance of the Klamath forecast versus the Sacramento forecast. Those sorts of comparisons are always tricky to exactly what time frame you look at, exactly what metric of performance you use. But at least I personally would sort of generally agree with the takeaway that I would not expect a huge increase in forecast performance just by moving to a forecast more like the Klamath. That said, I think it's important to realize that salmon forecasting in general is quite difficult. and it may not be realistic to expect a significant improvement in forecast performance, regardless of the methodology. And so, we sort of conclude with pointing to several papers that have pointed out, there's really limited scope to improve salmon forecast. And really what we want to be looking towards are management frameworks that are robust to forecast error. Let's see. And I think that's about it. And I definitely need to drink a little bit of water, but then I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Satterthwaite on the work group reports? And I'll pause a little bit as he gets a drink of water. Any questions here? You don't have to. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Satterthwaite. I'll tell you, I have been waiting a long time to actually put eyes on this report. So there's a lot here. There's way too much here for us to really get into detail. But I appreciate you actually anticipated a few of my questions, and I noticed that you augmented this report with some additional remarks, namely the public comment from Mr. Grelnick. So I appreciate that you took the opportunity to respond on that point. Going back to page 1, you mention that the work group has recommended routine implementation of the cohort reconstruction, and noting that the council has approved the method, and the council also approved phased implementation of the cohort reconstruction. Then you've gone on to describe the shortcomings of the cohort reconstruction and the likelihood that future cohorts that might be reconstructed after 2016 have perhaps a number of deficiencies in the outcomes of those reconstructions. One, because of the gap in coded wire tag sampling, and then needing to account for fry releases in more recent years. I guess I'm trying to reconcile the recommendation from the work group to do these cohort reconstructions, but then you're not expecting that they're going to yield a better result, but you should still do them in order to inform the spawner recruit relationships using the outputs. As you know, cohort reconstruction is expensive and time consuming. And I'm just wanting to, and you've mentioned scale aging, and so you're acknowledging that the workload involved. I guess I'm just wanting to understand, especially since you're recommending the Munch et al. Approach, what the, can you summarize for me why we should continue down this path? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Marcy. And I guess two things. So first of all, we've identified deficiencies with the cohort reconstruction with respect to the spawner recruit analysis at this time. Absolutely, though, I think as the methodology review last year showed, if we want a year-specific estimate of potential escapement in the absence of fishing, the cohort reconstruction is superior to the Sacramento index. If we want to estimate the exploitation rate, the cohort reconstruction is superior to the Sacramento index. If we want to account for the fact that some of the fish we catch this year would have actually waited and tried to spawn next year, then the cohort reconstruction is indisputably superior to the Sacramento index. So I think regardless of the spawner recruit question, there is value in performing the cohort reconstruction. I just want to be absolutely clear on that. Then, so I would say that's why we should continue to do the cohort reconstruction regardless. In addition, I would certainly hope that eventually there will be cohort reconstruction results from years where there were a lot of parent spawners and the offspring of those parent spawners experienced a range of flows. It's just the reality is that has not occurred yet. Even once, or if that occurs, if there is a high escapement year where the offspring of that escapement experience good flows, even if that happens, there's then, at minimum a 4-year lag before we can reconstruct that cohort. So I think while the cohort reconstruction is indisputably valuable for getting better year-specific estimates of things like potential escapement in the absence of fishing and exploitation rates, so things that we need for status determinations, I think that is the argument to do the cohort reconstruction. And there's certainly the hope that in the long term, the cohort reconstruction would help inform the spawner-recruit relationship, but just the time lags involved for that are, at best, we're 5 years out. And realistically, we're probably more than 5 years out.
Thank you. John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Satterthwaite, for the report. I thought it was really good. A lot of stuff covered in there, almost too much for me to absorb, but had a couple questions, and I apologize if you already covered these. But I was wondering, why is there such a confounding going on with flow and escapement in the cohort spawner relationship? If flow is such an important covariate in the recommended fry production index. I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Yeah, and so again, remember the year indexing there is different. So we're looking, when we're saying flow is important to productivity, that's saying the flow that is experienced as a juvenile definitely affects the strength of a cohort. But the confounding we're worried about is it just happens in years, within the set of years that the cohort reconstruction occurred for, there is this weird confounding where the only few cases we had of high escapements occurred in years when then the offspring of that escapement faced low flow. So I don't think there's anything causal there. I think it's just bad luck. Although, obvious for one thing to keep in mind, and I don't know, Angela, if it's easy to show that figure again, but because our management system targets a low escapement or, an escapement of around 122 to 180,000 total, then most of our observations, if our management system is working well, are going to be at about 122 to 180,000 total spawners. And so if we're targeting 122 to 180 total, then we expect about 2/3 of that to be natural. So if you look, most of those black points, even though they span a range of flows, most of those black points are concentrated around, a little under 100,000 fish. And so it's perhaps not surprising that, we have many more opportunities to observe the full range of flows at the escapement we are targeting, and we only rarely get to observe a high escapement, and then just by bad luck, our highest escapement came in the worst year for its offspring. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I had a couple more, if that's all right. Let's see, my next question. The report speaks to a need for a higher conservation objective due to planned substantial increases in hatchery production, which makes sense, but what I was wondering is if that escapement need was modeled to meet those goals on the average, or is it modeled as a high probability approach, which I assume would then inflate the CO higher, or escapement need?
Yeah, thanks. And so which appendix is that? But actually, the way we modeled that was give the council the choice of what probability do they want of meeting those hatchery escapement goals. And so I don't know. Let's see, and so I didn't even mention, so there's the main workgroup report. There are also appendices A through P in report 2. And if you go to Appendix M, you can actually see Figure 1 of Appendix M models what's your probability of meeting the goals at all 3 hatcheries as a function of your total escapement. And those are the updated goals with the much higher production. And if you look at Figure 1 of Appendix M, you basically see that for escapements below, I'm going to just eyeball it, below about 150,000, the modeled probability of meeting all the hatchery goals is quite low. Looks like it's coming up. Yeah. So, and just to explain this figure a little bit more, so you'll see there's a fitted curve, and then there also are these individual data points. So the data points down near the bottom are years that at least one of the hatcheries would not have met its goal. The data points up at the top are years when all the hatcheries would have met that higher goal. And then the lines are, the solid line is the best fit model of the probability of overall success given total escapement. And then those dotted lines are the 95% confidence interval on that. And so in this model, again, if you have less than, say, 150,000 total escapement, the model is saying it's pretty unlikely that you'll have enough fish at the hatchery to meet all those egg goals. It's saying if you have, I don't know, I want to say like 300,000, probably a little bit less, the probability is quite high. And then, so for example, 200,000, I'm eyeballing that, probably gives you a probability of around like 45%. So yeah, you sort of have the choice of, do we want to be very confident we'll have enough fish at the hatcheries, or do we want a 50-50 chance, or do we want something less than that? And, this is, assuming that the way fish distributed themselves across the landscape in the past is representative of what they'll do into the future, but I don't know what better data we would have to inform that and, make that assumption.
Thank you. That was helpful. I hadn't made it that far into the appendices, so I apologize. Another question. If the preferred approach for developing a spawner-recruit relationship is based on natural origin fry in the lower sac, which is modeled as a function of natural area spawners, how is the production from hatchery fish in natural areas accounted for? I'm assuming that there's some hatchery fish that are spawning and producing on their own and are therefore unmarked. And are they part of the index because they're commingled, or are they sorted out somehow? And the reason I ask is just because isn't this just a smaller version of the issue expected to occur with future unmarked hatchery releases? Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. Not entirely, because the way the question has been posed is we have been asked to look at natural origin production, but as a function of natural area spawners. So while it is indeed possible that the natural origin spawners spawning in natural areas might have a different fecundity than hatchery origin spawners that are spawning in natural areas, the sort of management approach in the Central Valley has always been, we don't distinguish by, sort of grandparents. It's just, if a fish was born in the gravel, it's natural origin. If a fish was born in the hatchery, it's hatchery origin. So we don't need to subtract out, the offspring of hatchery fish who spawned in natural areas, if that's the approach we take.
Okay, thank you very much. And just, I guess, finish with a statement. I was going to ask a question about the cohort reconstruction data and why we don't have more recent data available since it ends in 16, but you answered most of that, so I'll just say I'm a little disappointed that we don't have that data to look at, because I thought this approach had some potential, and it'd be nice to see a few more years added, but thank you.
Thanks, Ian. And I don't know if Colin Purdy can provide any kind of update on scale aging. I don't know if that's in his wheelhouse or if it's in Marcy's wheelhouse, but I don't know the status of that.
All right. I don't know if Colin wants to add or wait a minute. Ryan Wolf, you had your hand up?
Oh, I had a separate question.
Yeah. Let me see. Colin, did you have anything to add to that last question from Mr. North?
No, I don't think there's anything to add onto that at this time.
All right. Thank you. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Dr. Southwaite, for not only the detailed presentation, really appreciated it, but also just wanted to express some sincere appreciation for all of your work and the work of the working group. There's a lot in here and really appreciate that. So I believe I heard you note at some point the importance of a genetic sampling program as it relates in particular to increased use of PBT. So I was just wondering if you could expand a little bit on how essential PBT monitoring or a program like that is to use of the methods and cohort reconstruction in particular, especially, you know, that's really the gold standard here as we move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So if we want to be able to do a cohort reconstruction that separates out hatchery origin fish from natural origin fish, you know, which is what we do on the Klamath, and well, it's what we do on the Klamath, we need to be able to, at absolute minimum, be able to subtract out all of the hatchery origin fish that we're encountering in natural areas. And so that requires, or the way we do that now, or the way we did that up through brood year 2020 is up until then, every release group of hatchery fish had at least some fraction of the fish in that release group receiving an adipose fin clip and a coded wire tag. And we knew what that fraction was. And so that meant when we did our escapement sampling, for every tagged fish we recovered, we could assume that, you know, if we tagged a quarter of the fish, then we could assume for every one tagged fish we recovered, there must be 3 untagged fish from that same release group in our sample there. And that, you know, indirectly allows us to reconstruct just what are just the natural origin fish in that sample by subtracting off the expanded coded wire tag recoveries. Now that we have unmarked hatchery origin fish where entire release groups are completely unmarked and untagged, or at least, you know, lacking physical tags, we need some way of saying, okay, how many fish were in our sample that came from those unmarked releases? And so the way we would be able to estimate that is if we had a good, robust genetic sampling program that would let us know, okay, how many of those fish from those unmarked release groups were in our sample. The way we do the cohort reconstruction, you know, we subtract off natural origin fish, we subtract off hatchery origin fish from the escapement to get the natural origin escapement. And then to complete the cohort reconstruction, we borrow the ocean harvest rates that we're able to estimate directly from the tagged fish. It seems like there might be a way to do cohort reconstructions where, as long as we can subtract off the unmarked hatchery fish in the escapement, we could just do, you know, rather than right now we're reconstructing a hatchery cohort and a natural cohort. Conceivably, if we're willing to make the same sort of assumptions about borrowing ocean harvest rates, conceivably, if we had the really robust genetic sampling in the escapement and in the river harvest and in the hatchery returns, then potentially we could, you know, reconstruct the natural origin river run using the combination of coded wire tag and GSI recoveries from freshwater. If we're willing to assume that the same ocean harvest rates apply to coded wire tagged hatchery fish, fry releases who were not marked, and wild fish, if all of those we can share the same ocean harvest rate with, we could potentially do sort of a three-part cohort reconstruction where we first reconstruct the tagged or at least taggable smolt size hatchery component. We could then reconstruct the unmarked fry PBT sized but hatchery origin river run size using the robust genetic data from in the river, and then apply the same ocean harvest rates we got from the taggable smolt sized hatchery fish to those PBT fish to reconstruct a fry sized non-taggable hatchery component. And then we could construct a third natural origin component after subtracting off both of those two. But that involves many more assumptions than if we could simply subtract off all the hatchery origin fish in one step by reconstructing, the hatchery component inclusive of all of those release groups. So I don't know if that helped, but I mean, sort of sampling everywhere in freshwater is pretty much essential to be able to do the cohort reconstruction. And to do the cohort reconstruction at the same level of accuracy we've been able to do it during the constant fractional marking period would require sampling of the ocean harvest also. And that would be sort of everywhere that Sacramento Fall Chinook are harvested in appreciable numbers.
Okay, thanks. There's a few more questions here. We've been at it for a long time, and this is a complex thing. Let's just take a short break and give everybody a chance to refresh here, and then we'll come back and continue with this because I want to make sure we get all the questions out here that need clarification. So let's take a quick break, 10 minutes. I may steal a line from the Beatles. Let's come together. All right, thank you. We're ready to continue. We had this work group report and we were going through questions on that. And I'm just going to look towards Marcy Remco because you were trying to raise your hand. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of things. I guess I'm going to start with the most recent. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding what I thought you suggested as a proposal before the break with regard to PBT fry. I thought I understood you to suggest that we could use PBT fry recovered in inland escapement surveys to inform the contribution of PBT fry to ocean fisheries by just using a ratio or expansion of the inland PBT fry recoveries to the ocean CWT recoveries. Did I get that right?
Not quite exactly. And I am sort of thinking on the fly with this answer, but I am just sort of thinking about, and, this might be, well, not to put the chair of the STT on the spot, but it might be an interesting question for the chair of the STT to address when the STT gives their report about, if you think about, and again, if you think about how we do the Klamath cohort reconstruction and how we've done the Sacramento cohort reconstruction for the years we were able to, we don't have any direct information on the catch of natural origin fish. But we are able to indirectly reconstruct how many natural origin fish there must have been in the ocean given the ones that we see in the river return. And so not just the escapement, we would also need to be sampling, bare minimum, we need to be sampling the escapement in natural areas, the escapement in the hatcheries, and the river harvest. But I think if we had all three of those things, we could essentially reconstruct how many PBT fish there must have been in the ocean, given how many PBT fish we saw in the river and the harvest rates that we determined for the coated wire tag fish, on the assumption that those two types of fish are equally vulnerable to the fishery. It is, I guess, important to note in the Klamath, there is evidence that fish released as fingerlings versus fish released as yearlings do have different ocean harvest rates. So it would not shock me if fish released as smolts and fish released as fry had different ocean harvest rates. But if we're willing to make that assumption, then as sort of a better than nothing patch, I think we could do an approach where we reconstructed basically the fry hatchery releases as a just kind of third component where we have the cleanest and most confident cohort reconstruction of the smolt size coated wire taggable fish. And that's the case, I think, for the Klamath also. And then we would have less confidence in the cohort reconstruction for both the fry-sized hatchery fish and the natural fish, because now then for both of those groups, we would have to just assume that and I keep saying harvest rate for simplicity, it's really the age-specific ocean impact rate can be shared across all those groups. I don't know if that helped. So definitely the ideal would be sample for PBT everywhere that we sample for coated wire tags. There may be a workable solution as long as we have thorough sampling for PBT everywhere in freshwater that we currently sample for code wire tags.
Thank you. Marcy?
Thank you. Yes, that helps a ton. If I may, just wanted to offer that we can provide an update on Mr. North's question with regard to the more recent cohorts and the status of that reconstruction. If that's useful, I'd recommend calling Candace Morgenstern up to give a brief overview.
Sure.
Thank you.
Candace?
Yes, thank you, Marcy. Thank you, John, for the question through the chair. So current status of, further updating the cohort reconstruction for future years. There's more work to be done to get a cohort reconstruction, up to date for current escapement years. I believe the Chen cohort reconstruction is done through run year 2019. And that was because of some ocean sampling gap issues that we saw in ocean fisheries in 2020 that need to be kind of figured out and addressed and a solution implemented to, address ocean harvest in those sampling gaps. So I'd say the work that needs to be done to get up to speed would be one, developing Chimera age-based escapement estimates or age adjustments so that we can generate age-specific abundances of ocean harvest and of escapement for both the natural hatchery components. And we need to do that for years beyond 2019. So it's kind of like there's some more data assessment side of things that need to be completed. And then the other piece of that is a scale age work that needs to be completed. That is currently completed through year 2022. So we have read and aged scales through that time, and we're working on 2023 right now. So it's like we sort of have the composite data. We need to do more analysis to get it through the run size, each specific run size estimate, so that we can have the inputs ready for cohort reconstruction. Is that a sufficient response? Any follow-up questions?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Candace. Corey Ridings. Looks like maybe you shouldn't leave yet, Candace.
Okay.
Corey?
Thanks. Thanks, Candace, sorry, I'm going to ask you another question. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I thought wasn't sure if it was a me question or a different question.
My question for you is just thinking about that cohort reconstruction. We've heard a lot today about sort of how good that methodology is. And you've just shared with us some, how the state's moving forward with some of that and the data collection, and that sounds like all good news. Can you translate for me a little bit when I'm looking at the figure 1 in the report where we have, the work group has done those nice bars and it kind of lets us see visually those years. Do you have a sense of, and I heard you just mention up to 2023, if and when we would expect, to have that full cohort reconstruction, to be able to have that information and sort of what that would mean for our ability to manage using that cohort reconstruction?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have an estimate of timeline on when we could get that through 2023 at this time. It's also probably important to highlight that the department is taking more seriously, moving, steps to getting a more complete and implementation of cohort reconstruction. There's been some technical teams formed to outline this process, what needs to happen and what would the order of operations be and what resources would need to be required to get this up to speed and also to, implement on an annual basis if we can get to that point. So it's like there's these technical groups that have just been formed within the department to develop that timeline and process, and then we would need to apply additional resources probably to that timeline and process to get this up to speed for implementation and real-time management. In addition to, coordinating better with our inland partners that all contribute to data for this effort. It's not just CDFW, generating and using the data. We have a lot of interagencies that we rely on to all be on board with this process for implementation of cohort reconstruction. So sorry, I don't have a better timeline.
All right, thank you. Now, any other questions on the work group report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Satterwhite, for this work, and to the work group for everything that you put into this. It's already been said, but just reiterating how much we appreciate the work. My question is going to a little bit of the concept of environmental covariates, regime shifts. You covered this in your statement, and you talked about this in depth, so I appreciate that. My question is really, when thinking about regime shifts, I think of sort of a tipping point, moving to an entirely different ecosystem that's fundamentally irreversible. But there's also a lot of changes in our ecosystem that are happening that may not be sort of that magnitude. Did the work group discuss ways that sort of sub-regime shift change might be incorporated in terms of how that information could be used and how we could better understand our stocks through that lens?
Thanks for the question. I don't think that the term sub-regime shifts came up in work group discussions. So in our current approach, we do attempt to track environmental variability through this freshwater covariate, the flow index. And so we have not really discussed the idea of potentially different reference points over time corresponding to, hypothesized mini regimes. In part because, again, it's very hard to confidently identify a regime shift until well after it has taken place. I guess also this does highlight one other minor point we made in our statement or in our report, which was, we did take note of a comment from the SAS saying, they encourage the exploration of sort of potentially time varying escapement goals, if I'm remembering correctly. But much earlier in the work group process, the work group had proposed that as an idea and had received a recommendation from the STT received a report from the STT that would not be a recommended approach, that they recommended against trying to have time varying reference points. So I think in part due to that guidance not to consider time varying reference points, and also just all the challenges associated with identifying regime shifts, I don't think we've put a whole lot of thought into identifying mini regime shifts. That said, we have had some discussion of our risk table, something that could inform us in terms of at least within the scope of what the control rule and various reference points would allow. Might risk tables tell us in some years we might want to be more or less conservative within the range of options we have in front of us? There's also some work we're doing on, and by we, I mean not the work group, but Stu Munch and Corey Green and I, who kind of are partially the work group, have been doing some work on potentially forecasting our outlooks that go 2 years out, where again, perhaps you might be more or less conservative in your planning for 1 year, depending on whether your expectation is that the following year is likely to have a strong or weak cohort. But in terms of real sort of immediately implementable time varying reference points, that's not something we've particularly been pursuing, again, in part due to that feedback from the STT that they did not recommend it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Look pretty carefully, and Dr. Satterthwaite, I don't see any hands, so thank you for that. But if something else comes up, I'm sure you'll be close by.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to our management and advisory body reports. And first up is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Colin Purdy is online. Colin?
Good morning, Council, and good morning, Chair. I just want to do a quick microphone check. Can you all hear me?
Sounds good. Please continue.
Excellent. So I am here today to provide a supplemental report. The title of the report is Recommendations, CDFW Recommendations for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fisheries Management Plan Amendment Process. CDFW is submitting this supplemental report under agenda item G4B. The Sacramento River Fall Chinook stock is showing signs of improvement, despite positive signs in recovery of the stock following closed commercial salmon fisheries and extremely limited recreational salmon fisheries off the California coast in 2023 through 25. Concerns remain regarding the status of Sacramento Fall Chinook and California salmon populations more broadly. New information has been developed by the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Workgroup on harvest management framework for the stock, and new management tools have been made available, some implemented for in-season management. In recognition of the interconnected nature of the various pieces of the biological reference points and harvest management framework, and to gain a better understanding of how updates to the framework would work in concert with new harvest management tools, CDFW offers the recommendations to the Council on the planned fisheries management plan amendment and associated process. CDFW wishes to acknowledge the hard work and progress the Sacramento Workgroup has made in working towards the terms of reference and Council priorities. Despite the Council's decision to not move the Sacramento Workgroup's method for determining SMSY and the conservation objective onto methodology review during the September 2025 methodology review topic selection, CDFW recognizes the significance of the work that went into developing these items, including the method for deriving a natural area SMSY. The new spawner-recruit relationship developed by the Sacramento Workgroup represents new information for the stock and important information to consider and incorporate into management for Sacramento Fall Chinook. CDFW recommends reviewing and incorporating Sacramento Workgroup products, including science and proposed approaches, into the FMP amendment process and ultimately into management of Sacramento Fall Chinook. The thorough analysis conducted by the workgroup underscores the importance of accounting for flow in spawner-recruit relationships and incorporating data that are representative of a wide range of environmental conditions and escapements. Not only does this work represent new science for managing Sacramento Fall Chinook, it highlights the issues that our current management framework decreases the likelihood and frequency of achieving high adult escapement, which are not only possible, but they are critical for appropriately assessing biological reference points. CDFW is supportive of pursuing an FMP amendment process to update the reference points, the conservation objective, and the harvest control rule for Sacramento Fall Chinook, and urges the Council to hold new science for managing Sacramento Fall Chinook in equal consideration with the economic trade-offs and the long-term policy implications. Given the significance of Sacramento Fall Chinook in West Coast fisheries, the Council to consider ways in which to execute the FMP amendment process with caution employed during the management period while the amendment is ongoing. The informational report developed for the Council and provided at the September 2025 Council meeting indicated that the new Sacramento River Fall Chinook management framework resulting from amendment could be available by the 2028 ocean salmon management season. This is a significant amount of time to be relying on the existing approaches, and CDFW encourages the council to complete the FMP amendment process in a shorter timeline. Additionally, thought should be given to the type and volume of work assigned to the Sacramento Workgroup during and as part of this FMP amendment process. Consideration should also be given to whether the Sacramento Workgroup is well positioned to address any of the fiscal and policy aspects of an amendment. CDFW appreciates the work the Sacramento Workgroup of the Workgroup and looks forward to working collaboratively with the FMP or on the FMP amendment. And that completes the supplemental report.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Purdy? Danny Evanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Colin, for that report. If I understand the report correctly, your recommendation is for an expedited process, and I'm trying to reconcile that with the timeline that Ms. Forrestal presented that's in the briefing book. Is your expectation to skip some of the steps? I'm trying to, understand how that fits within the council process for this, and perhaps whether you are not in support of peer review that was discussed earlier.
Thank you for the question. I don't know that I would say anything about whether I'm not in support of peer review. In fact, I think a robust review of all of the components of the harvest management framework would be good. I think the thing that we're trying to highlight in this report is that the new science that has come out of the Sacramento Workgroup is highlighting some of the dated nature of the current tools that we have and new information about the stock, and that we want to encourage the council to look at all options for expediting the FMP amendment process. And I don't know that I'm best suited to be able to describe how that's done, but I think we just want to highlight that it's important that we do that.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Purdy? Jamie Dimond.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Thank you, Colin. I have a question. In the third paragraph on the first page, it says, not only does the work represent new science for managing Sacramento River Fall Chinook, it highlights the issue the current framework decreases the likelihood and frequency of achieving high adult escapement. And I'm wondering what is the department's threshold for high, what are you considering high adult escapement in this sense?
So we just heard quite a bit of discussion from Dr. Satterthwaite on, I forget which figure that is in our work group report, but it kind of highlights this conundrum that we're in, where we haven't been able to get or haven't been able to get at data points where we have high escapement within the time frame of cohort reconstruction. There is a component of the harvest management framework that we have that does drive down the potential adult escapement. And so there is kind of a relationship there that's important to think about.
Thank you. I guess maybe my question is more pointed. I'm asking for something kind of specific. Like what are you considering? What is that threshold of high escapement to meet that bar? What is that?
I don't know that I have a specific answer for you right now. And again, I'm thinking about it from the perspective of that table and how we can better fill in the data points in the model to make it most functional for us.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Colin.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, we have the Scientific Statistical Committee report. Dr. Schaffler. Welcome back to the table.
Thank you, Chair Hassmer, members of the council. I am Jason Schaffler, and I'll be reading agenda item G4, Supplemental SSC Report 1 into the council record. Scientific and Statistical Committee Statement on Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fishery Management Plan Amendment, Workgroup Report Initial Scoping. The SSC received an overview of the staff report on the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fishery Management Plan Amendment Development and tentative timeline for a Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fishery Management Plan Amendment from Staff Officer Angela Forrestal, followed by an overview of portions of the Sacramento River Chinook Workgroup Progress Report from Will Satterthwaite. Sacramento Fall Chinook Workgroup Chair. The SSC primarily discussed the proposed plan for peer review of the scientific elements of the fishery management plan amendment process, with the understanding that the initial review would focus on SMSY. The SSC supports an additional peer review step for the re-estimation of SMSY and offers some recommendations for how that review might be undertaken. Given the fairly exhaustive exploration by the Sacramento River Workgroup of data sets and possible models that conform to the formula directed by the Pacific Fishery Management Council, that SMSY is equal to FMSY times SMP. The SSC recommends the basic peer review option outlined in Attachment 1. If the advisory feedback from that review is for additional analyses, an additional peer review might be scheduled in late summer or early fall of 2026, possibly spread out to allow for interactive review with iterations. The SSC notes that while some aspects of the groundfish and coastal pelagic stock assessment review panels may be helpful as a model for this peer review, such as having a general terms of reference document on which the SSC provides feedback and the need to provide clear rationale for analytical requests, other aspects are not transferable. For example, the Sacramento River Workgroup makeup is quite different from that of most stock assessment teams, and the number of members who can help respond to technical requests is limited. Additionally, the computer models underlying the analysis are not in established stock software like stock synthesis, so changes must be programmed, debugged, and tested by the analysts for many types of requests. Therefore, an interactive peer review with request and response style iterations will likely require a longer time period than a typical STAR panel meeting. The SSC recommends that analytical requests should be pre-specified, including a rationale and guidance on the methods for evaluation of the current versus new analysis. The SSC recommends that a peer review include SSC Salmon Subcommittee members and one or more independent reviewers, preferably with substantial knowledge of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook and Sacramento River system. If the review cannot take place in California, where the main experts on Sacramento River Fall Chinook and Sacramento River system reside, as well as much of the interested public, the SSC recommends a robust hybrid option to maximize participation of those with knowledge of and interest in the system. The SSC notes that the current SMSY value is based on flawed assumptions compounded by an apparent math error, so timely action is necessary to be in compliance with National Standard 2. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Questions on the SSC report? Now I see two hands, Marcy Remco, then Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. I was wondering, it's not in your statement, and so this may not have happened, but did you have an opportunity to review and discuss the written public comment offered by Mr. Gorelnik?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Yaremko. Yes, we did briefly discuss the public comment, and there was general support for much of what was described in that public comment, particularly with reference to how how there's not likely room for large improvements to forecasts.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And with regard to the analysis that he provided on the relationship between escapement and abundance via the SI 3 years later, his analysis suggests that there is little relationship between high escapement and resulting high abundance. I was wondering if you had a chance to take a look at that graph that he prepared, and if you found that to be an accurate analysis. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Yaremko. We didn't discuss that in much detail. So while we did discuss the comment, there wasn't a lot of emphasis placed on that. And I don't recall any specific discussion related to that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. My question is regarding the SSC's recommendation for the basic peer review. Can you talk a little bit more about why that was the recommendation out of the three options?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. That's what the SSC would see as a first logical step. Much of the analyses that would go into that initial peer review are already completed by the Sacramento River Workgroup or Sacramento Workgroup. And again, not presupposing an outcome to that peer review, that's why we wouldn't necessarily suggest a priority that more of a give and take. We would like to review the material that has been completed and then proceed from there.
Thank you. Any other questions on the SSC report? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next, we have a Salmon Technical Team report. Again, Cassie Lehman and Candace Morgenstern.
Hello, us again. Candace Morgenstern here with the Salmon Technical Team, and I will be reading Agenda Item G4B, Supplemental STT Report 1. The Salmon Technical Team report on Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fishery Management Plan Amendment, Workgroup Report, and Initial Scoping. The Salmon Technical Team has discussed Council staff's report on the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fishery Management Plan Amendment and timeline, and appreciates the substantial amount of thought and planning Council staff has put into outlining next steps and considerations for Council and its advisory bodies. The recent federal government shutdown and numerous STT vacancies has limited the STT's ability to fully provide recommendations on future planning, structure, and organization of the FMP amendment process. However, the STT would like to see a peer review process moving forward that allows review of the methods proposed for developing biological reference points by the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Workgroup, and the ability for consideration of any new methods that may not have been previously explored. Given the limited number of individuals involved in Council's assessment and management of Sac Falls Chinook with the requisite expertise, the STT also recommends the peer review panel to include outside expertise with knowledge of salmon assessment and management tools for other Pacific Coast salmon stocks and/or with specific knowledge of the Chinook salmon in the Central Valley system. STT supports Council staff's recommendations for STT involvement in the peer review process to provide technical expertise where needed and plans to support the FMP amendment process in whatever way the Council deems appropriate. And that is our statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the Salmon Technical Team report? I always take my time, make sure there are none, and I see none, so thank you. And our last report, a Salmon Advisory Subpanel report, Mr. George Bradshaw. Morning, George.
Hello, thank you. I'm George Bradshaw, and I'll be reading Agenda Item G4B, Supplemental SAS Report 1. Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report on Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fisheries Management Plan, Amendment Workgroup Report, Initial Scoping. Salmon Advisory Subpanel offers the following Pacific Fisheries Management Council consideration for the Fisheries Management Plan, the FMP Amendment, and associated processes described in the staff report. The SAS supports a peer review process in which the panel can provide additional analysis if needed. The panel should have the flexibility to consider alternative methods for updating the escapement objectives beyond the 4 approaches analyzed by the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Workgroup. Members could be independent but knowledgeable about the Sacramento River Basin and its current challenges. The SAS discussed experts from British Columbia and Alaska Department of Fish and Game may be well suited to sit on the peer review panel. SAS agrees with forming the FMP Amendment Work Group as outlined in the staff report and emphasizes it will be important that there is representation from the industry, science, and water management backgrounds. The group should include individuals from the Bureau of Reclamation and California Department of Water Resources. The work group should provide the opportunity to engage with water managers who do not typically participate in the council process. Even if the individuals cannot commit long-term, they should at least be invited for briefings and to present specific analysis to the work group. The SAS recognizes that developing the FMP amendment will take time. In the interim, conservatively managing within the current escapement objective is a reasonable approach. I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions on the advisory subpanel report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Bradshaw. My question is around the recommendation to engage water managers who do not typically participate in the council process. Can you talk a little bit more about the SAS discussion and why you decided to make that recommendation?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Our discussion was in our involvement from industry into this Central Valley process since we've had closures has been extensive. There's a lot of expertise, in those water agencies that typically don't take part in the council process. Through a lot of what we've heard this morning from, the work group staff and Dr. Southard-Wade and others, there's a lot of really good work. It's really dense in information. It's quite difficult, I think, for a lot of people to understand a lot of the time, mine as well. But I think why that recommendation specifically is made is because in some of the flow, aspects of what's been talked about, quite frankly, if we have flow in the upper river that, seems reasonable, but there is pumping going on in the lower section, We can't just say that the flow was good because it got sucked the other way. And quite frankly, the river runs backwards at points, right? So I think that's also somewhat of an issue with the munch and all. That system of fry success rates, is only one small aspect of that life stage history of those fish when they're in the valley. It doesn't take into account the lower part and getting through the delta and, recruitments to the ocean from that one analysis. And I think that there's a lot of staff, science-specific staff working in those water agencies currently doing a lot of out-migration survivals and a lot of data that could help formulate a better outcome to this process as a whole.
Thanks. Further questions? Marcia Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The statement regarding the peer review process and the panel's flexibility to consider alternative methods for updating the escapement objectives beyond the four approaches analyzed by the work group. I want to be clear, are you suggesting, as I understand the peer review process, it will be focused on SMSY?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the
Not on the
question.
conservation objective.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And for clarification, it is my understanding as well that, the base goal is SMSY, right? I think we need to find that floor level. And then obviously we will work out from there. I think that there's a lot of important moving parts and pieces of this puzzle. But unfortunately, if we layer on too many layers at once, like was spoken about before, I think we could end up slowing ourselves down and ultimately not making the progress that we need. So we need to take it, partially at a time.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thanks, George.
Thank you.
Right, that completes our reports. Before we get to public comment, I think the timing is right to break for lunch. So let's be back here at 1 o'clock to resume with public comment on this agenda item. Thank you. All right, let's find our seats here so we can get started.
Okay.
Okay, when we left, we were about to start with public comment. So let's move into that. The screen is here. And Chris, if you can scroll down, I just want to let people know Adam, who's the fourth in our queue. Adam, if you can hear us, our system is indicating you are using an unsupported browser, so you will not be able to connect with us. You'll need to join via a computer using Microsoft Edge or Google Chrome. So we've got a little time if possible, but we'll watch that as we move through this. So if we can scroll back to the top then, we will start with James Stone. James, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Hassemer, council members. My name is James Stone. I am the volunteer president of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, representing hundreds of licensed fishing guides on the Sacramento River and tributaries throughout the San Francisco Bay and Delta, and over 3,500 sportsmen and women that are paid members of our organization who are fighting for the mission to continue and to leave a better salmon fishing legacy to our children and grandchildren and outdoor recreation and appreciation that we do. NCG ASA believes that our management strategies historically through the escapement process has been practicing of managing to the minimum rather than a phase of finding help for the salmon fishery and the species. We understand that since 1984, that the conservation goal objective has been set between 122,000 to 180,000, but oftentimes that doesn't allow us to meet the goals, and it's deemed successful as long as we meet the minimum of 122,000 fish, which isn't always the case. As you've heard me testify many times, that the deterioration of the California inland salmon fishery and the past 3 years of complete or near complete closure of the entire salmon fishing, besides a few small tributaries inland, 6 days of inland recreation, has been allowed over the past 3 seasons because of managing to that minimum escapement goal of the SMSY of 122,000 has not been enough fish since the Red Bluff Diversion Dam was removed in 2011, and that this conservation objective should have been revisited. I would like to applaud the work of this council moving the Sacramento Workgroup forward over the past 2 years and applaud all of the work that the Sacramento Workgroup has done. Thank you so much for enlightening us on all of the science of what we should have been doing to protect this species back in the river for years in order to ensure that we had viable, sustaining fisheries. I understand that every single year is different according to escapement numbers and according to outmigration survival and cohort recruitment 3 years later. There are things that affect our salmon fishing everywhere because of the fact of how we manage the Sacramento River stocks through trucking fish, net pens, direct bay releases, ocean net pens releases. We're now adding rice fields, fry releases, truck midstream, and in-river releases are all part of the strategies. Moving forward, our organization would like to recommend 2 main points, is that we never look for a smaller conservation objective of 180,000 and that we expedite the FMP process moving forward. The most important thing is that we stair-step this process as we're moving forward following the science of the Sacramento Workgroup. It is 15 years overdue, and we need to make sure that we move forward supporting the stocks, supporting all of the fisheries, commercial, charter, recreational, as well as inland fisheries. I wanted to point that our recommendation of 180,000 for the conservation objective is simply drawn from the conclusion of Appendix M under the report from the Sacramento work group of the probability of meeting the hatchery goals. As we've heard some of the presenters comment, the job of the state and the federal government has been working tirelessly in order to increase the production numbers of our hatcheries, which we are going to see about a 40% increase since our historic numbers. And we're going to be releasing more than 40 million fish at a Coleman feather in the American hatcheries, which is the most fish since 1997. And I want to thank CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and NOAA Fisheries on everything they've been doing to help us have the largest production numbers coming from the Sacramento Index since 1997. These huge increases benefit the Sacramento system, all of our fisheries, as well as the inland future escapement. But that escapement shows that if we don't at least target a minimum of 180,000, according to Appendix M, Figure 1, that only allows at 180,000 target, that only gives us about a 30 to 35% probability of meeting our hatchery goals for our fish and getting the eggs back to the hatchery in order to create this increased production levels. And therefore, that's why we feel that that is a very important factor and step as we work towards this FMP process. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and that we fully support moving the conservation objective and the SMSY up closer to the science and towards a targeted number to support all of us for the long-term future. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Stone on his testimony? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Stone, for the letter and for providing comment today. My question is regarding the 180 number, and thanks for citing where you picked that from and coming out of the work group report. My question is, just given your lines of thinking and your experience in the river, why not higher? What is it about that 180 number that you feel is appropriate for the system? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings, for that question, and I appreciate the time to address that. I think that we chose the 180 number because it was currently part of the continuing conservation objective that's currently under the existing FMP at the higher range. I know that it's also a number that we've targeted multiple times over these past couple of years, and even though that we've targeted those numbers, specifically in a couple of years, we've even failed to meet the 122 when targeting the 180, so it kind of gave us a buffer over the past few years. But that's when the actual chart, I think, starts to rise exponentially when you see on that figure 1 between 180 and 200,000. That's when you start seeing the chart really rise from a 30 to a 45% probability of making sure that we will get all of the fish back to all anadromous hatcheries to get that egg take. And so with a combination of a blend of both of those, I felt that that was a good starter stepping effect of working towards a future higher SMSY, following more scientific base. But while understanding that if we just go straight from a 122 SMSY to a really high number like the Sacramento work group proposes of a possible 290 plus, I'm afraid that it's going to affect too many fisheries too quickly, and it won't give us the time that we're going to need to stair step into this management strategy, as well as Dr. Satterwith talked about identifying and monitoring the PBT fry. For the first time this year, we're going to be releasing millions of fry and multiple different release strategies through the bridge group. And I think that it will take a few years for us to completely get on board to understanding those cohorts and allowing us to reconstruct those. I hope that that gave a good answer.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Chair Smith.
Hey, James, great testimony. My question is, you know, whether it's 120, 150, 180, or 5 million, if you don't have the water to support the freshwater habitat, I think I know the answer to your question, but you guys are continually working with the water users to try to come to some agreement where the dewatering doesn't happen during the critical times. Am I right in my assumption, or what's going on there?
Yes, thank you for the question, Vice Chair Smith. I appreciate the time to address your concerns. You're correct in that assessment that myself, full-time, as well as other members of the Bridge Group, which are members of the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, Mr. Johnny Atkinson, Mr. George Bradshaw, and also other members of the public, are constantly engaged with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Department of Water Resources, specifically talking about your question of red dewatering. It is a high concern of ours multiple times, but unfortunately, it's related to the ESA management of the winter run salmon. And to give an explanation, what's going on is that the temperature requirements in the river are requiring a certain amount of flow and release from Keswick Dam and Redding below. And those flows are often targeted around 7,000 to 9,000 CFS at a very minimum. And that leaves the river elevation to a certain height. And they require that temperature requirement through emergence of the fry, which has now been kind of, I'll say that the run timing has been delayed about 30 days, if you will. So historically, when those fish were spawning in June and July, and those fry emergence was September, October, but now that spawning is occurring more July and August, and that fry emergence is October, November. So the Bureau is keeping in Redding, downtown Redding, they're keeping those flows at a certain height of that 7,000 to 9,000 minimum flow. And by this time, over our fall run are moving into the edge bankments, into the shallow riffles, and moving into the side channels and to those areas that currently have water, building their reds, and then they're spawning. And then the National Marine Fisheries Service says that the fry emergence is at maximum, and therefore now the Bureau can go into a conservation mode of the water and reserve and store water for next year's cold water pool for the winter run only. And that management, that tunnel vision, has led the Bureau to then allow them to now drop the water flow to 4,000 to 5,000 CFS, which elevation-wise brings down from about 1 foot to 18 inches of vertical feet, but it brings in from shoreline to shoreline about 20 feet on each side of the bank, for a total of 40 feet of the river narrowing, which does dewater those reds. It is a very great concern. It's been a great concern, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife documents it through the Red Bluff office every year. But when we've addressed it always in the past, the answer was always is that the importance of protecting the ESA listed species far outweighs the fall run, which are not protected. So we are hoping in the future to kind of segue into your question, Vice Chair. We are working directly with the Bureau and with the northern irrigators and water users of finding ways to eliminate that and to make that stressor one of the smaller stressors that face our fall run Chinook salmon here moving forward in the future. So the answer is yes. And actually this week we'll be meeting with all of the irrigators from south of the Delta and north of the Delta, with the entire salmon industry presidents in person this week in Sacramento.
Any other questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. James, I was wondering if you had a chance to review the written comment by Mr. Gorelnik in the record. I've asked this question once already, but I'll ask it again. His comment and the table and the graph relating to sac fall spawning escapement and then the Sacramento index suggests no real relationship between spawning escapement and then the Sacramento index 3 years later. If anything, it looks like more of an inverse relationship than than anything. I was wondering, it sounds like you are continuing to support a higher escapement target with the idea that bringing back more fish as escapement will make more fish. And so I'm hoping you can maybe explain your view and how the data shown in Mr. Gorelnik's comments comport or doesn't comport with your hypothesis. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yaremko, for the question, and I appreciate the time to address your concerns. Yes, I have read Mr. Gorelnik's public comment and the letter and the relationship of abundance from spawning escapement to 3 years post SI. I have read his comments also on the modeling inaccuracies, which I would say that I agree on a lot of the points of the modeling inaccuracies. And I think that I've addressed that in front of this council multiple times. And I think that the modeling inaccuracies are something that we would hopefully like to be able to try to get a little bit of a tightening on, understand if we are only going to use the modeling of the way that we forecast the SI preseason with a jack, and we don't include any type of variables for environmental conditions or factors, I think that we're not going to accurately be able to forecast that number. With that being said, looking directly at his graph to try to prove that there's no direct correlation, I could say that there's a lot of different factors that obviously go into salmon recruitment, a relationship, a spawning recruitment relationship. I don't think that it's a 1-for-1 or 1-for-3 answer that we can actually determine. I would show that by saying that in 2022, we only had about 61,000 fish that came back. Sacramento index. We had the lowest water that we've ever had, with California State Water Board only allowing 5,000 CFS to be released from Keswick all summer. We had 75-degree water in Chico, California, all the way down the system. It was nuking the eggs, killing the fish, and it wasn't a positive thing at all. However, here we are 3 years later with a much higher number. And how did that happen? Because of all those fish that returned, the majority killed in the river because of the warm water, and the egg survival was very, very minimal. But the answer to that is because of the water timing. We had really terrible fall and winter water in 22, but then all of a sudden in the spring of 23, we had tremendous water, and we had huge survival rates of all of our hatchery releases. And I think it's because we diversified our hatchery releases between in-river, trucking, net pens, and all the wonderful things that your department's doing, as well as U.S. and Fish and Wildlife, that allows us to basically diversify our portfolio and not put all of our fish in one basket. And so I think that that's why we're seeing the numbers come back this year. Even with the full 3-year closure, we're seeing an increase coming home this year, 3 years later in 2025 of the fall. And I understand that the escapement numbers aren't finalized this year, but they're going to be much higher than 61,000. But to answer your question directly, I think there's too many that are involved directly with those two relationships that we must address. We've got to look at that fall time water of how was the water when the adults came in? Was there enough water for homing? Was there enough water for spawning? Was there good temperature for survival of egg to fry survival? And then to look at the out migration as a second set of in the springtime for juvenile as they're working their way out to the ocean. How is the water in that timeline? And I think that if we were to, for simple measures, do a red light, yellow light, green light measures like we did in the Habitat Committee that one year, I think we could really identify some areas of some certain releases or cohorts that maybe survived higher than normal or completely were destroyed, if that makes sense.
Thank you. We'll take one more look around here, see if there, Marcia Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe not quite following up on that answer, Mr. Stone, but similar vein of thought, we're talking about taking a deep look at SMSY and our peer review process that we're talking about for determining that SMSY number that then ultimately might lead to a revision in our conservation objective. And one of the elements of the conservation objective that has been noted by the work group is to provide for a robust inland fishery. But a conservation objective is different than SMSY, sorry. And I'm thinking about our management that we have in ocean fisheries now. We just moved in 2025 to a recreational fishery structure in the ocean for a very brief summer seasons where we're utilizing harvest guidelines for the recreational fishery. And if we had had a commercial fishery, we would have been limiting harvest in the ocean via the use of weekly trip limits. And those guidelines are matched with our expected performance of harvest in the ocean with the goal of not exceeding those projections. Thinking about the in-river fishery and the desire to provide for robust, thriving inland fisheries, what is the thinking about, from your organization's standpoint, about the use of harvest guidelines in river fisheries?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Uremko. I appreciate the opportunity to address that question. I would say that from the perspective of robust, we haven't had a robust fishery in the Sacramento River since 2012 would be the last time I would use the word robust. So that would be when we had 400,000 fish, adults, plus there was tens of thousands of jacks that were returning to the river that I would ever use the word robust. We've had a fishery from 2014 on to where 12 of the last 16 years, we've not even made our 122,000. We keep falling below. So anytime there's less than about 150,000 fish as a river run size, the opportunity to go fishing is very bleak. And the reasoning why it's hard for people to understand, the reasoning why that it's really bleak if there's less than 150,000 fish in the entire system for the average recreational angler is because those fish are moving through to the highest areas possible in order to get to the coldest water. And therefore they move into the areas to where fishing is not allowed in the upper Sacramento, in the upper Feather low flow, and in the upper Nimbus Basin. All three of those areas have geographically been taken away from the inland fishery, and they've all been taken away completely. We used to fish for 10 months a year, from March all the way through January 16th. And now we had an opportunity to fish for 60 days this year. And we were very grateful to have that opportunity in the Feather and in the American River and the McCollum rivers. And but I would still not say that it would be a really good fishery or anything until you start getting to those higher numbers. When we start looking back historically, like when I was at Sacramento State College, I used to be able to walk out in 2001, 2002. I used to be able to walk out to the American River. We had escapement of 700,000 that year, but we were catching 12 to 15 fish in just a matter of a few hours. So that way I would determine that a bust fishery 25 years ago. I'd love to see something like that happen again, but I don't think that that's realistic on trying to target some of those really, really high numbers, because I think that it would in turn take away opportunity from the other fisheries in the ocean. So therefore, I think that finding a modest number that protects the species while focusing mainly on not the fishery for inland, but focusing on making sure that we get all of our eggs so that your department, as well as U.S. Fish and Wildlife, can always get these eggs. I think this year we're going to release 50 million fish from our hatcheries, anadromous hatcheries, which is just so wonderful. But as we start to increase these numbers, we're going to have to make sure we get more fish home. So I was looking at that 180 side with my board of directors and with our science advisors as the first stair step to ensure, as you guys work through this FMP amendment and following the science and applying policy, that number would end up working itself out. But we definitely know that it's not lower than 180 in our opinion.
Okay, thank you. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, James. Good to hear from you. Thanks for your comments. Hear loud and clear your view on support for the 180K. Just a clarifying question. Do you support including a de minimis regime like we currently have under there, or is it just kind of straight 180,000?
Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for the question. I appreciate the chance to comment. I would say that as of right now, while we're working through this process, that our board supports 180,000 targeted conservation objective through the next season's management of 2026. So that hopefully, if we target 180, we'll see somewhere around 180 as a final number. I think that through your amendment process and following the science, that number might go up. But I think that if we jump too higher than 180 at this point, moving into the 2026 season, I fear that we're going to impact too many fisheries and that it won't be conducive to getting everyone back on the water after the 3 years of closures.
All right, thanks. Look around for any other questions. Not seeing any. Thanks very much, James.
Thank you for the time.
Next, we have Larry Phillips. Good afternoon, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Larry Phillips. I'm speaking on behalf of the American Sport Fishing Association, which represents the nation's recreational fishing industry. ASA would like to again thank CDFW, National Marine Fisheries Service, the councils, the management teams, the advisory subpanels for supporting this year's limited but meaningful recreational salmon fishing opportunities in California. It was a clear reminder to all of us why California's iconic salmon are so important to West Coast fisheries. I also want to share my appreciation for the reports and discussions that we've heard this morning, which highlight the significant uncertainty and, in our opinion, the need to proceed with caution. That said, we appreciate the council's commitment to improving salmon management, updating the scientific tools used to guide decisions, better escapement models, better monitoring, and stronger stock recruitment analysis are all essential to the responsible management of our salmon. However, we're concerned about the speed at which the new escapement goals and MSY estimates for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook are being discussed and considered. The science is still developing, the data remains incomplete, and the full range of uncertainties has not been evaluated through a transparent and inclusive, potentially independent review process. Moving too quickly potentially risks putting in place management measures that restrict options without delivering conservation benefits. The draft escapement models, if and when adopted, are likely to produce significantly higher escapement targets and more conservative harvest rules. If these had been applied to the 2020-10 forward seasons, lower bag limits for many of the fishing seasons, both in the ocean and in the river, would have faced shorter seasons, lower bag limits, and/or complete closures. This could have caused substantial economic harm to anglers, guides, charter operators, trollers, processors, and coastal communities, even though fishing was likely not the primary driver of the poor stock performance. The fundamental issues that swing Sacramento River Fall Chinook survival has likely been impacted by environmental and water management decisions. When survival collapses in the river, the delta, and the ocean, additional fishing regulations alone are unlikely to change the outcome. If escapement goals are raised without addressing water policy drivers like inadequate cold water flows and high juvenile mortality, we could be locked into perpetual season reductions that may not rebuild natural origin fish. That said, ASA fully supports continued technical work to more accurately manage our fisheries. But new escapement goals should not be adopted until we better understand how hatchery fish contribute to natural productivity, how in-river survival is impacted by water policy, and until the economic and biological consequences are fully analyzed. We look forward to collectively working with the council, the service, and the department to improve the management of this species. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Phillips and his testimony? Going around. No questions. Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Mr. Brian McLaughlin online. Brian, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chair and Council. My name is Brian McLaughlin. I reside in Portland, Oregon. I'm a recreational angler out of the Port of Garibaldi. You know, I was just listening to Mr. Phillips' comments, and he probably made a lot of the points I wanted to make, but in a more eloquent way than I will make them. So I want to align myself with his comments. I supported, going through an amendment process because I had hoped that it will allow the development and evaluation of alternative management approaches to what is currently being considered. And here I'm not speaking about just a different approach to estimating SMP and therefore SMSY under the proposed formula. I'm speaking about developing and considering fundamentally different approaches to management. I think the collective experience of, West Coast salmon managers should be brought to bear on this issue through a work group amendment group, and really try to think of this. If there's different ways to approach this problem, you could, for instance, you might employ a consistent harvest rate framework that would allow for higher escapements and higher abundances and fill in some data points. But there's a lot of different ways that should be considered. And I also want to see these alternatives considered in a comprehensive way rather than through a piecemeal approach, which is what you're doing so far and I think is proposed. Dr. Satterthwaite said earlier today that early on in the work group process, the work group was instructed to focus on MSY and MSY proxies and to abandon consideration of other alternative approaches. I think this was a big mistake, and I think that mistake is what needs to be corrected. I also heard back in November of 2024, the Science and Statistical Committee say the concepts of such as SMSY and FMSY are not applicable to a composite stock, and that there's no theoretically sound way to define abundance and harvest rate reference quantities for a composite stock that are roughly equivalent to SMSY or FMSY. And I think that applies also to proxies, because proxies are supposed to, as my understanding under the guidelines, to be used to infer likely traits of the stocks being managed. So here you would be inferring a likely trait of SMSY for the stock, which I don't think you're doing at all under the proposed method. And quite frankly, I don't think this is SMSY at all for any component of the stock, including a natural area spawning component or a natural origin component. And the reason I say that is because all components are composite, are produced by a composite productivity, meaning there's 70% of the natural area spawners are hatchery fish. So even the natural origin component is a product of a composite production. So at the end of the day, I think you're trying to jam a square peg into a round hole, and it just doesn't fit. And therefore, I think under the federal guidelines at 50 CFR 600-310 H2, which I'd encourage you all to read, I think this council has authority to propose alternate ways, alternate approaches to satisfy the Magnuson-Stevens Act for this stock. So because of this, I do not support the process proposed by staff, because if I understand it, you're going to go to a peer review for SMSY and potentially lock it in as BSIA before you consider alternate approaches. This building block approach is nothing more than a piecemeal approach, and that's what I thought you were trying to get away from. I'm not a fan of this approach. It's highly uncertain. And if the preferred approach were come to bear, it would be highly impactful with an potentially a conservation minimum of 400,000 fish escapement goal, which is greatly over the 122 that we have now. And that's vastly different than taking other approaches to it, like the cohort reconstruction. And I know that you don't have enough years on that to be reliable, but it results in a completely different numbers, which sends a red flag to me that maybe these things aren't aligning. I'll leave it at that for now because my time is running out, but I would urge you to go back, give it a fresh approach, try to enlist the collective wisdom of West Coast fishery managers and try to approach this stock with a looking outside the box, so to speak, and try to figure out if there's different ways that you could approach this that would work better. Thank you for your listening to my comments.
Questions for Mr. McLaughlin? Looking around, no questions. Thank you, Brian. Next, we have, I'm going to make a guess that it's Adam Andrini. Adam, if that's correct, let us know and if I pronounced your name correctly. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon. That is correct. Adam Andrini. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to comment on this issue. I run a full-time professional guiding business, mostly on the Sacramento River. I live 5 miles from the Sacramento River in Corning, California. So all this is literally in my backyard. I see it every day. I just wanted to kind of comment on some things. The last 10 years, salmon I've seen, and it's just the saddest thing. I just feel like the 122,000 escapement has led to minimized returns. I know there's things that factor that, the drought and some other things, but I have 3 little kids. Only one of them got to experience salmon fishing 4 years ago, last time it was open, and this thing has to come back. So from everything I've seen, it just makes sense to me that if we bump that escapement number up, just like it was very eye-opening what Sutterweight showed on his graph, but 200,000 only gives us a 45% chance to meet hatchery goals, if I'm understanding that correctly. And if that's the goal, I don't understand why we're targeting less of a return. We should be trying to maximize those to supplement the years when we have drought cycles, because we're going to have them again. We don't know when, but it's going to happen. And if we have robust salmon numbers to replenish the following years, then it helps buffer that. I feel like we just got caught in a really bad cycle of low returns and then drought years that minimized survival. It's really sad. There's been so many fellow guides that have left the area and moved to different states to make a living. And so many of the small bait stores locally have closed. They no longer exist. As we just have to make the most conscious decision for what's best for salmon long term, not short term. And if bumping the escapement number up and delaying or minimizing potential seasons short term to guarantee that we have a longer term survival for our kids, for future generations to be able to fish, it's something that we have to do. Yeah, I just really want to appreciate the time to speak, and I hope that is considered.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Andrini on his testimony? And seeing no questions, thank you, Adam. Next, we have Mr. Mark Gorelnik. Mark.
Chair Hassemer, council members, it's very, very good to be with you. I'm sorry I have to do this from the road as opposed to in person, but other things happen in life. So here we are. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, and I'd like to go through and And then afterwards, I'd be happy to entertain any questions. So if we can go to the next slide. So I just want to talk about the escapement objective here and preseason abundance. These are both topics of my written public comment. And I'm talking about the escapement objective. I want to make sure we're focusing on what has passed for reality in the last couple of decades. And I realize that academic analysis may lead us somewhere different, but I think that anything like that needs to be tested retrospectively on the data we actually have. And I think we need to be aware that, some changes will threaten fishing communities, and we've got to make sure we get enough benefit out of whatever steps we take through the fishery management plan revisions. Next slide. So why do we have a conservation objective? Under Magnuson, we have to manage for maximum sustainable yield. We need to have spawners because that's where our salmon come from. That's where our adults come from. And so we have to ensure there's adequate spawners so that we get enough recruitment, so that's obviously a fairly obvious point. But I think it's also needs to be recognized that you reach a point of diminishing returns based on the number of spawners that return. What is that point of diminishing returns? Well, I don't know what it is theoretically, but I think we can look at the data and it'll give us a fair idea. And when we have more adults returning than the system can handle, we're removing them from the fishery. And if we're removing them from the fishery, we're not meeting our requirements under Magnuson. And I also want to say that, fishing opportunity necessarily includes the inland fishery. They should not be ignored. It is a shared resource, and it has to be shared between the states, principally Oregon and California, when I'm talking about the Sacramento fish. Within that fishery in the ocean between sport and troll. And also we need to provide opportunity on a shared basis with the inland fishery. So let's not lose sight of that. But once we have a conservation objective or an SMSY, it is appropriate to have a buffer because we have buffer in all of our other fisheries to allow for uncertainties. And certainly one of those is the forecast uncertainty. And another historically has been the harvest uncertainty. Can we go to the next slide, please? So it is sort of intuitive that more spawners equals more babies, and more babies means more adults 3 years later. But that intuition isn't, it has its limits. And we know it has its limits. There's always a stock recruitment relationship in every system, whether you're in freshwater or whether you're dealing with a saltwater species. There is a curve that's associated with that. We have a lot of years of data on the Sacramento system, and we shouldn't ignore that. And anything we adopt, we need to apply retrospectively to sort of see what the impacts would be. The current conservation objective, those limits, 120 to 180, were set a long time ago. That's right. But we also had a far more productive system back then. Revisiting this with an open mind means we need to determine what that range or what a new SMSY should be, given the system we have, not the system we want. And so any changes we make must be fully aware of where we're at in terms of the condition of the system. I don't think anyone appreciates or likes or encourages the conditions we have, but we got to deal with what we have. That's the hand we've been dealt. Next slide. So this is some data that I put into my written public comment. And I think it's been referred to by Ms. Uremko during this agenda item. And this does suggest, I think merely suggests, it doesn't establish, somewhat of an inverse relationship. And what we're seeing there, if you look at the graph on the right, whenever we've had, and I'm going back, my baseline, as you know from my comment back in April, is brood year 2004. Because in my mind, that is where it's an obvious place to draw a line in terms of changes in productivity of the system. And you can see since then, higher spawning escapements have never resulted in abundance. Lower spawning escapements, it's a mixed bag. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But you cannot conclude that a low spawning escapement in and of itself is going to result in low production, low number of adults 3 years later. And I think that Mr. Stone commented on it already, and it was also in my written public comment. It's all about flows. Our abundance is a function of flows. It's doesn't hardly seem to be a function of escapement. And you know, look at the arrows there. 2006, we had great spawning escapement, over 250,000. And would we get 3 years later? 41,000. But that cohort of 41,000 that worked very hard in the river. And what we have 3 years later? We had 627,000. So I'm not advocating for lowering any spawning escapement objective, but I think we need to be we need to be open-eyed about this and have an open mind, and then appreciate that the spawning escapement number by itself isn't foretelling any result. Next slide.
Mark, I'm going to have to ask you to summarize if you can here. Time is.
I'm sorry. All right. Well, the slides are all out there. I'm going to skip ahead then to the forecast. I don't need to say much about this because it was in my written public comment. But again, we don't see much better out of the Klamath as we do out of the Sacramento. And finally, recommendations. Let's have a broad and diverse peer review process, and let's consider a conservation objective that meets the goals of maximum sustainable yield. And we should consider improvements to abundance forecast. Thank you. I apologize. The timer didn't show up, or I didn't see it.
All right. Thanks. And we do have all the written materials that were submitted. So any questions for Mr. Gorelnik on his testimony? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Mr. Grelnick, for your testimony. I have a couple of questions, and I'll just start kind of with actually one of the last things, just because a couple other commenters gave their 2 cents on it. But Appendix M from the Workgroup report, the graph there, the figure 1 from Appendix M. I'm wondering if you have any comments on the probability of meeting hatchery goals.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Ms. Diamond. And I did take a look at Appendix M, and I'm looking in the text of Figure 1, where there's certain numbers associated with each of the 3 hatcheries on the Sacramento system. And I was taken aback by the number of about 32,000 for the Coleman Natural Fish Hatchery as being their goal, apparently. Unless I'm misinterpreting the purpose of this graph. Well, this is based on 2002 to 2024, and I went back and looked at a statement back to that Coleman hatchery over those 23 years. And Coleman reached that objective only 8 out of 23 years. But I don't understand that they missed their egg take goals for 15 years. So I guess I'm questioning the premise of the data being used there. And I appreciate we need to get eggs back to the hatcheries for them to produce fish for the fishery and future escapement. But I don't, that doesn't seem right. I think in general, I think if we're going to look at the probability of meeting hatchery goals, I think we need to see the data. What have been the egg takes year by year in each of these hatcheries, and what are the years in which they fell short? And that will tell us what years had inadequate escapement. I don't think that Coleman has. Look at the last few years, not this current year, but at least the previous 2 years, if not 3. Coleman needed to take eggs from other hatcheries, and you know what? There was no fishery during those years, so you can't even tie the fishery. You can't even blame the fishery for missing these goals. I don't have much more to say because I haven't had time to research what the escapements were in all of these years. But I do think that this needs to be looked at with fresh eyes, because I think this may be misleading.
Thank you. One follow-up?
One more.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
One other thing, and I'm kind of jumping to something else here. The SSC report on the agenda item before this, and maybe it's not fair because maybe you weren't listening in, but they talked about the issue with using older data and the need to have more current or more recent data going into the models. But with this, there's a comment with this model of having this older data needing to be in there, and that more truncated data isn't appropriate. But we also, my understanding from the crash course I've been getting in salmon from so many, thank you, is autocorrelation and how that actually is using recent data points. And I'm wondering if you can weigh in on that disconnect between the recent data versus using older data.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Diamond. It is curious. My understanding is that the harvest model historically is looked at back at a fixed set of years, and the abundance estimate based on JAX looks primarily at the most recent years. I don't understand the reluctance to recognize the change in productivity of the system. And we're not talking about over a few years. We're not talking about recent necessarily. We're talking basically the last 20 years. And I realize there may be a disagreement in the scientific community about what's appropriate and what's not, but it's certainly, at the very least, there's disagreement, and I think I provided a citation in my written comment to a paper where they agreed that it's appropriate when justified to truncate the data. And here I think where we're dealing with a system that's vastly different productivity, we shouldn't be looking at a system that doesn't exist anymore.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Corey Ridings. Oh, sorry. Corey Ridings, then Executive Director Burden. Corey.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mark, for the presentation and for calling in. It's just nice to hear your voice again. I'm looking at, it's one of your slides, and it was also in your comment letter, the spawning escapement versus SAC index plus 3 years graph. And thinking about the SAC index, and I'm thinking about the influence of hatchery fish. And just, does that SAC index plus 3 years include hatchery origin fish?
It does. We don't yet discriminate in Sacramento index between natural spawners and hatchery spawners. But I will say, and I don't have it in front of me, but last April, when I had my council member comment, I did create a graph similar to this just based on natural spawners. And it also, and you'd have to dig that up. But I don't believe it told much of a different story. I believe the story it told is that once we reach natural spawners over some figure less than 122, we see a drop off in productivity.
Thank you. Now, Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello, Mark. It's good to hear your voice, as Ms. Writing said. I did want to tune into your comment about trying to make improvements in run forecasting. And as much about our salmon process as anyone, and how it functions. I'm sure you're also acutely aware of the capacity constraints that we have at the moment, and hopefully we'll remedy, but not sure how. So as you think about how we might go about making improvements to our run forecasting capabilities, are there any particular suggestions that come to your mind or that you'd like us to consider?
Well, I think that I've heard the term used, and I think Ms. Ridings used it. I think Dr. Satterwhite may have used it. Environmental covariates. There is obviously something else going on here that is important to the forecast, and I think there's probably a Nobel Prize in figuring that out. But I do think we need to look at covariates, not just jack numbers, because obviously jack numbers, necessarily incorporate some environmental factors, because obviously the size of that jack class should be representative of that cohort. But obviously that ratio changes quite a bit. One thing I will say about the forecast is we do, maybe it's a consequence of autocorrelation, but we seem to perhaps overweight recent years. Because this year, for example, for the 2025, we used a historically low ratio of 8 adults for every jack that escaped. And I commented at the time that was quite extreme. And I guess we don't know what the counts are yet, but it seems like that may have been accurate. So I do think there are things we can do in the forecasting to improve, but I think really fundamentally there's other things going on. We need to figure out what those are.
Thanks. Vice Chair Smith.
Hey, Mark, long time no see. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing a lot of great work here, and Mr. Stone and you and Bradshaw and Johnny and all the salmon people that we want this to succeed. And I'm still worried about setting ourselves up for failure due to water issues, and whether it's 122,000, whether it's 150 or 400,000. If we don't get the water figured out somehow, some way, through negotiations or however that happens in California, we're going to do all this work and we're going to come back and we'll have the people that say, see, I told you you did this wrong, or and I, the hardest thing that you and I had to do together is, close California salmon fishing down. It still haunts me what's going on down here with all the loss of infrastructure and family bait businesses and guide businesses and charter businesses. And so that's a real pain that we all feel, and we don't relish. At least the people I work with on this council don't relish doing that, and don't. That's a failure. And doing all this work, I wanna see success, and you can't plan for every natural disaster. I understand that you can't plan for unusual times of drought, but I think we could set ourselves up for failure unless we start and hopefully start bringing the water users along with us. And whatever that number may be, Mark, I think that's a big part of the equation, at least the way I see things. And believe me, I understand what sitting on the dock means, or sitting on the bank, and it's not fun by any means. So I appreciate all your continuation and working on this. And it's I think we have all good intentions until we don't have water. And so anyway, my friend, thank you. And hopefully we'll be successful at this for a very long time, and we won't have to go through a period like this. But anyway, appreciate the work you've done, and along with all the salmon folks that are trying to make this, back to more normal. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna get a few years off here because we've had some wet years. So I think that the tension we've had for a number of years, we're gonna get a break from. But you're right. Without water, it doesn't matter what we do with escapement. It's just academic.
Right. Thanks. Any other questions? And I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you very much, Mark, for your testimony. And next we have Mr. Bob Spar. Please correct any mispronunciation I may have done on your name. Can you hear us, Bob?
I can hear you, and it is Spar. And I have some big shoes to fill because a lot of people on this committee, including your comments, are, right in line with what I have to say. But I want to tell you a little bit about me and a little bit that I know about salmon and see if we can't do something to fix this situation. So I've been a fishing guide in California inland for 37 years. And I had to leave California this year. And it's not a good idea to leave California because you love it and you have, great clients and great people that you've, through the years grew great relationships with, okay? Because of the salmon closure, that is gone. Okay, that's the hard part to deal with. But now we really got something easy we can deal with is we know what's happened in the past to salmon, and it started in 2008. And I never thought this would happen, ever. When I started my guiding career, I was fishing for salmon for 10 months out of the year. God, 10 minutes. I mean, that's a long time. And at the end, you couldn't even justify taking out clients because it got so bad. And I like a lot of stuff what you guys are saying because we know the problems. Okay. I mean, I have a huge paper written right now to talk to you guys, but you guys know the problems. I don't have to get into the details, but there's one thing that everybody talks about, the water, and it's true. We need water. It was always better fishing when we had water. It was always better spawning when we had water. We saw it. What have we lost? We've lost our natural spawning fish, okay, in the system. The American feather, the U, but we've lost it. We've lost lots of opportunity for anglers. And this is inland. We've lost fish in the U-boat. We've lost fish in, different sections. We've had endangered species. I filed an endangered species on this salmon. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of that a few years ago because I didn't complete it because I wanted you guys to open up your eyes and see that we have a problem. Okay. And everybody knows we have a problem, but what are we going to do about it to solve the problem? And we talk about this water problem. Well, it's not only flows that we need when salmon come up and water temperatures are right and spawning, but also when these smolts are heading downriver. I mean, are you guys aware we have a cross channel in the Delta that sucks these fish in? The way it makes a turn, these fish get sucked into that abyss down there. There's so many problems. It's just not the cold, good flows that we need as these fish come up. So we need to deal with all these problems. And there's too many to list right now of how many problems we have, but we need to do something. We know 122 on the floor is not enough. I mean, it's been that way a long time and it hasn't worked. In 2011, it should have been changed when the Red Bluff Diversion Dam came out. We need to raise those numbers just to get these fish up. I'm here, you're asking why I'm here. I left the state. I moved to Oregon. Well, you know what? Your decisions today will affect what happens in Oregon also. And I think everybody knows that. So we need to raise the floor to get more fish back. And how we do it, there's a lot of great people working on it. And biologists are good to everything, but everybody's disagreeing right now. But the first thing we need to do, and we need to do it soon because we know these fish are on a 3-year cycle. It takes time to bring these fish back. And if we keep waiting, pushing it off for another year and pushing it off for another year and slowly trying to rebuild, it's not going to happen. Look, we've already been there. Everybody knows this. We've been there, people. We need to start acting now. So it's just hard to watch this whole process and know that there's people that really want to bring it back, but it's moving too slow for what we have left. Our stocks, what do we have left in our stocks? Do we know? We're not going to know for years to come. So we need to act now. And I just urge you guys that whatever you do, that you try to bring them back faster than slower. Because, it's just not me. Like you said, it's communities far and wide. People have moved, people have lost their jobs, businesses, and it goes farther than that. Friendships. So just do what you need to do and get it done quick. I mean, we know that there's a lot of problems, and I just hope you guys can, see all of them. I mean, a lot of you are really narrow-minded on what I listened to today. You got a couple graphs. Very, very good. We got graphs, but it's so more complicated than that. It's really complicated when you have good water years, but you have huge export years of the same year. Do we get as many fish back 3 years later? Well, we had great spawning, but nope, they got sucked into the abyss down through the cross channels. So we need to look at all of it and just do more, please. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Spar and his testimony? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Spar, for providing that. It's good to be reminded and hear stories of what folks like you are going through and what this means for you. You said several times that 120 is not enough. Is there another number based on your expertise and reading of the materials that you think is a more appropriate target for us?
Well, that's a great question. Through the years, guiding 37 years for salmon, and seeing the loss of our natural spawners, what makes up for that? It's hard to say what makes up for it because there's so many variables involved in it. Again, from what you talked about, from water when the fish are coming up to water that the fish need when they're going out, so they don't get sucked into the South Delta and they're gone from there. I would like to see it what the group mentioned, 240 to 400,000 just to start. I know it's a lot, and I know it's not going to happen because everybody's got to be, in the middle. But God, if you guys could just do a little bit more, I would be happy. I'd love to see it bounce back. I want to see this system be successful. I want to see the kids that I mentored, as I was a guide, out there enjoying fishing again. And it's not going to happen with 122. We know it. We've been there. It's been there too long. We keep having these, you got droughts and warm water and red dewatering and lack of funding. And there's just so many of them. You can't make it up. So if we have it at 122 and something happens, you don't need every one of those collapses to make this collapse again. You just need a couple and we're crashed again. So we need to get this number up. 180, I mean, it would be okay. But I would not want to see it at 180 forever. It needs to go up. And people don't understand. I heard a few comments say that, well, say for the ocean, we need people back out fishing. And we do. We need people back out fishing. But you know what? Right now, we need to correct our stocks. We need to get them back to where they were or close to where they were. Or someone's going to file a petition and list it. And not only that, I mean, we have science now that's back and it says needs to be more. Who's going to sue if you're not following your science? Someone will. We just hope we can get there before that happens. I mean, I'm sure the department, no one wants to be sued because then everything even slows down more. This cog gets blocked. So let's get this stuff figured out before a petition or before someone gets sued. Let's make it where, it's sustainable for everyone. Because in river was not sustainable the last 4 or 5 years. It was so bad. I mean, I just canceled trip after trip. There was no fish to catch. 122,000 fish is not enough fish in the river systems. You got to think of the system we have and the tributaries we have. These fish go back all over. That is just not enough fish. It's not enough fish for their survival. It's not enough fish for us to fish on.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Spar? And not seeing any hands here. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
That completes all our reports, the public testimony. We're going to take a short break before we get to discussion, but before we do that, I want our tasks up in front of us. Sorry, if you can flash those up there again so everybody can be refreshed. I'm just sensing we're going to have to take some time to have discussion on this and work through it. So we're reviewing the reports and talking about this FMP amendment process. So with that, so we can maybe get through all of our discussion and recommendations without having to take a break. Let's try that break now. So 10 minutes and come back and we'll get into it. Okay, been a long road or long swim on this one. We've heard a lot of information. So let me see who's ready to start our discussion on this agenda item. Again, our tasks are up there. Consider initiation of this FMP amendment process, what that would be like, and then the RFC FMP amendment work group. So, any thoughts on these items? Danny Evanson.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be bold and kick us off. I'm going to speak mainly to the peer review process component of this. Trying to zoom out a level, it's an important stock. It is one of the large, great Chinook-bearing rivers on our seaboard up there with the Yukon and the Kenai, the Copper, the Skeena, the Fraser, the Columbia, and the Sacramento. And they all have some things in common when I step back and look at it, right? They're all have Chinook runs in decline. They all have competing uses, profound management issues. You have upriver, downriver issues between your users. You have marine and freshwater, you have habitat challenges, forecasting challenges. And in the case of the Sacramento, profound habitat challenges in the form of water. And so, you know, all of these things are tricky. This, you know, is not new ground. And we've heard a lot of impassioned testimony. This keeps coming up. And it's all evidenced by the council investment in this issue. We formed a Sacramento Fall Work Group, recognizing that we needed to do more, that the public wants solutions, more is required. And from my lens and my seat, if this was going to be an easy process, this would have been done already sometime over the past 40 years since this has been updated. And we've revisited this issue, always under budgeting our time for it, throughout its progression around this table across recent years. And we have received conflicting technical advice from our scientists at each step of the process. That is concerning to me, that we are continuing this discussion today and considering a peer review process is, in my opinion, a step forward. It's a reflection of the commitment of this council, bringing the best science to bear on this issue, science with transparency and rigor to inform our decisions in the best interest of the resource and the people who rely on it. And I was pleased to see the staff report include this topic and explore this topic. And I was also pleased to see the broad-based support from the SSC, the STT, and the SAS to embark on this. As Executive Director Burden mentioned this morning, this is a first for the council. It's a test piece to see if this is viable when we do get gridlocked and have conflicting advice coming to this table. And I just want to make sure we're teeing ourselves up for success. Should we as a council move forward on this path, and I hope we do, I would encourage us to think carefully about the construct of the peer review process and its membership. I still remain concerned about conflict of interest, be it real, perceived, or potential, given the conflicting advice. And presumably, we're not heading on this path to get a rubber stamp. So hence, I encourage a process that would address that. I don't have specific thoughts, but, you know, examples would include 2 or more independent reviewers and define roles for all participants. I think that could be taken care of in terms of reference. looking through the different, what everybody had to say on this in the staff report, the makeup was, well, it could include one designated chair, members of the SSC, Salmon subcommittee, I hope I'm saying that right, okay, and additional qualified experts. And then it has the STT providing additional technical expertise during the review process, and members of the SAS participating in advisory capacity and public comment. The SSC, on the other hand, recommended a peer review that absolutely included the SSC Salmon subcommittee members and one or more independent reviewers, preferably with substantial knowledge of the Sacramento and SRFC. The STT recommended the peer review panel to include outside expertise with knowledge of salmon assessment and management tools for other Pacific Coast stocks or specific knowledge of Chinook in the Central Valley system. And finally, we had the SAS that recommended that members should be independent but knowledgeable about the Sacramento and its current challenges, but also was willing to consider experts from British Columbia or Alaska. So let me be clear, Alaska does not have a dog in this fight. Sacramento fish do not swim into Alaska waters, dare I say, thankfully, or I'd be in this morass right alongside you, no offense to anyone. But we do participate in peer reviews fairly routinely when invited. We use an independent peer review process when needed, and we request independent peer reviews of other science when we have concerns on a particular issue. There is a reciprocity in this. It's a give and take, and it is part of the scientific process that we as an agency support. With that said, I did survey the chief scientists in my department. We have several PhD scientists with relevant and appropriate expertise and competencies to bring to bear, though it is unlikely that any have much expertise specific to the Sacramento River. So, but they do have stock assessment expertise on large rivers, and all are well-versed in council process and, published in peer-reviewed journals. However, I have identified a potential candidate who I think would be helpful, but before we as an agency commit resources, we need a better sense of the process and the time commitment. I certainly don't want to send an individual alone, in on their own with no other independent reviewers in a process where we might not. I just have concerns with some of the comments that were made and some of the potential for conflict. I do want to make sure we're teeing ourselves up for success on this one. And I'm hoping we confirm some of this up again through the terms of reference. So I guess I will leave that there and wait for others to weigh in.
Thank you, Danny. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to give some little comments from Nils before we start. I appreciate the comments by Ms. Emerson. I actually agree with everything she said and the way she laid it out. Let me back up. I guess we should also echo thank you to the work group. They put a lot of effort into this report. Really appreciate that. As well as council staff who put a lot of time into preparing the tentative timeline and all the work here. So I do want to acknowledge that at the beginning, because in general, NIMS really supports the proposed approach, the timeline outlined by council staff. And I do think, just like Ms. Evanson said, I think this peer review process is really a critical first step for us to decide on here and to engage in. And I think it will be helpful to see good terms of reference for that going forward. I think the STT and the SAS have some good comments in their report on the level of expertise. I think, like was just noted, before. I think from my agency's perspective, we've started to do some thinking. I don't think we're ready yet to talk about specific names here, but would be able to do a little bit more thinking about that over the winter as well. So those are just some general thoughts. Want to hear also around the table. When it comes to the second point there regarding the amendment work group, I mean, I think that will be helpful for the process overall, although maybe that's something I think we have some flexibility on which way you go on those based on whether you're looking at the project team versus the broader, bigger work group. And maybe that could be something that follows a little bit more sequentially from the peer review process, because I think that's more important to figure out as a first step. And then we can see how that impacts an overall timeline, kind of an iterative fashion as we go forward. But there's some just initial thoughts from this perspective, but I really want to hear some views from around the table as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Marcy Rumko.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hearing the discussion today and the detailed Q&As that we've had of our team representatives and public comments, I am too convinced that this first step of a peer review body and a process for peer review for SMSY is definitely the first and best next step. I'm looking at the staff report, and I guess kind of what I'm thinking is having some time to flesh out this tour and let NIMFs and council staff work on this. I'm looking at the options for the peer review that are outlined in the staff report. We've got the concept of an interactive review with iterations and review with additional analysis. And I'm thinking that we're looking at something that embodies ideas from sort of both of those concepts. I appreciated the note from the SSC about the need for time with iterations, and back and forth is the kind of thing that can't just happen overnight. There needs to be time to develop the modeling because it's not a prefab model that everybody's working with. So, changes must be programmed and debugged and tested. And so the interactive review with iterations process, to me, I see a lot of value there. And I think it might serve in the end something that is somewhat similar to what we get out of a groundfish star panel. It just is going to take longer and over, a couple of series of perhaps meetings, and then go back and do some back and forth and then come back together. I think we definitely need to take that time to let NIMFs breathe a little now that they're back to work. And there's a lot here. They haven't had a lot of time to give this a lot of thought, but I do know that the terms of reference are going to be very critical for this peer review process, and we want to get it right. And so having them spend that time is a good investment for us. The other thing I want to speak to, Danny hit on it, is the BSIA determination made by the SSC. And it looks to me that, the Sacramento work group will be proposing and preparing the 4 approaches and presenting them to the peer review group. And then ultimately the BSIA determination would be made by the SSC. It would seem to me that the work group brings these materials as starting points, and then with the iterative approach, then what may come out at the end may not be one of the 4 methods that was brought forward, but something different, some variation based on that review process. So I think I would like to see the review start maybe, I recognize that the Sacramento Workgroup has provided a recommended approach, but I'm expecting that this process will serve to give equal weight to the methods. And if not, then there's some explanation as to why. I think we heard a little bit about that in the workgroup report, that a few of the methods were, not as good and maybe not as robust and maybe not as worthy of giving a lot of detail and time. I kind of want the peer review process to determine that. So I think we've heard that the work group is prepared to at least initially present all 4 of the methods. So I'd rather let the process work its way through, and if it involves, dismissing one or more of them sequentially and modifying and ensuring that the last best one standing has gone through the most complete review, that sounds great. But again, these are kinds of things that I think need to come together in the tour. And I think as a result, this is a good first area of focus right now. I'm looking at the staff discussion document and the FMP amendment work group concept. We've got some ideas on membership and composition that were provided to us in the report. And then the presentation does a good job of comparing that broader development team versus perhaps a more narrowly focused project work team. I think I'm not ready at this stage to weigh in on which of those 2 formats might serve us best. I'd rather have us focus on this peer review process and then kind of see what comes out of that before we move to kind of deciding more about the formation of either the FMP development team or the more narrow concept. I guess what that would mean in my mind, though, is that the tentative timeline that we have for review in attachment 2 may need some adjustments so that maybe we aren't going to be ready in March to appoint members to an FMP development team. I know. Again, I think I'm thinking much more about the peer review process after today's discussion and the interest in moving that work now. So those are my thoughts at this time. Appreciate the discussion today.
Thank you, Marcy. John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a couple of thoughts on the 3 questions in front of us. I guess in terms of those issues, I think continuing with the FMP amendments probably the best approach to ensure adequate peer review and public involvement. I think the work that the Sacramento Work Group has done so far is really impressive and extremely valuable moving forward. But developing the SMSY proxy and the other reference points, I think is really, quite complex, not the easiest material to follow, and it's going to have a large impact on future fisheries. I think the public deserves the maximum opportunity, that we can provide to understand, participate, and comment on the process. I think the timeline outlined in attachment 2 is, it's good, but I think it's a little ambitious since I think it's going to take some time to get the ship pointed in the right direction first. So might have to be bumped back a meeting or so. As far as the peer review process, again, given the significance of this work, I think that a robust review is needed and warranted, and probably the most important thing right now. I'd support something beyond the basic review level. My preference would be a peer review body with expertise and experience, capability to conduct additional analysis, but at a minimum, an interactive level participation. Of course, finding bodies is going to be a little tricky, but I think there's some people we can tap into. As far as the FMP amendment work group, again, you know, given the importance of this stock and the decisions, it might be good to stand it up, but, you know, the benefit of that is to provide a holistic, you know, analysis for the council here, but maybe that's the scale of that group we can decide on later, focusing first on the peer review, but that's my thoughts.
Thank you, John. If there's any other thoughts brewing around the table here. Marcy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't really directly on point with our tasks, but I did just want to note that I really appreciated the exchange with Dr. Satterthwaite on the concept about base periods, I guess you'd call them, or time blocks or time periods, and that he mentioned that that would be a great topic for peer review. We also heard Mr. Gorelnik talk about drawing a line at 2004, which is kind of, in my mind, something like a time block that we do in groundfish land. I'm not clear why SMSY needs to cover a range of conditions, or if more modern day conditions are adequate to evaluate the capacity of the system. We saw earlier today in our methods review agenda item support for this concept of exponential weighted decay rates. That's yet another method to kind of upweight more recent data. And so I would hope that in this peer review process, these methods of how we deal with time and data that we've collected over time and what's appropriate for this look at SMSY, I would hope that that would be a focal point of the peer review process as well. So again, just want to thank Dr. Satterthwaite for acknowledging it would be appropriate for them to consider. Thanks.
Any other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Marcy and John, for those notes. That's helpful to hear a process potentially for moving forward. I think I want to echo what Marcy just talked about, thinking about the peer review. This agenda item's been deep, and I think that's been good. It certainly has me thinking a lot about peer review and the salmon process generally and where that fits. So I'm glad that that conversation has come up. I think in thinking about how we do this from a wider lens, right now we're talking about SMSY, but where else in our process would peer review be appropriate? Reflecting a little bit on Danny's comments earlier, thinking about recusals and who's reviewing what work and how, and ensuring people that aren't responsible for reviewing their own work, you know, regardless of what body that is, I think is important in all the salmon science that we do. So just putting that out there, I'm not sure if that's directly related to what Marcy and John were talking about in terms of this far more targeted process that has been discussed around the SMSY. I also wanted to voice, I mean, my understanding, and I can be corrected here, is, you know, part of the reason we're entertaining this and ask council staff to come back with this really thoughtful, detailed report about how we could move forward with this and talking about these things today was the need to take a more holistic look at how we're doing things. And so in hearing John and Marcy talk about this, it sounds like we're taking a first bite. I would just reiterate it would be my intention when we come back from that bite, whether that's March or April or down the road, that I do think it's appropriate to continue a council conversation about that larger FMP holistic look about how things fit together, including potentially other reference points to continue the scientific process there, as well as the conservation objective and the harvest control rule. So our advisory bodies talked a lot about that. That was featured in the report. So I just wanted to note, I think it's important that we don't totally drop that, and just that it would be my intention to revisit that, even if we decide to take one bite now, that we're going to be revisiting that soon, ideally in early next year, or whenever council staff thinks it's appropriate.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody for the discussion. It's quite dense and quite technical. But I do remember yesterday we talked about inviting different folks from different agencies that deal with water. And maybe, I think, Danny, you mentioned this too. Would it be possible, as these groups are being formed, the peer review groups, getting some outsiders to see if that might be a venue, if only one-off or a couple of meetings, to invite these people to come and say, help us solve these problems. We need water, not just, as our vice chairman keeps saying, we need water, not just the correct measures to manage recruitment and catch and so forth. So just an idea. Thank you.
Thanks. Other thoughts? What I'm hearing is, kind of looking at our task list, some focus on number 3, the peer review group, that moving forward with that. I heard some words about, considering in that the construct, the membership. I think the construct, we talked a little bit about terms of reference, which would cover a lot of that. So I think being clear when that comes about and what precisely the council, maybe not precisely at this time, but at least conceptually, what that might look like. And I'm just thinking about timelines here. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend to answer your question. I think that's a question for the council, but I've been sitting here making notes about how we could formulate pathway forward as I'm listening to you all talk. And there are also some questions embedded in there. So based on what I've heard so far, what we'd be doing is drafting a terms of reference between now and March. Really, we'd focus on that in December, given the other salmon workload. We would also be asking agencies and tribes to consider whether they could put staff on this peer review group. And I understand that, that we're not at a place now where anyone can commit to that because of that in terms of reference. We don't know what we're committing to. And so we would be asking for that, some feedback on that at the same time as we come back in March with that draft terms of reference. And then I also heard a desire that the FMP team, eventually we'll get to that, but let's get through the peer review body first. And so we'll kind of suspend, if you will, the FMP team. That leaves us with what is involved in the terms of reference and what do you want to see in that terms of reference? And so there's a discussion I hear on the floor about, and through all of our advisory bodies and public comment, there's a range of different things we could do. One is, what is the job of that peer review body? And what I think I'm hearing is that people are gravitating toward this iterative model where there's some back and forth and refining of what the work group has done thus far. Second major question is who is on that peer review body? And so there's been a very wide range of discussion about the degree of sort of independence or new people versus people are on our SSC and STT now, or something in between. And so that's where my biggest question is what is your wisdom in terms of who should populate this peer review body? And I think Danny Evanson had some good comments there about Alaska's perspective. I wonder if other agencies have perspectives.
Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's pretty clear to me that the Sacramento work group itself will have a considerable role here in this process in terms of being the proponents of the methods and needing to respond to the inquiries and, in fact, be part of that iterative process. So I don't know that current members of the work group are appropriate to serve on the peer review side. I think that's kind of an easy statement, but I just want to make that, I think, clear. I really appreciate Danny's remark that, there is no dog in the fight here for Alaska. I also feel like the quality of the folks that we get from the CIE on our star panels has been outstanding. And I think that dipping into that pool as to the extent we can is a really important element of membership. I'm not so sure, I think there would need to be some clear criteria for I guess other parties, but I think these are the kinds of discussions that really we would have benefited if NIMS had been around to consult with council staff about some kind of solicitation process or connecting with appropriate academic institutions. I don't know, but I think this is a topic that I look to you in coordination with NIMS to help us out. Those are just some initial thoughts. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Others? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with what Ms. Yarenko said. I just like to see, people with the experience and background and knowledge to be helpful in the process to serve on that team. I think there might be some room for a independent consultant to sit on it too. There's several around that have a lot of modeling experience and population dynamics, and so that's an option. Maybe an option.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, agree with what's been said and agree with Merrick. I think it's important to identify the kind of expertise before you start to talk about people. And that's why I noted, the STT talked about outside expertise with knowledge of salmon assessment management tools for other Pacific Coast salmon stocks or the Central Valley system in particular. But I also think expertise in managing salmon in any large river system really that has some similar environmental or challenges, doesn't have to be to the Sacramento Basin specifically, but some sort of similarity, all of that I think would be helpful. Thanks.
Lori Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to add the SAS recommended someone potentially from British Columbia. Again, kind of folks that don't have a dog in the fight, so to speak, but will be knowledgeable and could bring some outsider perspective there, may be beneficial. As well as the SSC recommended the salmon subcommittee. I don't know if their intention was the entire subcommittee or how that would work exactly, but probably at least one member being in attendance would be incredibly helpful in terms of creating that connection between the two groups and helping understand and being able to translate back to the SSC at the end.
Thank you. And I'll just add in also, I know Ms. Kiefer is in the chair designee seat for the Idaho agency. I did have a chance to talk to the chief of fisheries there before coming to this meeting, and there's no commitment that somebody would be involved, but in discussing the issue and some of the tasks, before we had all this discussion, there was some interest in being able to provide. And I just offer that because another very large river system there's a lot of good salmon scientists there who bring some expertise and deal in these hatchery and natural systems and recovery plants and everything. So no solid commitment, but definite interest in maybe being able to provide somebody to assist in this. So trying to figure out where we are here without putting Angela on the spot. So maybe I'm going to run through what the executive director went through, going down the pathway initially of the peer review group, possibly having draft terms of reference by March to look at, if it's possible to get that on the agenda, and thinking there's been some discussion about what would be in there. I just want to highlight one of the things I heard, and I would need confirmation. This is your decision, but I believe Marcy talked about this group would give equal weighting to all of the models as it proceeded. I don't know if that's, in the terms of reference, but maybe I should turn to Angela first and see in terms of this, what pathway we're headed down.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hasmer. That's kind of my line of thinking and maybe point of clarification I wanted to get from the council as well. From my understanding from the discussion is there's general support for this iterative peer review process. We have some general ideas of folks and representations that would be valuable and important to have on the peer review panel, particularly leveraging folks external to our council process. Currently, there was voice for the focus of the peer review to be the scope to be the 4 work group items that have been kind of fully developed to this point, with the peer review panel kind of coming at them from a neutral perspective. So just if that is in line with what the council's kind of thinking, would appreciate.
Are we capturing your thinking correctly? Do we need any more definition? Danny Evanson.
Thanks. I'm not sure if this will be helpful or not, but we're not the first body to go down this path of peer review, and there are a lot of great examples out there. Specifically, the Canadian Science Advisory Secretariat comes to mind because Canada has a process where they have to do this, a peer review for all of their actions, particularly every time they review an updated escapement goal is one of those. They have defined policies for conflict of interest, how the different bodies fit together and set up, and it might advance us in this discussion, or as you work through how you want to set this up. It's a great model to look at, and might find that helpful in the interest of efficiency.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts on that? The other piece then, I'm going to say what I heard from the executive director on the Fishery Management Plan Amendment Work Group. Did I hear this correct? Just kind of pause on that for a short time. Not determined yet how long, but get to work on the peer review process first and get that established and underway. That I'm seeing some affirmative responses to that. Besides that, Angela, what else do we need here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had a very thorough discussion. I think just one other point that has been brought up that I do want to kind of mention in summary is that, turning our focus to just this peer review process at this time will likely adjust the tentative timeline that's been presented, particularly, once we start reaching out to folks and getting an idea of availability. If the council's kind of formalizing any terms of reference in early spring, it'll take time to coordinate with people to make sure they're available. So June, between spring and June might come quick, and we might have to push the peer review, which would have impacts on the full timeline. But I think we're making progress as we can, and have gotten a lot of very helpful input from the council on this meeting.
All right, and I did hear from at least 2 people that the timeline needed some adjustment, so that's likely to be happening. Anything else we should do then?
I will very slowly say your work on this agenda item is complete.
All right, and I will cautiously look around to see if there's any closing comments or suggestions. Not seeing any, we're going to close this work group agenda item and take up another work group. Let's move right into that.
All right. Thank you, Council. This is agenda item G5, the Klamath River Fall Chinook Workgroup Progress Report. Shifting a little bit to the north here, we've got the ad hoc Klamath River Fall Chinook Workgroup. Was formed by the Council with the primary role of providing technical data to support the development of interim management measures for Klamath River Fall Chinook in light of environmental changes coming from the removal of the Klamath River dams. And also in note of the stock's overfish status. The Klamath River Work Group has presented 2 reports to the Council in March 2024 and again in November 2024. At that November meeting, the Council directed the work group to refine the matrix-based approach that had been presented in that work group report and to develop a detailed work plan for a sub-basin management strategy. I do want to note that a buffer to the harvest exploitation rate was applied in 2024, and that was an interim management strategy that had been developed by the work group in their first report. It was considered for use in 2025, but not applied, given that the exploitation rate fell within the de minimis range. At the September 2025 meeting, the Council did express an interest in revisiting the work group's charge at this meeting, as outlined in their terms of reference and continued capacity for work. And so given that, the Council should review the Klamath River Work Group report developed in response to the November guidance and discuss if there should be any refinements to the management approaches described in the report, and to provide for their guidance as necessary. So the Council tasks for this agenda item are to review the work group report, review the work group's terms of reference and consider progress on tasking and capacity for continued work, and to provide any guidance to the work group on management measures to further develop if applicable. You do have a report from the work group that Dr. Michael Farrell will be providing virtually, as well as reports from the Hoopa Valley Tribe, the Salmon Technical Team, and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and 1 public comment.
All right, thank you. Questions on the situation summary? Not seeing any questions then, we'll proceed with the reports. Dr. O'Farrell, you are first up with the work group report.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hassemer, council members. I'm going to give a very brief report on the progress made for these work group products. The matrix-based approach, we're looking to do further development of a variety of metrics associated with response to dam removal that could inform allowable exploitation rates. There's been minimal work accomplished on this, in part due to retirement of a key analyst, Rich Zabel, who retired in the past year. So not much progress made there. The second component was the sub-basin approach work plan. Sub-basin approach is a term used to describe separate assessments for Klamath and Trinity rivers and separate management objectives, ultimately. A work plan has been developed and is provided in the progress report in Appendix A. And finally, the third component of this report is the current what has been used in the past by the council to set allowable exploitation rates by looking at the percent buffer approach to existing control rules, where the council determines buffered exploitation rates for Klamath River Fall Chinook as implemented in the past 2 years. And so that is the extent of my very brief overview of the progress report, and I can try to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the work group report? And I'm not seeing any hands for questions. So Mike, thank you very much. But as usual, stand by in case something comes up. Next, we have a tribal report. Mike Orcutt is online. Mike, can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to address the council. We have provided, my name is Mike Orcutt. I'm the Fisheries Department Director for the Hoopa Valley Tribe. I participated in pretty much all the meetings of the work group, and I'll be reading into the record our comments on agenda item G5B. And I'm also at the end of my testimony, I'm going to highlight a couple of areas that I really would like for you guys to consider in your discussions after this agenda item is thoroughly discussed and reviewed. The Hoopa Valley Tribe appreciates the opportunity to comment on Klamath River Fall Chinook Ad Hoc Work Group Progress Report. Overall, the tribe expresses dissatisfaction with the progress made by the work group while acknowledging extenuating circumstances which may have contributed to the situation. Throughout the work group process, the tribe recognized the council's priority for interim management measures for Klamath River Fall Chinook and in the post-dam removal era, while simultaneously pursuing the broader objective of promoting independent tribal and non-tribal fisheries as required by the amended 1984 Trinity River Fish and Wildlife Management Act, Public Law 104-143. We believe these two objectives are not mutually exclusive, and for this reason have strongly advocated that this sub-basin management overlay be associated with any council-adopted interim management actions. As the council is aware, the tribe has a long history in engaging as a co-manager in all potential activities which affect access to our federally reserved fishing rights. The tribe's existence is premised upon exercising its reserved fishing rights as they affect the future health and well-being of our people. Thus, our technical and policy representatives have participated in every work group meeting since its formation in 2023. We have committed to the work group's charge of exploring methods of adding conservatism for Klamath River Fall Chinook management while seeking to avoid unnecessary restrictions upon fisheries accessing Trinity River Fall Chinook. The confluence of the Trinity River and approximate boundary of our tribal reservation is 40 miles upstream on the Klamath River from the Pacific Ocean. At an additional 150 miles upstream separates the Trinity River confluence with the Klamath River from the first of the 4 dams recently removed in the upper Klamath River. For 2 decades, the tribe has anticipated the need to protect fishery access to viable Trinity River salmon populations as negotiated over Klamath dam removal mature as negotiations over Klamath dam removal matured and the uncertainties with salmon reintroductions loomed. Unfortunately, given staffing losses, the work group was unable to further develop interim management approaches as directed by the council 12 months ago, leaving only the buffered harvest control rule approach as a viable conservation tool. However, as further directed by the council, the work group report presents a work plan for advancing the sub-basin management alternative, including a prospective completion timeline and model validation steps. The sub-basin concept was initiated as a companion to any interim management approach intended to satisfy work group terms of reference. For example, the sub-basin overlay could complement the buffered harvest control rule approach for Upper Klamath to target relief to the dam removal areas while avoiding unnecessary restrictions on fisheries accessing Trinity River Fall Chinook salmon, which do not migrate to the newly accessible habitats. By contrast, restrictions imposed on Klamath River Fall Chinook through the 20% buffered HCR approach employed in 2024 unnecessarily conserved Trinity River Fall Chinook salmon at the expense of dependent fisheries. The removal of the lower 4 dams of Klamath River will reestablish an anadromity to portions of Klamath River which have not seen salmon for over 100 years. Salmon reintroduction will take time and added conservatism may be warranted. Meanwhile, the Trinity River has been the focus of significant hatchery mitigation. 2.9 million fall Chinook are reared and released annually at Trinity River Hatchery, coupled with a major habitat restoration effort to address the effects of Trinity River Dam constructed in 1964. The Trinity River Restoration Program, funded by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, has invested over $200 million to restore natural anadromous fish habitat since the 2000 Record of Decision, executed in 2000 by the Secretary of Interior in concurrence with the Hoopa Valley Tribe. Among the congressional mandates for this program were the restoration of tribal and non-tribal fisheries to pre-dam levels, Public Law 102-575, Title 34. The Trinity River is the largest Klamath tributary and annually contributes 30 to 40% of the overall Klamath River Fall Chinook access and council managed fisheries. Excuse me. Harmonizing the interbasin objectives in the Klamath and Trinity Rivers are the broader management responsibilities of the council, which would be an added value for pursuing sub-basin fishery management. In closing, the tribe again thanks the council for its attention and it's hopeful that the staffing within co-management agencies will be restored such that the work group's efforts may proceed. Application of interim conservation measures for the Klamath dam removal habitat should be neutral and with respect to non-contributing stocks such as Trinity River Fall Chinook. While a standalone sub-basin management approach would require several generations of Fall Chinook spawning to adequately prepare a more near-term application of the sub-basin overlay is conceivable and should be evaluated in the context of any future interim management actions targeting upper Klamath River populations. As a reserve right holder in the Klamath Trinity River fishery, the tribe will continue to work in the collaboration with co-managers of this council while conducting its fishery under the authority of our tribal council. With that, I would also, I want to step back and looking for my time here. Reiterate a couple things. We have worked for a long time. Hoopa has acquiring the necessary water, the funding to get a fully functioning Trinity River Restoration Program. One of the recommendations we would make is that the Trinity River Restoration Program has been working on for many, many years a cohort reconstruction model separate for the Trinity River. We anticipate that moving forward. We believe that the council here is required to follow the federal applicable laws, including what we would call the law of the Trinity River, which, as mentioned in the testimony, includes restoration of dependent tribal and non-tribal fisheries, It also requires the Trinity River Division and the Trinity River fall Chinook populations to be restored to pre-dam levels of populations abundance. And the final comment I would make is that one of the things that we strongly urged and for council consideration is in future guidance to the work group is it really is pretty critical that the Bureau of Reclamation be involved in this effort. They implement and oversee the management, provide funding and implementation of the Trinity River Restoration Program. In the broader context of the Klamath, Upper Klamath River right now, with all that's going on, I know every folks probably see the internet. There's fish as far as up to the Sprague River on the former Klamath Reservation, but a lot of that is going to require a lot of time, a lot of resources, a lot of collaboration and coordinated effort to make that work. And so in the case of the Trinity River, we've been working for decades on restoring that population, and we're just asking for a proper recognition of that in the process. And so we see the continuance of pursuing the subbasin alternative as a means to get to that effort or that objective. And so with that, I'd close and answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council today. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Orcutt on his testimony? And seeing no hands, thank you, Mike. Next, we have a Salmon technical team report, and we have we had the team here, but we do have Cassie Lehman to do that. Your partner there has left you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just, I'll be giving the report here for the Salmon technical team. I'll be reading agenda item G5B, Supplemental STT Report 1. The Salmon technical team discussed the Klamath River Fall Chinook Work Group KRWG progress report and offers the following considerations. Applying a buffer to the current harvest control rule remains the only option ready for implementation for the 2026 preseason process. The STT implemented this approach in 2024 preseason planning and is prepared to include it again in 2026 if directed by the Pacific Fishery Management Council to do so. The STT considers the matrix-based approach a tool that could help inform management of Klamath River Fall Chinook during the stabilization period of the dam removal process. However, minimal progress has been made in the past year, and the loss of the KRWG experts have hindered the progress of the development of this tool. The KRWG has described a work plan for the development of a sub-basin management approach. The STT notes their participation would be necessary throughout this process. Development of a two-basin assessment and management regime would be a significant increase in workload on the STT to participate in developing separate stock assessments, forecasts, and harvest models for pre-season fishery planning. The STT would also like to highlight the KRWG assignment in the terms of reference to advise the council on the implications to fisheries and fishery management tools from changes to production and coded wire tagging programs associated with dam removal. It is the STT's perspective that this item has not yet been adequately addressed. The STT has concerns that changes to hatchery production and tagging programs in the Klamath Basin may impact the ability of the STT to provide updated stock assessments informing the council preseason management process. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Lehman on the technical team report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Cassie, for a short report. There's an awful lot cooked in there. All right, let me give it a go. Third paragraph, you talk about the two-basin regime and the workload on the STT to participate in developing separate stock assessments, forecasts, and harvest models for pre-season fishery planning. Maybe if you can quickly kind of summarize for us the STT's role in those tasks now as it pertains to Klamath, Fall Run, Chinook. I know this is a big task for the STT that goes in the background. It's not something that's very visible to the council. We just get we get reports, and this is just one element in a very big set of reports. So maybe you can elaborate what's involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Remco. I will attempt that. I am the only tech person here today, and I'm not the lead on the Klamath work that is done within the STT, so I'll do my best to try and answer that question. In the preseason process, we sort of first start with our cohort reconstruction, which is done, is my understanding, not necessarily within the STT, but members of STT participate in that, and that sort of provides our information regarding what last year's cohort sort of ended up looking like. We have the Klamath River forecasts, and then with that information update the KOHM, our harvest model for the Klamath, and that is a very important model for south of Falcon Fisheries, and it takes a good deal of effort for us to update that annually, and is very integral to our preseason planning. And so if sub-basin management approach was to continue or to be utilized in the council, those steps, which are very critical for the whole process, but also within the STT of managing these tools, we would have to be involved in developing and trying to find a new types of tools to make sure that they will be able to work and be useful and helpful tools and information for all of us here within the fishery planning.
Go ahead, Marcy.
Yes, thank you. So if I'm understanding, it's double the work because you'd be doing one of each of those things for each the Klamath and the Trinity Basin, not to mention the developmental work that would be necessary to get those independent models up to snuff for use in our management process. Is that right?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Remco. I believe that is a correct characterization. If we sort of go down a path of reproducing the tools that we have currently and wanting to split it apart, that would make two separate processes. And that's somewhat, laid out in the work plan from the work group. So as presented, though, yeah, that would be correct.
Thank you. And then moving to your last paragraph, you mentioned concerns about changes to hatchery production and tagging programs in the Klamath Basin that may impact the STT's ability to provide updated stock assessments. Please elaborate. I know part of this story, but I think it's very important that the council hear from the source. Thanks.
Thank you for the question and the opportunity to elaborate. The STT, the coded wire tags that are a part of the Klamath Basin and the Klamath stock are incredibly important for our management tools to be able to use that and update our information. It's our understanding that for example, the Iron Gate Dam that used to be on the Klamath Basin has been discontinued in full, and that there has been new efforts at the Fall Creek hatchery and trying to use this new hatchery for collecting broodstock. And with that shift of hatchery location, that there's just shifts in the broodstock collection programs and just the hatchery programs in general. And with this shift, that comes with the potential for the information that we have been relying upon to change or become more limited. And it's the STT's perspective that we have not heard or have been fully we haven't heard about how those changes or what changes are happening, if they are significant, what will happen into the future as well. Not just, I think, in the immediate this year, what's happening, but as this system continues to stabilize. And so I think a concern is if broodstock collection goals aren't being met during this period, that may impact our code-of-wired tag program and how many tags are in the ocean are being intercepted in our fisheries, and that impacts how our tools can be used, and the information related to that, I think, is the key component here, as well as if there's any changes to tagging programs into the future, that is something that we need to be aware of.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ryan Wolf.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your report. You mentioned the continued use of the buffer at the beginning it's kind of most feasible or kind of only option for the near term. And we've heard some concerns expressed by the Hoopa Valley tribe regarding that, how that buffered approach kind of unfairly penalizes their fishery. And I think one approach to address that concern might be to adjust the state tribal harvest arrangement for the in-river fishery. And I was wondering if you had any discussions on that in the STT, or if the STT thought that might be possible, that's of something they could do with state and tribal input, or if there's any further elaboration you wanted to do on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for the question. It's my understanding that the STT has never completed a preseason process, finished the April meeting with the tribal, non-tribal harvest share, anything but 50% for each party. And that's how our tools have been designed. If that was, the STT would have to have more time to explore any deviation from that that current process that we've used in the past. And I wouldn't be able to comment on how possible, or if that is possible, either like confirm nor deny, what we can do about that, but can have further conversations with the STT regarding this and see, what collectively we can think of. And I'm not the primary person who, does that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Marcia Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on that. It's my recollection, I think at the March meeting, maybe it's April, we often in one of our steps take action or give guidance rather to the STT to roll the fish into the river in order to maximize the tribal share under the 50-50 sharing arrangement. So we give that guidance routinely to make sure they can max out their allocation under the solicitor's opinion. I guess I'm wondering, I appreciate your answer and that you're not the one that does that permutation. I guess, and I can certainly appreciate probably the STT needs to spend a little bit of time looking at how this is done annually, because probably what would be involved is rolling fish back out of the river into the ocean to consider a different exploitation rate on those fish, if that's what the intention is on a buffer to the non-tribal harvest. So I can appreciate that this is going to be a math exercise and we need to take great care in the order of operations and the steps. And when we're applying, we're looking at natural area spawner reduction rates, and we're looking at out in the ocean, of course, both hatchery and natural fish, and we're talking about adults only. So there's definitely a series of permutations involved. I guess maybe would it be your thought that you would be able to take a look at this during your review meeting, perhaps, and somehow report out? I realize this is another lift that's being asked of the STT, who is very short on people, and I just want to understand a little more, if we can, about what's involved. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Remco. I don't want to speak for the whole STT without consulting with everyone and their workloads, but I think when we meet in January and February, when we start making our review and pre-1, that we can put into our schedule and agenda to discuss this and potentially have some further answers for you in March when we come back together next time. I'm seeing a nod from Angela, so I think we can try and mark that in our scheduling for our winter meetings.
Any other questions? John North.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick one, I guess, Cassie. On the code award tag item that was in the terms of reference that the work group hasn't yet addressed, I'm just curious, does the work group have the capacity or the correct people remaining to even address that item?
I don't recall. Thank you, Mr. North, for the question. I am a part of the Klamath work group and have participated in the meetings that we've had in the past year or so, 2 years, and I can't recall, at least in our recent meetings, having a discussion about this particular point in the terms of reference. That being said, I don't believe I am not sure if the work group has discussed this recently with or since the departure of some of our experts on the team, and that has just compromised our total ability to complete a lot of work, and would feel comfortable with the work or with the work group having that conversation, but do note that the work group has been compromised by the retirement, particularly of Rich Sable, and his wonderful contributions to the work group.
Thank you.
And any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Cassie. And next we have a Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Kevin Godis is here. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Chairs and council members, thank you. I'll be reading the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on the Klamath River Fall Chinook Work Group Progress Report. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel reviewed the Klamath River Fall Chinook Work Group Progress Report and noted that the Pacific Fishery Management Council in September 2025 expressed interest in revisiting the KRWG's charges and its capacity for continued work at this meeting. The SAS discussed that it will likely be 10 to 15 years before enough data is available to develop a new Klamath River Fall Chinook escapement objective. During this time, the SAS requests that the Council asks relevant state agencies to provide periodic updates on restoration and recovery efforts, as well as any changes to fish monitoring programs. The SAS expressed concern about diminished hatchery production of marked and tagged fish necessary for supporting recovery programs and stock assessment purposes. The SAS observed that no progress has been made on the matrix-based approach outlined in the workgroup report. Subbasin management could be reconsidered once sufficient post-dam removal data are available, and a revised KRFC escapement target is established. In the meantime, the SAS supports the Council considering the use of the buffer-based approach that was applied in 2024 on an annual basis if necessary. Thank you, and I'll do my best to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Gaddis on the SAS report? Doesn't appear to be any questions, so thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much.
That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. We have one sign up. Mr. Michael Dixon. Mike.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. My name is Dr. Michael Dixon. I work for the Bureau of Reclamation and serve as the executive director of the Trinity River Restoration Program. In that capacity, I represent a partnership of 8 federal, tribal, state, and local government entities who share a common interest in restoring the anadromous fisheries of the Trinity River. And you'll forgive me, I'm not sure how familiar the council is with our program's work specifically. So I might go into a little more detail than is necessary, but the long-term goals of the program are to 1, restore the form and function of the Trinity River, 2, restore and sustain natural production of anadromous fish populations to pre-dam levels, and 3, to facilitate full participation by dependent tribal, commercial, and sport fisheries through enhanced harvest opportunities. I draw attention to that goal statement because while we are focused on restoring the physical and ecological processes of the river, we're not solely an ecosystem restoration program. And while our work is intended to benefit species, including those with state and federal endangered species protections, we are not an endangered species recovery program. Our overarching purpose, stated in that 3rd goal and defined in statute in the 1984 Trinity Basin Fish and Wildlife Management Act, includes restoring the opportunity for meaningful harvests of anadromous fish. In other words, our work is intended to restore salmon for people. That said, it's undoubtedly necessary to curtail harvest in times of low Chinook abundance, or in the case of the Klamath River Ad Hoc Work Group's charge, to promote recolonization of previously inaccessible habitat by providing additional protections. I commend the council on its forward-thinking establishment of the Klamath River Ad Hoc Work Group to investigate and recommend such protective measures, such as the buffering approach, that will allow salmonids to ultimately recolonize the upper Klamath River. An unexpected outgrowth of this work group, at least for me, has been the initial steps towards a sub-basin management approach that disaggregates Trinity and Klamath River Chinook management, which, as you heard from Mr. Orchid, has been pushed with vigor by the Hoopa Valley Tribal Fisheries Department. While this initial interest stemmed from a desire to, we'll say, hold the Trinity harmless from measures taken to protect rebuilding Klamath stock, I think the opposite of this could also be relevant when future harvest goals are set for a revitalized Klamath River fall Chinook population. There could be excessive harvest of Trinity River Chinook in some years. I'll say, and this is my opinion, not necessarily that of the program that I manage, but the Trinity River Restoration Program has fairly aspirational restoration goals because of the statutory language behind it. We have goals for each species and run. For fall run Chinook salmon, we have a target for restoration of an average annual escapement of 62,000 natural origin fall run Chinook. It is more or less mathematically impossible for us to achieve that goal when the entire Klamath stock has a conservation objective of an SMSY of 40,700 naturally spawning adult Chinook. The nearly $300 million in restoration work that we've implemented and the resulting 2- to 4-fold increase in the number of out-migrating smolts per previous year's spawners simply cannot build on itself to where we can claim numerical success in adult returns until we can set separate management objectives for Trinity River Chinook from Klamath Chinook. I understand from conversations with our partners at CDFW that there is a lot of additional model development needed and 10 to 15 more years of mark recapture data that will be necessary to separate management of the Trinity from the rest of the basin. But I want to express our support for the long-term effort to do so. I acknowledge that this work is outside of the existing terms of reference for the work group so it may not be the right entity to carry this work forward. But I ask the council to support continued work toward a sub-basin management approach in some appropriate forum. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Dixon on his testimony? And Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Dixon, for giving this comment today. I'm looking through your statement, and I'm trying to find out, maybe it's in here subtly, the role of water in all of these efforts. I assume that's part of this Trinity River Restoration Program. Can you fill us in on that? Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Lynn, thank you for the question. So I think Mr. Orchid alluded to this, but the program, one of its primary tools that was hard fought was a specific volume of water that's allocated by water year type. So while the Trinity used to only get 10 to 20% of the annual inflow to Trinity Reservoir, we now on average get, it's about 48% of the inflow, but the actual volume is broken down based upon everything from critically dry to extremely wet water years. And then we have a technical work group that's staffed by representatives from each government and tribal entity that participates, that comes up with an annual hydrograph that allocates how that flow is delivered to the river. And actually, I will say that because flow was such a hard fought restoration tool to be able to bring back into the basin 25 years ago, we've been fairly conservative with how we've applied adaptive management to our use of water in the river. But we are in the middle of a multi-year experiment where we're distributing our flow across a broader portion of the water year to address geomorphic and ecological objectives during the winter and early spring period that were were neglected under our traditional management.
Any other questions? Not seeing any then. Thank you, Michael, for taking time to be with us today and report.
Sure.
That completes our reports and public comment. You want to get into discussion right away? Where do we want to start? Our tasks are there before us, simply reviewing the report, terms of reference, guidance, work group, management measures, and the buffered harvest control rule. Maybe there's nothing to discuss here. I'm not sure. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just get us going here. Want to thank Dr. O'Farrell for providing us a brief overview of the work group's report. I appreciate it's a nice synopsis of work done to date, and looks to me like they've gotten about as far as they can get without a new infusion of resources to work to further develop the matrix, which might be a good interim tool for us to use. But since that will take more work to get it in working order, and there's no capacity to do so, that leaves us with the buffered harvest control rule approach as an interim management approach for use in 2026 and beyond as needed. So regarding additional work to the Klamath work group, I would note the STT's point about information on hatchery production and tagging programs, and that is part of the Klamath Workgroup's tour. I think that's important information for the council and the STT as we look ahead, no matter who provides it, whether it's from the work group or from other sources. So I guess I'm also thinking about the reports under this agenda item and the STT's report on the buffered harvest control rule, and just would reference the exchange I had with Cassie on the work that I think we need from the STT rather than the Klamath work group with regard to determining the application of the buffer to only the non-tribal portion of the available harvest. So I guess with that, I'm not seeing any guidance for the Klamath work group, but I do see new work for the STT, but appreciate their willingness to take a crack at it in the overwinter meetings. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marcy. Any other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Marcy, for putting that out there. I just wanted to note, our STT is down some numbers. With the furlough, there were only 2 members, as I can tell, that were really able to work, and I'm sure that was hard on both of them in the last 7 weeks in preparing for this meeting. The tribal report from the Hoopa Valley is a good reminder of our obligations and how we need to be moving forward and how we need to be thinking of this, and also a really good reminder of just the efforts that are being undertaken outside of the council by many, many people, including the public comment that we heard that have been going on for years. So I'm not suggesting this council at this moment do anything different, just highlighting that we're down folks on our STT. This matrix-based approach wasn't able to move forward due to staffing issues at NIMS. So just being really cognizant of our limitations here with staffing as well as our obligations, and hoping that as this moves forward, we can be thoughtful in meeting those obligations with the staffing limitations that everybody's facing. So, thanks.
John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have too much to add. I think the Ms. Sharenko and Ms. Riding summed it up pretty well. The work group's done a lot of good work. Seems they're especially challenged right now on what else they can complete. I think the buffer is the only viable option. I do note in the SAS report, their request to get some more updates on what's happening in the basin, changes to monitoring, restoration, recovery, just general information. And I suppose that would be really nice to know more about what's happening on the ground. It's just, I don't know if we've ever seen anything quite so dynamic, so I don't know how we go about that, but that'd sure be nice.
All right, thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the reports. It was pretty clear, I think. We heard both the work group and the STT have some staffing challenges. And so as we kind of think of, and that what I don't see here is any kind of emphasis on trying to remedy that. So relative to the Klamath River work group, it's very clear they have a kind of a big hole. I didn't hear any discussion from the work group in terms of if any expectation of that hole being filled. And so I'm not sure it's the role of the work group to fill the hole. That's probably the role of the council. If we are believing that that work group needs to kind of rebolster its expertise in order for us to provide guidance to the work group on management measures to further develop. So I'm just, certainly I don't get the sense that I would feel very good about giving them guidance on management measures to further develop given their current capacity. So I'm just wondering if that's something also that the council needs to contemplate is, and I'm sure we'll be hearing this throughout some of our other groups in terms of kind of a re-emphasis on how do we attract the right people for the right work that we are expecting the work group to consider and work on.
Thank you, Sharon. Anything else here? Not seeing any hands. I don't know if I should try and capture some of this, but I'm just looking at the task list. I believe in our reports, and I heard around the table on item number 4, the buffered harvest control rule is, I don't know if it's the only way, it's the most practical way to proceed this year. We don't have any guidance that I heard to the work group on management measures at this time. Capacity is down. And anything else, Angela? Anything you heard?
Yeah, I heard from the council a desire to hear from the STT in March, just to explore the possibility of if there is a potential that the non-tribal portion could be not buffered if a buffer is applied. Some desire to still receive updates about what is happening in the Klamath River Basin in some capacity, and just keeping on the council's radar the changes in fishery practices and maybe getting information on that periodically as well.
Okay. Anything else to be said on this topic with that direction? Not going to wait too long here. I think we've thoroughly dissected this one. So unless there's anything else anyone has to say, we'll close out this agenda item and continue to move on. We've got a lot of work to do yet today. Before I do, let me just make sure. Sharon, your hand was still up. Did you have something additional?
No, Mr. Chairman, that was my error.
All right. Thanks. So with that, then, we'll close out this agenda item. Let's take a break so you can reorganize your papers and come back to take up Pacific Halibut Management. All right, fill your coffee cups, tea mugs, donut mugs. Let's get back to work. Mr. Chairman, this is the gap report on agenda item H1A, supplemental gap. You're way ahead of us. Oh. I thought I got directed. But if you're asking us to skip everything that leads up to this, all right. We're gonna start with an overview of the agenda item by Angela. But thanks for being so prompt. We'll call you back. Angela, people are raring to go. Let's get to the summary here.
All right, this is agenda item H1, 2026 Commercial and Recreational Catch Sharing Plan and Annual Regulations, Final Action. As described in COP 9, the Council does solicit proposed changes on the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan and Annual Fishery Regulations at its September meeting. And then at this meeting, you are scheduled to take final action after reviewing public and agency comments. At your September meeting, you did adopt for public review changes that were proposed in reports from Washington and Oregon Departments of Fish and Wildlife, as well as a proposal from California to change their recreational sub-area start dates to April 1st. The Council also adopted for public review the status quo season structure for the directed commercial halibut fishery in 2026. You do have state reports from Washington and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in this agenda item. And although there is not a state report from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, their proposal is, for their consideration of a move to a start date is reflected in your supplemental attachment 3, which is the draft 2026 catch sharing plan with red line edits. So today you are going to receive a verbal update from Lynn Mattis on the IPHC Management Strategy Advisory Board. And then you have the reports from Oregon and Washington Departments of Fish and Wildlife, as well as a report from the Salmon Advisory Subpanel and a report from the GAP report, which you received a preview of. And 3 individuals signed up for public comment.
All right, any questions on the overview? Not seeing any then, we're going to go right to the reports. And let me check. First up is the Lynn Mattis giving us an update on the IPHC Management Strategy Advisory Board. Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try to make this really brief. As you know, you all have appointed me to be the Pacific Council's representative to the MSAB Management Strategy Advisory Board. We ended up not having a work session this fall, just a partial day update. And the key thing we talked about is the harvest strategy policy that we have been working on over the last several years. It is to the point that we are going to be presenting, it is going to be presented to the commissioners at their interim meeting on December 3rd and then at the annual meeting. This harvest strategy policy now has definitions for terms like overfished and depleted and what those terms mean in the halibut world. I believe the goal is to have the commissioners adopt this report at their annual meeting. If somebody wants more details, please contact me and I can provide those. I do also want to note some changes to the IPHC meeting schedule. The interim meeting in the past has been a day and a half. This year it is scheduled for only 1 day online on December 2nd. Normally, the Finance and Administration meeting is Monday morning of the week of the Commission meeting. This year, it is going to be held online a few days prior, January 14th, from 12:30 to 3:30 Pacific Standard Time. With that, and to try to create some efficiencies in their process and save some money on travel and hotels, et cetera, the IPHC's annual meeting this year is scheduled Monday through possibly Friday, but they're going to be trying to be done by Thursday It's going to be in Bellevue, Washington, and it's going to be starting at 8 a.m. on Monday rather than the early afternoon beginning we have all been used to for many, many years. And they do expect to have all business completed Thursday with no Friday sessions other than maybe finalizing the report. I do want to note that this does reduce opportunities for caucuses and meetings with commissioners. NIMS has very regularly provided opportunities for an Area 2A meeting with our commissioners, as well as helped facilitate government-to-government meetings with the tribes and the commissioners. And the deadline for regulatory proposals is December 20th to be considered at the annual meeting and must be submitted online. And that's the update I have.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Mattis on that update? Not seeing any questions. Again, thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Must be Lynn Mattis. The ODFW report.
Thank you, Chair. I was being distracted. He was distracting me about being concise. The ODFW report has been in the briefing book for, we didn't make the advance, but we got the supplemental. We held public meetings between September and November up and down the coast. 49 members of the public attended in person and 15 participated remotely. In general, Oregon sport anglers support adding flexibility into the catch sharing plan where we can. Speaking specifically to the Columbia River sub-area, ODFW recommends adopting the proposed changes by WDFW to the Columbia River area, revising the language to clarify how the decision on additional dates for the month of June would be made. Oregon sport anglers are also in favor of the proposal to remove the nearshore fishery for 2026 and allocating that 500 pounds back to the main all-depth fishery, and therefore we recommend that change to the catch sharing plan. For the Central Oregon Coast sub-area, again, anglers expressed their support of adding flexibility. So we have some proposed language for the catch sharing plan that allocates 75% of the sub-area sub-quota to the spring all-depth fishery, regardless of the regulatory Area 2A FCEY. And if the Area 2A FCEY is 700,000 pounds or greater, allocate 10,000 pounds to the nearshore fishery with the remaining area subquota to the summer all-depth fishery. And two, if the regulatory Area 2A FCEY is less than 700,000 pounds, allocate the remaining 25% of the subquota to the nearshore fishery. Additionally, we recommend changing the language in the catch sharing plan that the Central Coast nearshore season opens May 1st, 7 days a week, only inside of the 40-fathom regulatory line, unless the regulatory Area 2A FCEY is less than 1.2 million pounds, then the opening may be postponed until June 1st. With that, I will take any questions.
Any questions on the Oregon report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have a Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. I will refer to the WDFW report under this agenda item and specifically note the revised WDFW report, which corrects a season date for the North Coast that is shown in our appendix. This report builds on our discussions with our stakeholders that started in August, where we developed a range of alternatives that were approved by the Council in September. We followed up with a meeting, a public meeting on October 22nd to refine those range of alternatives and develop a final preferred alternative for the Washington sport season structure. We address in our report the Puget Sound sub-area start date, the ODFW Columbia River sub-area nearshore fishery proposal, and the Columbia River sub-area additional backup day determination, and then an option for the season structure for the South Coast sub-area. The South Coast sub area was really the only area where there was a significant change to the status quo all-depth fishery season structure. For this season, we noted that the sports season closed on the closed date described in the catch sharing plan on September 30th. We have a table in here that shows what each area caught in the early season and then in the late season, and our percent attainment overall at 98%. In our Puget Sound sub area, the catch sharing plan describes the default opening date as the first Thursday in April. At the September meeting, National Marine Fisheries Service asked that we consider delaying that opening date to address challenges they had getting regulations in place by our season opening. In 2026, the first Thursday in April would be April 2nd, and that's compared to April 3rd last year. We note in our report that due to the federal shutdown, we haven't really had the opportunity to talk with NMFS about how to do that. We do note in this report that the IPHC meeting is scheduled a little bit earlier this year than it was last year, which could help with that implementation of the regulation by offering a 10-day buffer compared to last year, but also acknowledge that there are the changes at NMFS and their capacity challenges all of the work that they do. Our preference here, though, is recommending that April 2nd start date and delaying by a week to April 9th only if necessary. And there's also a table here that shows for our Puget Sound sub area, those first couple of weeks in April are actually fairly high effort. For the Columbia River sub area, the nearshore fishery, we considered the options proposed by ODFW to address challenges with how we've used the nearshore allocation. Our recommendation is the proposal which removes the nearshore fishery and allocates that 500 pounds to the all-depth fishery. In our discussion with our stakeholders, they really recognize the challenges that the increased days of all-depth fishing now together with the nearshore days make our sampling programs and the way they stratify for random sampling a bit challenging. So the recommendation, at least for 2026, is to remove that nearshore area with the opportunity to have that conversation as we talk about future seasons. This nearshore fishery has really, we haven't been catching the 500 pounds set aside that's used for that nearshore fishery in several years. It's kind of a nice reserve to have in the event that you're fishing for bottom fish and catch a halibut. But again, we haven't really seen that quota utilized in recent years. For the Columbia River sub-area additional days, the 2025 season was the first time we attempted the backup days in June. And so as a reminder, the days were to be opened if at least 55% of the quota remained as of May 25th. The experience this year highlighted some need for clarification on the timing and method of determining whether that threshold was met. This is another place where we'd really hope to work with National Marine Fisheries Service on that, clarifying that process, but we haven't had the opportunity to do so. We have some suggested changes in the draft catch sharing plan, but need more time to work with NMFS on that specific language. For the South Coast sub area, this is where we had the most broad range of alternatives for a season structure. The final recommendation described in this report is kind of a hybrid of what was in the range of alternatives. The option that we developed at our October 22nd public meeting would be a 4-day per week season which is Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and status quo for June, which is Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, while also foregoing the break between the late May and mid-June seasons. So then the following dates for 2026, as long as there's sufficient quota remaining, would begin on April 30th, and then the dates in May and the following dates in June are described in the report. This option also includes clarification of the objective for the South Coast sub area, which is to use this area's quota during the months of May and June, and to utilize any remaining quota in August and September. It was difficult to analyze this option because we have not had a Thursday and Friday opening in this sub area. The Columbia River did see some additional boost in fishing by adding Fridays this past season, but the degree to which other factors contributed is unknown. So adding Fridays may absorb some fishing effort that would have happened on Thursdays or Sundays. If so, the effect would be something less than a full day of fishing. In the opposite scenario, adding Fridays may attract more effort overall and be like adding more than a full day of fishing. We don't have a more quantitative method for determining which of these scenarios is more likely. In 2025, the South Coast only harvested 56% of its quota before June 30th. While the effect of the additional days is uncertain, our sampling program provides us catch estimates on each Tuesday or Wednesday following the close of the statistical week on Sunday, which we can track and adjust as needed. So given the objective of obtaining the sub-area quota in May and June, and the lower rates of attainment seen in 2025 and recent years, and considering the timely estimates of catch and the ability of WDFW and NIMS to quickly respond in season, we recommend this new option for 2026. And then there's an appendix which has a really nice calendar for each sub-area and the open dates shown and the dates that would be closed. It also shows the areas where we've implemented a trigger relative to the FCEY, which is already in place, where if that is less than 1.3 million pounds, then we'll have fewer fishing days, but they're all available for the public to look at now, given that FCEY isn't known until after the annual meeting of the IPHC in January. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Hall on the Washington report? Not seeing any questions. Again, thank you, Heather. Next, we have a report, the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. Mr. Ryan Johnson.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Johnson actually had to depart, so I'll read that on there.
All right, please go ahead.
This is the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on the 2026 Catch Sharing Plan final. The SAS maintains the recommendation made in September that the 2026 directed commercial halibut season structure should remain status quo, 3-day openers no more than 2 weeks apart. The SAS discussed the proposals for the sports season structure described in the reports from Washington and Oregon Departments of Fish and Wildlife. The SAS supports the proposed revisions, which enhance flexibility and improve utilization of the sport fishery subarea allocations. Additionally, the SAS requests that the National Marine Fisheries Service publish all potential open dates at the start of the season, and then close the season, remove dates if a sub-area quota is reached, rather than adding new dates later in the season. This approach would allow for more effective planning.
All right. Well, we'll pose any questions on the SAS report to Angela. Are there any questions? No questions. And Finally, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Hope you're coming forward with all that energy you displayed earlier, Mr. Bob Alverson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. This is agenda item H1A, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on 2026 Commercial and Recreational Catch Sharing Plan and Annual Regulations, sneaking up on final action. Sport fisheries. The Groundfish Advisory Panel supports the recommended changes to the Pacific Halibut sport regulations presented in agenda item H1 Supplemental Attachment 3, November 2025, which includes the proposed changes in the supplemental reports from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. The GAP acknowledges the work done by the state agencies in communicating with the recreational fishery constituents and supports the changes recommended by ODF&W and WDF&W. While California Department of Fish and Wildlife did not provide a state report at this meeting, there is proposed change in the catch sharing plan that reflects the Pacific Fishery Management Council's motion in September 25, December summary document to change the start date for California sport fisheries. The GAP recommends the Pacific halibut regulations in California remain status quo with the following exception: changing the season date from May 1st to April 1st or as early as practical. This change will allow for more complete utilization of the quota and provide additional opportunities for anglers. The GAP also notes and appreciates the coordination that took place between the state agencies and National Marine Fisheries Service in season that resulted in the flexibility to transfer unused quota to the Columbia River area that allowed the fishery to remain open. On non-tribal directed commercial fishery, the GAP recommends the status quo season structure for the directed commercial fishery in 2026 as described in section 5.6.4 of the current catch share plan. Participants reported the changes made by the council last year for the 2025 fishery worked well and support the same management regime for 2026. The GAP continues to support looking at a way to delay the permit application date to allow participants to choose whether to participate in the salmon troll or directed halibut fishery, depending on the opportunities available that year. Frequently, the decisions on salmon fishing are not finalized until the April council meeting. That concludes our comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I failed to recognize your assistant there, Mr. Paul Morante, who I guess will be helping answer questions. Let me see if there are any questions. Looks like it was perfectly clear. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, that takes us to public comment. We have 3 signups. And first we have Nathan Hune. Please correct me if I mispronounced that. Nathan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. My last name is Quinn.
All right, thank you. Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Nathan Huynh, and I am a graduate student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography at UC San Diego, studying marine biology and conservation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to support the Council's proposed changes for the halibut fishery. I grew up fishing in Southern California. My first time holding a rod when I was 5 years old, standing on the pier with my dad. I remember almost falling off the side of the pier because I was so excited to see what fish they were pulling up. Those days spent on the coast helped shape the way I understand responsibility, conservation, and what it means to depend on the ocean. 3 weeks ago, I spoke with several Southern California halibut fishermen. Listening to them was emotional. Many of them described how volatile the commercial industry had become. They talked about unpredictable seasons, rising costs, and how each new regulation can bring both hope and anxiety. These are people who have built their livelihoods around providing fresh local seafood to our communities. Supporting their livelihoods means supporting the health and the stability of the resources they depend on. That's why I want to express my support for the Council's proposed changes to require VMS units, seabird avoidance streamer lines, and clear catch reporting. These recommendations make sense for three key reasons. First, they protect essential fish habitat and ensure closed areas function the way they're intended. Second, they reduce the risk of seabird bycatch, something none of our fishermen want to see. Third, they bring the halibut fishery into alignment with similar groundfish rules, making enforcement more fair and consistent. These measures don't just protect halibut, they protect the long-term reputation and sustainability of the fishery. And in the conversations I've had, fishermen know that sustainability isn't a buzzword, it's their future. But I also want to acknowledge something that came up in conversation with the halibut fishermen. Implementing these changes will cost money. With rising costs and more regulation, all additional expenses have to be considered for the fishery. I support these new requirements. I urge the Council and NOAA OLE to consider pairing them with financial support, such as a stipend or cost-sharing program for VMS units and streamer lines. This would show halibut fishermen that we're not just asking more of them, we're investing in them as partners in conservation. I believe the proposed changes provide the right balance between conservation and accountability. And with financial support, they can also strengthen the long-term viability of our local commercial halibut fleet. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to share both my personal experience and my support for these measures.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Huynh on his testimony? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Huynh, for your remarks. You mentioned subsidizing, the possibility of subsidies or support for these seabird avoidance measures. And I remember, I believe at this council, there was an offer from an NGO to pay for streamer lines for seabird avoidance. So I hope that in your circle of contacts there in Southern California and here at this council, that we can continue to look for those kinds of opportunities. Thank you.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair and Mr. Huynh. I got a little confused in what you were speaking. Were you referring to the California halibut fishery or the Pacific halibut fishery that occurs off of California? These are two different fisheries, so just wanted a little bit of clarification on which fishery you were trying to refer to. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I was looking at the Pacific halibut fishery.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
Any other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, Nathan. Next up, we had Jenna Hoffman, but Jenna, you are on and wait, I think maybe you are connected now.
I am.
Great. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm here as an ocean conservationist, and I'm also a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography to comment on the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan. I want to address two interconnected issues: protecting our conservation areas today and building climate resilience into our management for tomorrow. First, I strongly support maintaining all yellow-eye rockfish conservation areas outlined in this plan. Yellow-eye rockfish is an overfished species that is slowly rebuilding, so spatial closures are essential. They protect critical habitat while still allowing for sustainable halibut fishing. I appreciate that Oregon's plan includes a provision to reduce yellow-eye bycatch if it exceeds 22% of the recreational guideline. This is exactly the kind of adaptive, ecosystem-based management we need. I urge the council to consider similar measures for California and Washington because no fish exists in isolation. Halibut management must account for the entire marine community. Protecting ecosystems also protects the people who depend on them. I urge council to evaluate whether additional conservation areas are needed based on recovery data. Second, I want to talk about opportunity, the opportunity to make this plan more resilient to change. Climate research clearly shows that ocean warming is affecting species distributions and seasonal patterns, and these changes are accelerating. This plan shows that flexibility is possible and encouraged. And I suggest we expand that framework to incorporate contingencies for range shifts and seasonal timing based on current conditions rather than historical averages. I suggest regular reviews of whether our geographic fish habitats still make sense as those ecosystems reorganize. As a student looking to work in the field of ocean conservation, it means a lot to me on a personal level that we make an effort to protect our planet and our oceans. Strong conservation areas protect ecosystem resilience today. Climate adaptive management ensures those fisheries can survive tomorrow. I urge you to embrace both, and thank you for letting me comment today.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Hoffman on her testimony? And I don't see any hands around the table, so thank you, Jenna. And lastly, we have Tim Clausen, who is here in person. Good afternoon, Tim.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer and Council. My name's Tim Clausen. I represent the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association, and I have a fishing charter business in Eureka, California. I'm here to request that the Council support California's proposal for an April 1st start date for Pacific halibut season. That would align with the rockfish opener and simplify regulations. We hope that it'll spur participation in the fishery since ridership on charters has declined for the last couple of years. It would also help California to more fully utilize their quota. That's all I have.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Clausen? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Don't mean to wade into California waters, but given what we heard earlier, if April 1st isn't possible, would, as soon as NIPS can get the rule in place, would that be acceptable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Tim. That completes the report's public comment and takes us to council action. Reminder that tasks as printed up are to adopt final, but I believe we cannot adopt final. But as has been laid out in the state reports, I think it's bolded across most of those what the states are likely to move forward or are moving forward with. So let me look around and who's going to start the discussion? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Just recognizing that you just mentioned the state reports and there isn't a CDFW report in there. And I just want to highlight a couple of things that were important to the California fishermen through the GAP report. The April 1st or as soon as practicable start date for recreational. And then also they highlighted again the ask of a declaration deadline delay for the commercial fishery so they can get the salmon structure seasons, get an idea of the salmon season finalized before they have to make that declaration. So the application postponement if possible. And then it was status quo season structure for, it looks like the directed fishery. And then, yeah, just going to speak to California. But those were the California specific things that I heard that I just want to highlight for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion here? Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. Really quickly, normally we would have had an NIPS report for this, but obviously you all know why we didn't get it into the briefing book. But for those that are interested, on the catch update, Area 2A is at 85% attainment, or approximately 1.29 million pounds. And while some fisheries are ongoing, we think final catch estimates are unlikely to change. So that's just a note I would have given as a management report at the beginning of this. regarding the substance here, and we've heard some comments about the early April dates. So, and I appreciate some of the comments about acknowledging a delay if needed. So just a reminder, as it relates to those proposals for the early April dates, although the IPHC meeting is scheduled to occur about a week earlier this year, as has been noted, NIMS will still be facing similar time constraints to past years to implement those dates based on the timeline that we have for Secretary of State approval of IPHC regs and the subsequent rule publication of the IPHC regs. Both of these things most occur before a final rule setting the Recreational season dates. So again, we don't oppose that in concept. We support that. I'm just reminding folks that we may have a delay as we try and go forward and implement this, but we will do as best we can. And as we have stated previously, we're also happy simultaneously to kind of think about working with the states on a longer term plan that addresses the beginning of April. Thanks.
Thank you. Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ryan, for those comments. And yes, CDFW is very interested in continuing to work with your folks on an April 1 start date. That is a permanent thing that doesn't need to change year to year or be subject to the effective date of rule publication. I just flag that we set opening dates up in our salmon rulemaking, our annual salmon rulemaking, for the year ahead, even though it's in the annual rulemaking. And so I would love to see progress be made. I understand this year is kind of out, but I don't want to lose sight of the longer term goal. There's got to be a way out of this box where we specify in an annual rule that the opening date is April 1. And even though it may not apply that particular year, it'll apply the following year. So anyway, looking forward to working with you on this. Thanks.
Any other discussion here? Heather Hall.
Thank you. I don't want to preclude any more discussion, but it seemed like there was a pause, so I have a motion when folks are ready.
All right, go ahead. We're ready.
Thank you. I move the council take preliminary action to adopt the proposed recreational season structures outlined in H1A Supplemental Revised WDFW Report 1, November 2025, and H1A ODFW Report 1, November 2025, and the GAP recommendation for the California recreational season and the directed halibut fishery as described in Supplemental GAP Report 1, November 2025.
Thank you. I followed along. That language before us appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Vice Chair Smith. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. This is a preliminary action, not final action, intended to get us to the next step where we can take final action at a special meeting as soon as possible. What this motion does is capture our intent that is described in the reports and in the discussions that we've had with our stakeholders and with advisory body input since September. This motion also reflects a lot of state management and agency coordination during the development of the range of alternatives that were adopted in September. As discussed in our council discussion, this does include via the GAP report, the California recommendations. And I would note that the directed halibut fishery is referenced here. But that was the recommendation for September, was to be status quo, so no changes to that fishery, but this would finalize that when the time comes. This motion does not take preliminary action on the specific catch sharing plan language presented in H1 Supplemental Attachment 3. Attachment 3 was drafted during the government shutdown and has not had the benefit of discussion and refinement with NIMS staff. The language generally reflects the intention, but additional time to coordinate with NIMS would improve the language. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions regarding the motion? Not seeing any questions. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. With that, I will turn to Angela on our progress on this agenda item.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You were not able to adopt final action at this meeting, but you did take preliminary action, which will be very helpful for informing the public, and we will work to coordinate the special meeting for final action. And so with that, your agenda item, your work under this agenda item for today at least is complete.
All right, let me make sure I'm not missing any hands before we close it out. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to what Angela just mentioned, we are planning to announce the date of that special meeting under workload planning. So we're still just pinning that down, but that will be made available at this meeting.
All right, thank you. If there's nothing else, then I will close out this agenda item. And I think you all were informed via email that there's going to be a slight change in the agenda here. We are going to take up agenda item F3, the groundfish item. So there's going to be a change of seats. Come back in 5 or 7 minutes and we'll proceed. All right, let's gather around so we can commence here. Thank you. All change of seats here. So we are going to switch here and go to our groundfish, back to our groundfish items, F3. And Marlene Bellman, please take it away.
Thank you, Chair Hesmer. Thanks for your patience and stamina as you get through a long day on council floor. This is agenda item F3, groundfish harvest specifications and management measures for 2027-2028, part 1. This part focuses on the harvest specifications. The council will also be taking up agenda item F8 for part 2, which will focus on the management measures portion of the package. Under part 1 of this agenda item, the council is tasked with adopting interim final 2027-28 overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches for stocks and stock complexes that fall under default harvest control rules. In addition, the council should consider adopting any preliminary preferred annual catch limits where possible, or if you would like to add any additional alternatives that depart from the default harvest control rules. Attachment 1 contains the bulk of the advanced reference material for this item, which has incorporated decisions from your September council meeting. The council had requested extended projections of default harvest specs for Aurora rockfish, which are found in attachment 2. And lastly, the council had requested alternative harvest projections for a number of species, including rough-eye black-spotted rockfish in attachment 2 and short-spine thorny-head found in attachment 3. I would like to present just a few very short slides to give you an overview of the numbers part of this package. So I'm going to switch over to that for a moment. So with this agenda item, we're looking at two basic puzzles that you're putting all these pieces together for. The first of these is the default harvest control rules to ensure you have those as a full package. Those are found in table 1-9 of attachment 1. Again, they incorporate the SSC recommendations that you adopted in September for a number of species, as well as changes to the harvest specifications that were a result of the emergency rule for 2026. And those were covered for canary, petrale, and short-spine thorny-head. In addition, those extended projections for default harvest control rules are included for Aurora rockfish. And thus, the only missing puzzle pieces you have were for Oregon kelp greenling, which affects the Oregon cabezon kelp greenling complex, and widow rockfish, which is still pending under council action for agenda item F2. The second set of values that you're looking at for harvest specifications are those that are alternative harvest specifications with alternative harvest control rules. And there's an overview of those found in table 1-1. Those again are based on council guidance from September. And we do have the projections provided for alternatives 2 and 3 for rough-eye black-spotted, and also your alternative 2 specified for short-spine thorny-head. Unfortunately, due to the federal furloughs, the harvest specifications were not able to be provided in time for this meeting for the remaining species that had alternative 2 options. This is table 1-1, that overview table that's found in attachment 1. This is a very nice reference cheat sheet for this set of alternatives that you had put on the table. Again, the missing projections are for those that were noted in orange highlight in this table. Very quickly, I just wanted to also point out that these values are found in the PACFIN Apex reports. Currently, we have the draft default harvest specifications available there in the report GMT 008. We do not yet have your alternative harvest specifications there, but we anticipate having those available once the projections are provided. In addition, the next step will be to incorporate the outcomes of your decision at this meeting into the harvest specifications database, which will populate these reports as well. Again, this is the PACFIN Apex Reports dashboard. And again, these can be reviewed under GMT 008 through 013 reports that can be found there as well, should folks want to have a more dynamic and interactive ability to look at these relative to what's provided in the standard briefing book. Thanks. That concludes my overview. In addition, you have advisory body reports from this meeting from the SSC, the GMT, and the GAP, as well as any public comment. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you for the presentation, overview on what's in those 3 reports there. Any questions on the overview? And I see no questions, so we will move on to the reports. Start with the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Dr. Jason Schaffler. Welcome back, Jason.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the council. I am Jason Schaffler, and I will be reading Agenda Item F3, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Harvest Specifications and Management Measures for 2027-2028, Part 1. The SSC reviewed the 2027-28 groundfish harvest specifications under default and alternative harvest control rules. The SSC found all calculations to be correct and endorses them for use in management. Extended harvest projections were not available for Oregon kelp greenling due to the federal furlough. The SSC recommends using the 2026 overfishing limit of 141.63 metric tons, an acceptable biological catch of 126.90 metric tons for Oregon kelp greenling for 2027 and 2028. The Groundfish Subcommittee will update the terms of reference for groundfish stock assessments during the January 2026 process review meeting to reflect current best practices. These updates will include a description of the methods used to adjust the rate at which scientific uncertainty increases in catch projections for short-lived species with natural mortality greater than 0.15 per year. The SSC will use these methods for all stocks assessed during the next biennium, with the Groundfish Subcommittee will recommend whether to retroactively apply these modified calculations for stocks with existing catch projections after discussion at the January 2026 process review meeting. That concludes the SSC statement, and I would be happy to take any questions the council may have.
Any questions for Dr. Schaffler? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. I have, I guess, one question and maybe one request, both on the last paragraph there, where it says we'll recommend whether to retroactively apply these modified calculations for stocks with existing catch projections. Is that just the next biennium going forward, or would that also apply to what we're working on for 27-28?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. That would refer to the next biennium, so the 29-30 biennium.
Thank you for that clarification. And maybe this will come up, we should discuss this under workload planning. I know this new Sigma practice, this new Sigma is a peer reviewed, has appeared in a peer reviewed journal, but hopefully Dr. Wetzel and Dr. Hamel, who are extremely intelligent and have a good way of explaining things to those of us who are not as intelligent. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a summary, a little bit more clarification on what exactly this means, what the changes are. I've tried to read the article online, and it's a little above what my brain is capable of most days. So just maybe a request of some additional information after that January meeting on what exactly that means. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I just had sort of a follow-up question relative to that last paragraph as well. And it is my understanding that there is a number of species that this might fall under that has a natural mortality value of greater than 0.15. And if some stocks have an even higher or more than, or the higher up you go, the more the buffer might be. So do you have a scale or like an idea of how many species this might affect if they were to be applied retroactively? Was there any discussion about that, or are you saving that for January?
Thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. If I'm not mistaken, we did discuss this at the last SSC meeting, and I believe there is on the order of about 15 or so stocks this could apply to. But what I would note is that many of these stocks are some of the near shore stocks, which the council may be taking action on to remove from the FMP. So the exact number will obviously depend on further council actions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing no questions, thank you. Next, we have Groundfish Management Team report. Caitlin Lockhart. I was going to say good afternoon, but I think it's good evening.
Chair Hassler and the rest of the council members. For the record, my name is Caitlin Lockhart, and I will be reading Agenda Item F3, Supplemental GMT Report 1, the Groundfish Management Team Report on Biennial Harvest Specifications for 2027-28, including overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches. This is in reference to action item number 1 in the harvest specifications for 2027-2028 package. And in reference to the default harvest control rules, the GMT recommends that the Pacific Fishery Management Council adopt the default harvest control rules and the resulting harvest specifications as the preliminary preferred alternative for all species in the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan, except for petrale sole, short spine thorny head, canary rockfish, chili pepper rockfish, rough-eye black spotted rockfish, yellow-eye rockfish, yellowtail rockfish north of 4010, and widow rockfish, as listed in Table 1 and discussed in detail below. With the exception of rough-eye black spotted and rockfish and short spine thorny head, the GMT will provide our PPA recommendations for these stocks at the appropriate 2026 meeting once complete harvest specifications and depletion projections are available. Our second recommendation is to remove the alternative 2 harvest control rule from rough-eye black spotted rockfish from the range of alternatives. And just to be clear, this would be in the middle of the 2 remaining alternatives, so it would be within the range. Our third recommendation is to adopt alternative 3 harvest control rule for rough-eye black spotted rockfish as PPA, and our final recommendation is to adopt alternative 2 harvest control rule and associated harvest specifications for short spine thorny head as PPA. And in the absence of time, I do not plan to read the remainder of our details unless our council members wish me to do so, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you for being clear on the recommendations, and I'll look around and see if there are any questions. Make sure. Looks like that's clear to everyone. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And our next report is from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, Merritt McCrae. Good evening, Merritt.
Good evening, Chair Hassemer, council members. I'm Merritt McRae, and I'll be reading from agenda item F3A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel's report on harvest specifications and management measures for 2027 and 2028, Part 1. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel recommends that the Fishery Management Council adopt Alternative 1, the default harvest control rule, as interim final overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches, and preliminary preferred alternative annual catch limits for all the species that are on that list that was recommended for this alternative by the GMT. You can read those in our statement if you'd like, but I believe it is exactly the same as for the GMT. For alternative 3, as the preferred preliminary alternative for the rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, which would set a constant ACL of 300 metric tons and result in an updated OFL and ABC in 2028. The GAP previously recommended inclusion of this lower constant ACL as a cautious approach to accommodate recent maximum catch for this long-lived and targetable species because the scale of the assessment is uncertain and the default is quite high. The GAP recommends removing Alternative 2, the 519 metric tons, to reduce workload since it would already fall within the range of alternatives being considered. For Alternative 2 as PPA, we recommend the short spine thorny head OFL ABC ACL, which would be set at a constant ACL of 902 metric tons and result in an updated OFL and ABC in 2028. The GAP previously recommended analysis of an ad hoc phase-in approach for short spine under agenda item G8A Supplemental Gap Report 1 in September, and agenda item G6A Supplemental Gap Report 1 in September also, to lessen impacts from this drastic ACL decrease, which is represents 59% in 2024 and 2025. In comparison to the default HCR, this approach would provide an additional 55 metric tons of short spine in 2027 and 46 metric tons in 2028. Additionally, as shown in the catch-only projection for short spine thorny head, the stock status of over the time series varies less than 0.1%, and the ACL decreases no more than 2 metric tons in any year through the 2036 ACL, which assumes 100% attainment, suggesting that there is no harm to the stock by allowing increased yield in the interim. For the remaining species that the Council requested alternative harvest projections for, canary rockfish, chili pepper rockfish petrale, sole, yellow eye rockfish, yellowtail rockfish that are not yet available due to the government shutdown, for which the stock assessment or projections have not been adopted, widow rockfish, the GAP will provide recommendations on these species in March or April when that information becomes available. And finally, through our discussion, the GAP and GMT noted that the scientific uncertainty buffers listed in Table 1 of Agenda Item F3, Attachment 2, for this November meeting, November meeting, go out to 15 years. And in year 15, a category of a Category 2 stock, the buffers are higher than for Category 3 stock, where the sigma maxes out at 2 for Category 3. Therefore, we recommend that this be updated as appropriate. And there's a table included and the values are shown. It would be for year 15, the bottom line. Thank you, and that concludes the GAP statement.
Thank you. Questions on the advisory subpanel report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Merritt, for the report. Just a question on the notice that you made about the sigma changes on the 15-year out projection. Did you have a chance, or did the GAP have a chance to talk to the SSC about this? I mean, was this just an error or a typo, or did you just catch it and include it in the report?
I believe GAP members, there was some discussion and it was thought to be an error. I don't recall if we actually heard from a SSC representative to that effect. But what appears has happened is that formulas were in a table and it was pulled down to 15 and published.
Any other questions? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Merritt, just for comparison, are you aware of any of your recommendations that differ from the GMT recommendations?
I am not. I believe our recommendations match the GMT's recommendations, although the GMT did have additional recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And anything else? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Merritt.
Thank you.
That completes our reports. Confirm, I don't see any public comment. There is none. So that will allow us to move into council discussion and action. And that's on the screen before us, adopting interim final, OFLs, E-Star and ABC. Well, the list is there. So anybody willing to start this discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. We do have our list there, and when it gets time, I will have a motion ready. But I just do want to acknowledge that I think the SSC, the GAP, and the GMT all brought up that due to the federal furloughs, some information is missing that we would normally have at this time, which I think we have a path forward with some placeholders or some methodologies, but do just want to acknowledge we're missing a little bit of information, and we look, we're happy to have our federal partners back working, and hopefully we will get those values in time for March to move on this process. I don't think there will be any surprises when we get those values based on those of us who've been in this process for a cycle or two, but did just want to acknowledge that we're missing a little bit of information, but I think we can still move forward and fill that in when we get there. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? We've had the offer of a motion, but I want to make sure we get any discussion necessary out of the way. Not seeing any. We're ready for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. The fine trio in the back have it. And I'm going to read off of that screen instead of my screen to make sure we're all reading the same thing. I move the council adopt as interim final preferred alternative the 27 and 28. Number 1, default overfishing limits, P-star, acceptable biological catches, and annual catch limits as shown in agenda item F3 attachment 1 and attachment 2 for all stocks except. Item 2, set the default overfishing limit 141.63 metric tons and acceptable biological catch 126.9 metric tons for Oregon kelp greenling for 27 and 28 at the 2026 levels as recommended by the SSC in Supplemental Report 1. And for the stocks in the table below, the 27 P-star, ABC, and resulting ACLs from the alternatives in the table as the range of alternatives for 2027, and use these methods to calculate 2028 values where missing. Remove alternative 2 from rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, and then in the table with the preliminary preferred alternative bolded for more detailed analysis. Then in that table, for yellow-eye rockfish north of 4010, the PPA is alternative 2, ad hoc phase-in. Chili pepper rockfish, constant ACL of 214 metric tons. Rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, constant ACL of 300 metric tons. Yellow-eye rockfish, constant ACL of 85 metric tons. Canary rockfish, ABC equals ACL with a P-star of 0.45 and no 40-10 adjustment. Short spine thorny head, constant ABC equals ACL of 902 metric tons. Petrale sole, constant ABC equals ACL 2,489 metric tons. Could you please strike out if E rule? Or delete it, actually. Thank you. Yep. And number 4, for widow rockfish, use the 2023 catch-only projection, OFL, ABC, and ACLs, and the results of the October 2025 stock assessment model for the bookends of the range of alternatives for 27 and 28 to be analyzed, as shown in Table 16 of Agenda Item F3 GMT Report 1, November 2028, with the PPA being identified at a later meeting.
All right, thank you, Lynn. As I followed along, just one thing, your last reference to the GMT report 2025.
Yes.
2028. And also, I think it's obvious that the language, your motion includes elimination of alternative 2 for rough-eye black spotted rockfish that's indicated in the table, which was talked about here.
Yes, sir. It was also in the text under item number 3.
Okay. And with that, then everything on the screen appears accurate and complete. Is that correct? Oh, before we do that, Marlene?
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I just wanted to note in section 3, there's a reference in the way the motion is worded for referencing 2027 actual harvest specification values. I know the intent of this, but perhaps referencing table 1-1 in attachment 1, which actually contains the 2027 harvest specification values. Currently, the table in this motion is written very generally, and I was under the impression that you were actually wanting to cite the specification values themselves, so perhaps just a citation or a reference to where those can be found.
Lynn, and can you blow that up a little bit?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the intent was for the actual values for 2027 that are available. Adding a reference, can we do that at this point since there hasn't been a second?
It's your motion. You can do anything with it.
I'd just like to ask for permission rather than forgiveness. Thank you, Chair. Could we add after 2027, 2027, the next line down? Parentheses as shown in table, whatever Marlene just said. I appreciate the assistance. We've been working on this for a while, and I knew we were going to miss something.
Thank you, Council Member. It's table 1-1 in attachment 1.
Thank you. In table 1-1 in attachment 1 under this agenda item. Thank you for the assist, Marlene.
All right. And I assume, Marlene, that captures what you were concerned about, and Lynn, that's good with that. It's all accurate and complete.
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you.
All right. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Brad Penninger. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. This motion primarily takes the recommendations of our SSC, our GAP, and our GMT I think there is general agreement on the default for most things. Between September and November, it was noticed that we were missing information on kelp greenling off of Oregon, and the SSC recommended just moving 2026 forward. Kelp greenling off Oregon is a highly underutilized stock. Therefore, we do not see any conservation concern with that. We don't come anywhere near the ABCs, so that seems acceptable. And then for the items in table 3, those were the places where we asked for some default harvest control rules to be looked at. And the question that Ms. Diamond asked Merritt about GMT and GAP recommendation, they were the one place they had disagreement in September was on rough eye black spotted, and the GMT has removed that. The alternative two that they recommended removing is in the range of alternatives because it's partway between the default and the constant ACL of 300 metric tons, so it would be captured there. In several cases, we are being more conservative. The alternative is being more conservative. As an example, yellow eye rockfish. In some other cases, for some highly attained species or important species to a number of sectors, such as short spine petrale, et cetera, we are kind of doing the phased-in approach. We're instituting a little bit of the specs flex ahead of time to try to ease a little bit of the pain there. And then for widow rockfish, because we have not adopted an assessment yet, and as I spoke to a little bit yesterday, the analysts will need something to look at over winter, and this seems like a good bookend of the highest we could possibly be and the lowest we could possibly be. So that seems like a good bookend for them to start looking at things. And then after whatever decision we make later this week on the widow rockfish, how to proceed, hopefully then that can be incorporated in March or April as we move forward. There's a lot of numbers in a lot of these tables, and trying to incorporate them into a concise motion. There's a lot of information behind here, but this seems like a good way to be concise with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Any questions regarding the motion? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Thank you, Ms. Mattis, for doing what you do and working your magic on things like this. Quick question, as noted in the GAP report, a potential error in the P-star values, and I'm wondering what we can or can't do in the next, when we get to FPA, if there's latitude between now and FPA to make those adjustments if we take this now.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Diamond. Where they noted an error was in year 15 of this P-star projections. We're just talking about the next 2 years. I believe another council member will have some guidance about that P-star error, that Sigma error, not P-star. I believe another council member is going to have some guidance requesting that to be looked at. It just didn't seem that it needed to be part of this motion for adopting the ACLs, OFLs, et cetera, but there is a plan to address it.
Thank you.
Other questions regarding the motion? Marlene.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I just wanted to provide some clarification of my understanding of the harvest specifications that were included in Attachment 1. The SSC recommendations from September included their recommendation that the time varying buffers be capped at that category at the final sigma of 2. And so what is referenced in the table there, the harvest specifications there in front of you, the SSC did a full review of all of those default harvest specifications. And for the species where they found that that cap was not at 2, they had requested to adjust those and provided those adjusted values. So it is my understanding that the SSC had addressed that through their recommendations in September, and that those were incorporated, any modified values that needed to be capped at a sigma of 2 were incorporated in the set of values that went in front of you. under this item. At least that's my understanding of what was included in attachment 1.
All right. Any other questions regarding the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? Seeing no hands for discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oh. Once. We already started the call for a question here. Those opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. And now, someday, Ring Central will be more friendly to me. Sharon Kiefer, you had your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and my hand is not directly related to the motion. I support the motion. I do want to raise the issue. I would be remiss to not appreciate Marlene Bellman. I do not see her appearing on the rest of the agenda. And so I just did want, I know it's been a long day, but I did want to take a moment to just really appreciate her work with the council and wish her the best.
Thank you very much for that. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the spirit of this being Marlene's last minute, maybe I'll address this to Mr. Phillips because I fear this might fall to you. I do just want to take a moment to acknowledge the GAPS statement specific to the difference in the sigma buffers on year 15 between Cat 2 and Cat 3. And it's unclear to me if this is a copy and paste error or if it's an actual calculation error. I do want to note that it seems like it needs some attention. So just some guidance for the January work session for the SSC to take a look at this and maybe come back and tell us how it got in here or if it needs to be fixed or addressed in some manner. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. McKnight. We will definitely make sure that this is addressed. It was noticed by the GAP and then by the GMT as well, so it is well known. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Otherwise, I want to go back to our task list and ask Marlene. What else? We've got plenty of time tonight.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer and members of the council. I appreciate your patience in going along on my last agenda item. I believe you've covered all the council tasks that we had for this item. And so I believe your work on this is complete. Thank you.
Thank you. You moved us along very fast on this. So, nothing else here on this agenda item. Then I will close that out and first turn to the executive director. Any guidance for the rest of the day?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did swap F3 and D3. So D3 is the Marine Planning Committee report. We are prepared to take that up tomorrow morning if it is your desire to keep continuing to soldier on this evening. I think we could keep going, but the plan right now is to take that up in the morning unless you say otherwise.
Not an official vote. Lynn Mattis.
Sorry, I feel like I'm speaking a lot here this afternoon. Do we have an idea how the HMS and CPS agenda items are going to go? I suspect the groundfish item late in the day or scheduled last day of the day may have a fair bit of public comment and could take longer than an hour, which depending on how HMS and CPS may go would push us really late tomorrow or the next day. not that I want to stay here any longer this evening, just trying to be cognizant of what tomorrow may have in store for us.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, we were scheduled originally to take HMS at the start of the day. So barring any continuation here today, we would take marine planning instead. Our HMS matters. I-1 and I-2, I expect to go pretty quickly. So I-1 is a NIMS report. I don't expect much of anything there. That's scheduled for 30 minutes. So I would guess we will take 5 at the most, maybe something closer to 2. International management activities. I don't know if Ms. Spenson has anything to add, but we are scheduled for an hour. Usually we do hear a HMSAS report there, but I don't expect us to take an hour. I expect something closer to a half an hour. So I think we'll save about an hour's worth of time out of those 2 HMS items. And that is what we've planned for marine planning. So I think we'll still be okay if we take marine planning in the morning, but it does likely mean a late day anyway, because we are scheduled for 8 hours. And if groundfish EFPs go longer than an hour, it'll take us past 5.
Thank you for that clarification. Just not being in the seat for those items, I was unsure. Then I'm fine with us calling it a day and moving to tomorrow.
All right. Well, I want to look around. It's your decision. And it's always important to phrase your question properly. You want to continue meeting tonight? I'm seeing heads nodding no. Asia Shumalo.
I know that no one wants to keep meeting right now, but I'm just like very frightened about the back end of tomorrow. Sorry to say that. I'm sorry. Very sorry, but I know it's going to take a long time tomorrow.
Well, I think we heard we have, I understand that, but we have built into our schedule the way things go on some of the HMS things that we're going to push through tomorrow. So with that then,